Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and today we are refining the logical analysis system, mostly due to Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. He has exposed some flaws in the very basic system of simply counting fallacies and zingers. Just like in combat sports, someone kind of spamming an extremely pitter patter light jab that does basically no damage. If they do hundreds of them, is that really winning the decision if the other guy only lands maybe a couple of shots, but they're really, really solid, powerful shots? Is that the same thing? I wouldn't say so. I think we need to refine the system, make it a little bit more dynamic, make it more accurate. And for those that don't think that's a good idea, that we should look at volume alone, I mean, I would point you to the game of basketball. At some point, the 3 point line was established because why should the ball going through the hoop at a much closer distance count at a further distance for the same amount of points? I mean, it takes more skill to sink a three. I mean, they probably should even add a 5 pointer from beyond the half court line because obviously that shot is even harder. Who knows if people would actually attempt those, but that'd be probably be pretty funny. So let's see who joins us for this because obviously I'll be taking a lot of input here. We're going to go over a number of different things. Okay, so we're gonna start off with some basic definitions because I know if Craig jumps in here himself or any of his troll goofs, they like to pretend and hallucinate that Craig got fallacies for no reason just because they don't understand the basic definitions of words. Words like logic, what is or isn't a logical fallacy, what science is, what any of the fallacies are. I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this because this isn't preschool and they should have already learned it, but apparently they didn't. But yeah, they just like to pretend and hallucinate that everything I said was baseless when, or it has anything to do with my opinion or anything to do with me. I mean, these are all empirically verifiable definitions. Literally, the only thing I claim on MindShock are that empirically verifiable definitions are empirically verifiable. That's it. When it comes to any kind of theories or conclusions, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. I don't claim anybody is correct or wrong about any conclusions or whatever the debate topic is. So again, there's some fundamental failure of understanding. Like, for example, Tsutsaka, who's in the chat right now. So maybe he'll learn something. I mean, hopefully he's got a tutor nearby because I've explained this before and a lot of people just have so much trouble with it. But we'll see what we can do. I'll wait for a couple more people to show up, and we'll just do this brief overview of the terms because mostly all the triggered goofs and the scientism cultists having meltdowns like Craig, most of it stems from this fundamental failure to understand basic definitions of words. Because then they're arguing on top of a house of cards and they're too utterly clueless to realize that it's even a house of cards. And then they get triggered whenever starts pointing out the bottom layer of the house of cards actually being a house of cards. And then on the psychological side, we have the issue with the Dunning-Kruger effect and also narcissism. Because if some of these goofs are too insecure, they're too mentally weak to even consider the possibility that they got some of these basic definitions wrong, they'll never even look in the dictionary or whatever to find out what the definitions even are. They'll just continue digging deeper and deeper holes. Quite sad, actually, but well, it depends. I mean, if they're legitimately mentally disabled, like Craig might be, if he's not just this super brilliant actor going full retard and being able to pull it off, unlike any other actor ever. Again, I don't claim any of these theories are true or untrue. This is all food for thought. We speculate on many different theories, many of them mutually exclusive, and obviously I'm not claiming any of them are true or untrue. So, yeah, let's see. We'll wait a couple more minutes. The YouTube algorithm, for whatever reason, doesn't usually push out the notifications. So, a lot of people that jump in on the stream simply happen to have seen them without getting a notification while scrolling. But we'll wait another minute or two and then we'll jump into all of these breakdowns. I really can't believe we even have to do this, but literally 99% of all the triggered goofs spiraling like Craig, the reason is that they don't understand these very basic definitions. I'm presenting many different theories, but I might have to boot you, Tutsaka, if you can't get focused. Because if somebody is mentally disabled, calling them mentally disabled isn't a childish insult. Same way, if you see a duck waddling and quacking, it's not childish or inaccurate to call it a duck or to point out the waddling and the quacking. Or, like it's this isn't rocket science. I don't know why you're having so much trouble with this, Tutsaka. Don't start crying now. I know you get triggered easily, but all right, we'll give it another minute for people to discover the stream since YouTube's probably not gonna put out the notifications because they don't usually do that. Okay, so a lot of people actually don't even know what logic even is. I guess in their brains, however deficient, they kind of assume it just means being smart or being correct. But let's get specific. So let's go to dictionary.com, an empirically verifiable resource where anybody, even small children, mentally disabled people, I mean, anybody can go to dictionary.com and type in logic if they know how to type. I mean, obviously, there's a certain English requirement in basic spelling, although it'll probably autocorrect it even if you type logic wrong. So, and here's another thing too. Like, obviously, certain generic terms have multiple definitions. This is where the etymological or no true Scotsman comes into play. These fallacies where people pretend there's only one definition. Like, obviously, science can be an umbrella term, whereas the scientific method itself is very specific. Specific should scare you, Tsutsaka, because if you don't have the mental capacity to even be on a first grade or preschool English level, I mean, how are you going to get specific about anything? Perhaps you're the only one butchering anything if you can't even confront your own deficiency to check basic definitions, which we're doing right now. So, a science that deals with the principles and criteria of validity. I mean, is that simple enough to understand? Another curiosity is, of course, semiotics, which is the study of symbols. So it's actually kind of curious that that's also a definition for logic. So all the Illuminati conspiracy theorists studying symbols and symbology, they're involved in semiotics, which is logic. So just it's kind of curious the difference between coincidence theorists and conspiracy theorists, especially when utilizing very, very specific definitions of words like logic. Did everybody follow that so far? I mean, this is like a preschool class now. I can't believe I even have to do this. But if I don't do this, then the chat's going to get flooded with all these clueless goofs demonstrating that they can't grasp this. They can't grasp even the most basic of definitions. So let's continue here. So if everybody understood that basic definition of logic, I mean, if you look it up, you'll see logic. I mean, all of the definitions are very, very similar here. Reason from Oxford, reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. Strict. So not just these generic, very, very hasty overviews. We're talking about being very, very strict. Another definition here, logic is the study of correct reasoning. It includes both formal and informal logic. Formal logic is the science of deductively valid inferences or logical truths. It studies how conclusions follow from premises due to the structure of the arguments alone, independent of their topic and content. Again, that's actually why I started the MindShock podcast, because a lot of goofs thinks it's illogical to even talk about paranormal phenomena or conspiracies or flat earth or whatever. They think it's illogical to even discuss it. I mean, the definition itself explicitly states that it's independent of topic or content. Yeah, this is preschool. I mean, I don't know what kind of preschool you went to. I mean, it's a variation. It's between preschool and maybe second grade, depending on the words. Like, for example, a preschooler probably could grasp what a fact is. I mean, I literally had preschool worksheet, like literal preschool worksheets regarding the scientific method. We're going to get to them again when we review part 1 and part 2 of Craig's meltdowns in the so-called debate. So we'll go over them explicitly. So it is preschool stuff. Now, not 100% of it. So it's not an obviously incorrect claim if, let's say, even 50% of the stuff is preschool stuff. It's still preschool stuff. I mean, this isn't rocket science, dude. Socket. Try to keep up. I don't know if you have the same fetish for humiliating yourself that Craig does, but you seem to be operating similar to Craig. So, what is valid or invalid? So, for example, random hallucinations or claims to blind faith with nothing to back that up, would those be valid inferences or logical truths? Would ignoring the scientific method during a scientific debate be valid? I mean, those are curious. Those are very, very curious. And again, this has nothing to do with topic or content. We're talking about structure in adherence with strict principles of validity. Try to pay attention to Taka. If you're going to be too distracting, you're going to get muted. Like, I've dumbed this down as much as possible. So, I mean, you might need a tutor, but if you can't get one, you just at least don't be distracting. All right. So, was all of that clear enough on exactly what logic is? Because if anybody still has any questions, if anybody is still confused, again, this has nothing to do with me. These are all empirically verifiable definitions that anybody with at least a partially working brain can verify for themselves. So, like Tutaka, Craig, like a lot of these clueless goofs, they pretend and hallucinate. I'm the one either making up definitions or all this stuff. I'm just using all of the empirically verifiable basic definitions that anybody can grasp. I mean, it's mind shocking that I even have to go over this stuff. I mean, that's what's truly mind shocking about all this. Okay, so let's continue here. And again, if anybody has any questions, jump in. I mean, I think I've dumbed this down as much as possible. Maybe I haven't, but I don't know how to dumb it down further. If people have ideas on that, feel free. Yes, Miranda, I think it's beyond clear, but I mean, look, Tutaka's still having difficulty here. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so now, what is a logical fallacy itself? Because this is another thing. Like a lot of these triggered goofs running around, they don't even know what a fallacy is while claiming I'm inaccurately identifying them. Okay, so Purdue has a pretty good definition here. Fallacies can be either illegitimate arguments or irrelevant points that are often identified because they lack evidence that supports their claim. Now, claim is a very important word because a lot of these goofs humiliating themselves, like Tutaka and Craig, they don't know what a claim is. A claim is an assertion about something. So something could be true that is irrelevant to supporting a claim. So it's not that people in debates, they could be saying something that is true, but it would still be a logical fallacy if it's not directly, if that truth is not directly supporting the claim or conclusion. Or obviously, if it's false, it could also be a fallacy. But even if it's true, saying something that's true doesn't automatically make it not a fallacy. This is something that, for whatever reason, a lot of people have trouble with. I don't think it's that difficult to grasp. But apparently, like, I never claimed I was smart in any way. I never claimed I was even above what? I think a fifth grade level? I mean, have I ever claimed I was smarter than that? I mean, I might have a whole bunch of degrees, but that doesn't mean I'm smarter than an average of a fifth grade level. And obviously, I would never even mention degrees because, I mean, that's like the fastest white flag in any argument. Like, how pathetic and insecure would someone have to be to even bring up a degree? I mean, that's like admitting your argument is so fallacious and has no substance. You have to pathetic and desperately grasp at pushing up some kind of degrees in some kind of plight for credibility, which is also fallacious because subjectively perceived credibility has nothing to do with anything. The truth is whatever it is. Yes, there are different types of claims, but even a legal claim is an assertion of something. Like, for example, saying you might have been injured, you may or may not have been injured in the workplace, that's not a claim. So if you're claiming you were injured in the workplace legally or otherwise, you'd be making a claim. A fallacy is the use of invalid or otherwise faulty reasoning in the construction of an argument that may appear to be well reasoned if unnoticed. Like, for example, like Craig of Fight the Flat Earth, like obviously he doesn't notice anything unless he's a super genius actor who, again, can just convincingly go full retard like no one else has been able to go before. But all of his followers, either they're cheerleading his mental health spiral, which is despicable. I mean, can you imagine like just cheerleading a mentally ill and mentally disabled individual into humiliating themselves? I mean, hopefully Craig has friends and family that can help him get the help he needs. Like, obviously, hopefully, I wish the guy all the best. I mean, I really hope he gets the help he needs, but his fetish for humiliating himself, if he's not a brilliant actor, I mean, it's rough. It's rough. So faulty reasoning doesn't mean the conclusion is incorrect. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say that. That's obviously the fallacy, but just because someone has faulty reasoning doesn't mean they're incorrect about the conclusion or claim they are arguing. Again, not rocket science, but so many people get lost on that. Just completely and utterly lost. So let's go over it again. I mean, there's really only two components here. They can be either illegitimate arguments or irrelevant points, whether true or untrue, that are identified because they lack evidence that support the claim. So a fallacy is the use of invalid or otherwise faulty reasoning in the construction of an argument, regardless of whether the argument is true or untrue, regardless of whether the components of the construction are true or untrue. Obviously, red herring logical fallacies are very common when people bring things up that are true, but they're not directly relevant to the argument at hand. They're a distraction, or non sequiturs as well. Things that have nothing to do with the claim, but might be true, and to a feeble mind like Tsutsaka here or Craig, they might appear to have some kind of relevancy or appear to be directly related to the conclusion claim, but they are not. Okay, is everybody good with that? Do we have to spend any more time identifying what a logical fallacy actually is? I mean, do I have to do this every 5 minutes in every analysis of every debate to kind of preempt the goofs? Because if you can't even understand this stuff, I mean, obviously this channel's not for you. I mean, most of the internet might not be for you. You have bigger problems than humiliating yourself in live chats like Tsutsaka if you can't even grasp this basic English. Okay, so let's carry on further. So one of the biggest, so basically in his mental health spirals, Craig counted every moment of his illiteracy as a logical fallacy for someone else, for me. So because he couldn't comprehend something, he counted that as a fallacy. Now, the fallacy he hallucinated it was, most of the time, there was a few he hit, was appeal to the stone. So obviously he doesn't know what this fallacy is or any other fallacy, but let's look specifically of why he's so obviously wrong. So appeal to the stone is a logical fallacy or argument that follows 4 steps. An initial claim. So obviously I do not claim anything is true or untrue. So again, how can something be a fallacy if there's no claim. Not rocket science, but yeah. A denial, so I don't claim anything is true or untrue. So I don't make positive claims, I don't make negative claims. A questioning of the rejection and a dismissal of the question. Appeal to the stone is a logical fallacy that dismisses an argument as untrue or absurd. The dismissal is made by stating or reiterating that the argument is absurd without providing further argumentation. So, first of all, I never stated Craig was wrong. I actually did the opposite. I actually said that despite his mental disability, he could still be correct about the ultimate claim of the shape of the earth. So what I did was, not only was it not an appeal to the stone, it was actually as far as possible. It was the direct opposite of an appeal to the stone. I explicitly stated that he could still be correct despite the mental disability and the mental illness, or if he's acting, just his brilliant acting of going full retard. Whatever the case may be, I don't claim any of those are true or untrue. But whatever a lot of these theories are, he could still be correct despite that. Furthermore, I clearly provided further argumentation of why his construction was completely false. For example, hallucinating that you don't need controls, or hallucinating that observations are experiments, or all of this other nonsense that he did. The other fallacy Craig and all these other goofs spammed while they were counting their moments of illiteracy as fallacies for me was poisoning the well. The poisoning the well fallacy is a type of informal fallacy where adverse information about a target is preemptively presented to an audience with the intention of discrediting or ridiculing something that the target person is about to say. So in order to discredit, you're looking to damage credibility. So if I'm not even claiming, not only am I not claiming Craig is wrong, but I'm explicitly stating he could be correct about the conclusion. So again, it can't be poisoning the well. Making objective observations, like when a duck is quackling or waddling, that's not a poisoning the well fallacy. I mean, this stuff's not that hard to grasp, is it? I mean, it all goes back to the claim. Like if I was saying, oh, Craig's mentally disabled, so obviously his claim about the earth being a globe is false. That's poisoning the well. Or Craig can't tie his shoes, so he's wrong about the conclusion of the earth, without actually getting into any other arguments. That would be an example of poisoning the well. But these goofs are too clueless to realize that. I mean, I don't know how to dumb this down. Is it possible to dumb this down any further? What does everybody think? I mean, is there anybody that knows how to dumb this down? I mean, maybe it can be dumbed down further. I don't see how, but maybe other people do. LogicallyFallacious.com is a pretty good resource. Poisoning the well, to commit a preemptive ad hominem attack against an opponent. That is to, well, first of all, Craig's not my opponent. I'm doing an objective, logical, neutral analysis of a debate. Like, for example, if I was a flat earther claiming the flat earth was true and I took that side against Craig while doing the analysis, then I would be in a position to be able to even poison the well. I'm not even in the position to do that. That is to prime the audience with adverse info about the opponent from the start in an attempt to make your claim, now obviously I don't make any claims, more acceptable, or discount the credibility of your opponent's claim. Not only did I not discount the credibility of Craig's claim, I actually said he could still be correct. So I mean, again, this is so basic. Like, it's absolutely insane how Tutsaka still can't grasp this. Craig can't grasp it, or pretending not to. And all of these clueless people, they just can't grasp this. Like, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. I'm explicitly stating that Craig could be correct about his claim. So, logical form here, adverse info, be it true or false, about person one is presented. For example, Craig can't tie his shoes. Therefore, the claims of person one will be false. Whereas I did the opposite. I said Craig might not be able to tie his shoes. I actually didn't say whether he could or he couldn't. I said I'd be surprised if he could. He actually uploaded a video of him tying a shoe, which is very impressive. Very impressive. I mean, I don't know how insecure the poor guy has to be. Like, he was that insecure and that triggered. He actually had to upload a video of him tying a shoelace. I mean, any well adjusted, normal human who is confident in their ability to tie shoes would never even spend the time to prove other people wrong about their inability to tie their shoes. Like, for example, Craig wants me to debate him or whatever. I mean, if if a toddler challenges an adult to a full contact boxing or kickboxing match, I mean, first of all, the toddler might not even have the mental capacity to understand what's going to happen in that situation. And what kind of an adult would accept that invitation? What kind of an adult would accept that? And, like, Tsutsaka, if you think I'm the toddler in this, or whoever, or any of these goofs, what kind of an adult would even invite a toddler into a full contact boxing or kickboxing match? Like, morally, like, what kind of person would do that? So either way, there's something to think about here. And is an adult chicken or scared for not accepting a toddler's invitation to a full contact boxing or kickboxing match? I mean, this isn't hard to grasp. But anyway, so obviously, I didn't commit any poisoning the well fallacy. Not only that, I was as far from possible as committing this fallacy because I was explicitly stating that his claim could still be true despite all of these so-called ad homs, and they're not really ad homs, which we'll get into next. So we can go to Texas State University or any, I mean, these definitions are all pretty much the same everywhere. Ad hominem, this fallacy occurs when instead of addressing someone's argument or position, you irrelevantly attack the person or some aspect of the person who is making the argument. The fallacious attack can also be directed to membership in a group or institution. So, first of all, this is instead. So, for the people who don't know what the word instead means, which is surprisingly a lot of people, I mean, Craig clearly doesn't, Tutsaka doesn't. Tutsaka, you claimed that I was giving blatantly false information, etc., while all of these empirically verifiable definitions are literally on the screen. You made a lot of claims. Okay, instead is a substitute or equivalent. So clearly, instead does not mean in addition to. So, for example, if Craig does have a mental disability, if he doesn't know the basic definitions of words or what a control is, I had all of the definitions and the steps of the scientific method clearly on the screen, explicitly explaining all of these things. I didn't just state, oh, Craig's mentally disabled, argument dismissed, he's wrong about the conclusion. That's an ad hom. Calling him dumb or so-called subjectively perceived insults, they're not ad homs for two reasons. One, instead, if they have to be done instead of clear demonstration or further arguments. Instead, not in addition to. Well, a toddler questioning an adult's boxing technique. I mean, how much is that questioning worth to Saka? Like, you have to be at a certain level here. Again, definitions are on the screen. And then also, it has to be an irrelevant attack on the person or some aspect of the person who's making the argument. So if somebody's mentally disabled, that's not irrelevant because they don't have the mental capacity to comprehend either these definitions or what the argument they're attempting to make would or wouldn't mean in relation to the ultimate claim or conclusion. Like, for example, with LIGO, if Craig doesn't have the mental capacity, if he's too mentally weak to even comprehend that this data is injected data at LIGO or what it would mean for the conclusion, then it's not irrelevant to be discussing his mental disability. Like saying his fashion style is horrible, that's irrelevant. That would be irrelevant because it has nothing to do with the argument. But his mental disability is not only directly relevant to what's being discussed or his mental health spiral, it's relevant. And not only that, it wasn't instead of addressing any of these points or why they're fallacious. I clearly explained it all. I mean, obviously, these goofs hallucinate and pretend nothing was explained to soothe their dissonance, but I literally have all these empirically verifiable definitions on the screen. So does that clear up what an ad hom is or isn't? Simply calling a name calling is not an ad hom unless it's done instead of any other argumentation or is completely irrelevant. Miranda, it doesn't matter in relation to what? That they could still be correct about something? Because, yes, that's true. I say that all the time. Despite the mental disability, he could still be correct. So I know a lot of people like ChatGPT. Again, I'm not claiming anything about it. It's just there's certain basics here. I know Craig has pulled up ChatGPT on multiple occurrences. So just super simple. Craig mentioned many times, which would be considered, I believe, a super fallacy, which will get into the criteria for what should be a dinger or a super fallacy, in addition to regular fallacies and zingers in the current setup and structure of my logical analysis of debates. More simplified example of what? Somebody mentally disabled being correct about something? Or are you talking to Tutsaka? I mean, I can't figure out what Tutsaka's talking about half the time. Well, also explicitly stating that they could still be correct would be as far from logically fallacious as possible. So you can ask ChatGPT, is an observation the same thing as an experiment? Because Craig fallaciously claimed many times that an observation can be an experiment. So ChatGPT and pretty much anybody ever with even basic children's level comprehension says no, an observation and an experiment are not the same thing, although they are both critical components of the scientific method. For example, a wheel and an engine or transmission or a battery are all critical components of a car. But an engine is not the same thing as a wheel. A transmission is not the same thing as a battery. They might all be critical components, but they are not the same thing. So a wheel can't be a battery. A battery can't be a transmission. 1. Observation. This is the act of noticing and describing events or processes in a careful, orderly way. Observations can be qualitative, describing what is observed, or quantitative, involving measurements or numbers. Observations are used to formalize hypotheses. They are often the first step in the scientific process, where a scientist notices something interesting or unusual that leads to a question, not just randomly making predictions that if mail shows up in your mailbox, then Bigfoot must have brought it. Not the Mothman, not Chupacabra, not the human mailman, but it had to have been Bigfoot. And then if you go check the mailbox and the mail is there, that must mean Bigfoot brought it. So that's Craig of Fight the Flat Earth's so-called mental processes. That's all he's capable of, as he's proved many times. 2. Experiment. This is a more controlled process where a hypothesis is tested. In an experiment, a scientist manipulates one or more variables, the independent variables, and measures the effect of this manipulation on other variables, dependent variables. So let me say that one more time for the Dunning-Kruger crowd. And it's kind of crazy that Craig, like, he's even discussing science or anything, and he doesn't know these basics. I mean, these are children's level basics. They're literally on preschool worksheets. I'll put them on the screen in a little bit. They are literally on preschool worksheets. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, math, I don't know what his deal is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's mentally disabled. He seems to have a lot of mental health issues, that's for sure. But I'll say it again. Experiment. This is a more controlled process where a hypothesis is tested. So you're not just waiting to observe. Like if the mail shows up in the mailbox, you're just waiting. And if it shows up, it has to be Bigfoot. That's not what an experiment is. It's a controlled process where a hypothesis is tested. In an experiment, a scientist manipulates one or more variables, independent variables, and measures the effect. Measures the effect of this manipulation on other variables, dependent variables. Experiments are designed to test the validity of a hypothesis and often involves a control group which doesn't receive the experimental treatment and an experimental group which does. Experiments are a way to gather empirical evidence and are central to the scientific method. Tutsaka, why don't you count how many times I said mentally disabled versus how many other words I used? It probably was less than 1% or 0.1%. I mean, I know that's what triggered you because it probably actively identified you. So that's pretty much all you could hear, and you clearly ignore everything else. But in summary, observation is about gathering data and noticing patterns or phenomena, whereas an experiment is about actively testing a hypothesis under controlled conditions. Both are important, but serve different roles in scientific inquiry. So I can't believe we even had to go over that. I mean, obviously, Tsutsaka doesn't understand percentages either, so it seems like he's as deficient in math as English. But if you can't focus, I mean, come on, Tsutsaka, you can do it. You can focus. We're cheering for you to get to the basic level, to at least get to a very, very basic level. So does everybody understand the basics? So we've gone over logic, logical fallacies. What is or isn't poisoning the well or appealing to the stone or an ad hom, or whether or not an observation itself can be an experiment. Obviously, it can't. So, is everybody good with all that? Because now what we're going to do, I want to refine the analysis system. Yes, Miranda, most people did. Most people did. I was actually surprised to learn that they're actually teaching this stuff in preschool. There's actually, I mean, I didn't learn the scientific method in preschool, but apparently there's preschool worksheets being handed out with this stuff. I'll put them on the screen in a little bit. Are you projecting that you're only 5 years old, Tsutsaka? Well, then, yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, you're still not that smart of a 5-year-old, but I mean, that's not horrible. If you're only five, I mean, I could see why, you could be having trouble with some of this stuff. Okay, so we're gonna review Craig's so-called debate against Caleb in real time and adjust for the new metrics. Now, before we do that, I want to establish new metrics. So we're going to be adding dingers and super fallacies. So we do have to thank Craig for, I mean, his so called debate was just, I mean, it was so bad that we have to have new metrics to accurately measure who is going to be the Dunning Kruger champ. Because as of right now, Michael Sartain is number one with the most fallacies. But should verbal diarrhea really determine Dunning Kruger champ status? Because Craig can spew fallacies like a faucet, but his faucet runs slower than, for example, Michael Sartain's. So theoretically, Craig could be a lot dumber than Sartain, especially if Sartain is smart enough to, or he has more cognitive function where he can spew fallacies at a quicker rate than Craig. But if Craig is actually even dumber and suffers even more from the Dunning Kruger effect, should Michael Sartain actually be the Dunning Kruger champ? So if we're for example, if this is a boxing match or a kickboxing match or an MMA bout, should the guy who had some pitter patter low power punches that did zero damage, let's say they threw 100, the other guy might have only thrown 20, but they were high power shots that he even had knockdowns. And the guy with 100 strikes had zero knockdowns and didn't even really do any damage. Are we really going to give the win to the guy who only won on volume? That's really the issue here. Or we can do the basketball example. If one guy's sinking threes the whole game and the other guy's doing layups, even if they made the same amount of shots, who's better? Who should get the crown? They obviously added the 3-point line in basketball at a certain point. So I don't think it invalidates the previous logical analyses of debates. We're just refining. I was trying to do part 3, but I mean, obviously it's very, very painful to go over this with Craig. So the metrics thus far that I'm suggesting, and everybody can chime in here to help with the framing of the new system, the refined system. I forgot who it was. They proposed dingers in addition to zingers. Breck, it's difficult for me to rate Caleb as a debater. Like if Michael Jordan just slam dunks against the toddler, I mean, are we really going to say Michael Jordan's awesome? I mean, he could be. Craig could be absolutely excellent. But we need to see him against somebody who's not a borderline vegetable. Because otherwise, how can we assess his skill? I was actually impressed. He obviously has done some studying. He baited Craig and completely decimated him with more skill than a lot of average debaters. So he's probably pretty good. It's just we can't really say that unless we see him against somebody, who at least has a basic preschool English level, because Craig doesn't. So, I mean, it's just very difficult to gauge how good Caleb is. But if I had to guess, just from certain moments, he seems pretty good. I mean, I didn't finish the debate, but so far he didn't lose his cool. He didn't get triggered. He didn't have mental health spirals like Craig was. So yeah, I mean, and he seemed to have at least the basic definitions down. So he seemed to be pretty good, if I had to guess. So to the metrics, zingers would be just incredible self owns. So dingers. So zingers are basically just exposing the other debater. Yeah, and What's it's the best I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean Caleb seemed to have gotten good really fast because he actually messaged me about fallacies and a lot of things. He was definitely more well versed. I also thought he was a lot young. He looks really young, so I thought he was incredibly young. So yeah, I mean, we don't have. I guess we don't have. How old was Witsit during his first debate? I don't know if we can have an apples to apples comparison, but yeah, Witsit's definitely the Michael Jordan of debate. So with zingers, it's basically dunking or a 3 point shot on somebody. It's exposing an opponent in a debate, either with a humorous point or just a destructive point, clearly demonstrating intellectual superiority. Overall, Witsit's the best. I've never seen anybody debate on any topic better than Witsit. So those would be dingers. And then I want to introduce super fallacies. So you have your garden variety fallacies, obviously, many different types of fallacies. But not all fallacies are equal. So, for example, Craig asking Caleb what he wants energy to be. So, I mean, that's a stack of two quote qui logical fallacies because Caleb asked Caleb asked Craig to define energy. What is energy? Craig responded. He didn't respond with, "Well, what do you think it is?" That would have been a standard fallacy. He responded, "What do you want it to be?" As if what Caleb wants or desires has anything to do with reality or science. I mean, it's just that level of bonkers would be a super fallacy. So, and then when Craig says an observation can be an experiment, that would be a super fallacy as well. And here's where it gets tricky because are we gonna stack super fallacies and dingers? Like, what would be the difference? Can a dinger also be a super fallacy? That's where it gets kind of tricky. It gets kind of tricky. And how much should these be weighted? Like, for example, if a super fallacy, is it going to count as a certain amount of fallacies, like 3 or 10 or 50? Or if it's a completely separate category, for example, a super fallacy could be like a knockdown blow in a boxing match, kickboxing match, or MMA bout. Like the guy wasn't finished off, but he got put down with a hard strike and then got back up. Is there going to be a separate category for super fallacies? And then it's going to get really tricky because if someone has, let's say Craig has 100 regular fallacies and 3 super fallacies, or maybe even 10 super fallacies, and someone else has 200 regular fallacies and 1 super fallacy. How are we going to crown the Dunning Kruger champion in that situation? Anybody have any ideas? And then also zingers versus dingers. Yeah, math. I'm leaning to having super fallacy a separate category, but how is it going to be weighted? we got to figure that out as well. How is it going to be weighted? Anybody have any ideas on that? And then zingers, typically, they were just kind of, zingers are almost kind of like taunting the opponent. They're like taunts that make it more entertaining, but they don't necessarily impact the metrics. Unless, I guess, in the event of a draw, let's say two people have 100 fallacies, one of them has two zingers, the other one has one, then we would probably have to give the Dunning Kruger champ win to the guy with less zingers. So I would say zingers and maybe, see, I don't know, maybe zingers and dingers shouldn't enter the equation unless other things are equal. CF, have you seen the other breakdowns I did on debates, logical analysis? Michael Sartain's the current champ, but he's the champ on volume. And Craig has graciously brought to my attention just the sheer depths of goofery he sunk to against Caleb. He really illustrated the point that volume alone should not dictate Dunning-Kruger champion status. Because just because Sartain can spew thousands of fallacies faster than Craig, that doesn't mean he's suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect greater than Craig is. In fact, the opposite might be true. Because if Craig is that mentally deficient, he wouldn't be able to even spew fallacies as fast as Sartain. So that's why we need to refine the system here with super fallacies versus fallacies and also dingers and zingers. So, okay. Heracles said 3-1. Is that on fallacy versus super fallacy? Well, if we want to go pure metrics, another possibility is that a dinger can add 10 regular fallacies to the fallacy count, whereas a zinger can remove 10 fallacies. That's another possibility. I don't know if that would be that accurate, though. Maybe we just need more categories. Or should zingers and dingers only be able to cancel each other out? Like if somebody has two zingers and they commit a dinger, are they left with one zinger? Or should there be a second metric scale on how it's all tabulated? Like, for example, if that's not clear, like, for example, let's say somebody has 100 fallacies, 10 zingers, and 10 dingers. So 100 fallacies could count as, let's say, if we're going lowest score wins, 100 fallacies could count as, let's say, -1 to make it simple. 10 zingers can count as +1, and a dinger could count as an additional -10. Lowest score wins the Dunning-Kruger championship. Heracles, what do you think about what I just said right now, just for the art of simplification? So no, they're not removed, they're just separate categories. So for example, 100 fallacies is going to give a score of, let's say, -1 or -10. A zinger gives a score of +1, and a dinger gives a score of -1, just to make it really simple. And lowest score wins the Dunning-Kruger championship. Because then we could weight the categories differently. Or is that just way too complicated for everybody? I mean, a lot of sports are complicated, though. Like, you know, it's not like we don't have to be super, super simple for the just for the sake of simplicity, because accuracy trumps simplicity. We want to be as accurate as possible. Anybody have any thoughts on what I just said? Having basically a dual metric system where 100 fallacies gives you either -1 or -10. A zinger gives you +1, and a dinger gives you -1. That way, you're kind of evaluating all categories. So, Heracles, you don't want to give specific weight against the fallacies themselves. Matt, I think we should have Sartain debate, Craig. They wouldn't. Well, would they even understand what each other was saying? I mean, it would just be verbal diarrhea across the board. And Sartain's way better at verbal diarrhea than Craig. I mean, Sartain and Destiny are better at verbal diarrhea than anybody I've ever seen. I mean, they're just masters of verbal diarrhea. CF, you like what? Counting 100 fallacies as a -1, and Zinger's +1, Dinger's -1 for final scores. I mean, I don't know if that it should be exactly that. That might not be the best way to do it. Maybe 100 fallacies will count as -10 or even negative. I mean, it's tough because you'd have to. How would committing a lot of fallacies, if they're standard fallacies, weigh against the dinger? Because if you commit a dinger against yourself, I mean, that's bad. That's like getting knocked down in a boxing match, so or a kickboxing match. So if you land 100 pitter patter strikes against an opponent, and the opponent only lands like one strike against you, but you get knocked down for a 9 count, who's going to win that round? They would usually give that round to the person that got knocked down, even if the guy that knocked him down only threw that single punch. Anybody have any thoughts on what I just said? I mean, that doesn't usually happen. Obvious, I don't know about one, but there are rounds where a guy throws maybe 10 or 20 strikes, gets a knockdown. The guy that got knocked down might have thrown 70, but didn't score a knockdown. So he would lose the round even if he outscored the other guy on volume, but not on power shots. So that's what we're really trying to figure out here for the most accurate system to measure all of this. I mean, we can also get really crazy. So for people that are MMA fans, UFC rules versus Pride rules in Japan were completely different. So Pride rules heavily emphasized damage, and they gave more weight to the final round and the close of the fight than the beginning or middle of the fight. So, should there be some kind of subjective metric or somewhat subjective metric scoring the debate as a whole? Break it down into fallacy per topic ratio. I guess that would be the equivalent of scoring rounds, maybe, but then how do we differentiate which topic should have more weight? Yes, the knockdown punch wins the round. It gets tricky though, because if one of the boxers, let's say, lands 20 power shots and wobbles the other guy without knocking him down, the other guy whiffs on 100 punches and only lands one, but knocks the other guy down for an 8 count. I mean, if it's for a 1 count, that's different. But if he knocks him down for the 8 count, it's kind of tough. Like it gets really tough to score once you start trying to weigh the amount of power shots versus pitter patter shots. Yeah, 99% of the time, yes. So, Math, are you stating that a super fallacy, like how much weight should a super fallacy have, and then zingers or dingers? Because a dinger would almost be the equivalent of you tripping on your own foot, falling down, and knocking yourself out on the canvas, or giving yourself, let's say, a 7 count. That's what a dinger would be equivalently. So, what do you think about that? Because if you put your own self down, I mean, that's not nothing. We can't ignore that. That has to be factored in, right? I mean, that's different than just a slip, because a slip doesn't really mean anything. But if you slip and actually smash your head against the canvas, knocking yourself out for a substantial count, I mean, how is all that factored into the total fight? Yeah, so Heracles, what we're probably gonna do is have them all separate. So the only question is, how are they going to be weighted against each other? So I guess this is the final thing we're going to go over and try to figure this out before we actually go through and recalibrate this particular debate. So if someone has 100 fallacies, 10 super fallacies, and then somebody else has one regular fallacy, but 100 super, like how is that balanced? We need some kind of balance here, or just a total count. Like each fallacy counts as 1 point. A ding If what Math is saying, a dinger counts as 15 points, a super fallacy 20. That's pretty good. A zinger negative. I think a zinger should have negative 15, negative 15, because zingers and dingers are kind of parallel to each other. Because a zinger is an attack against a good shot against someone else, whereas a dinger is a shot against yourself. I think zingers and dingers should be able to cancel each other out. And a super fallacy 25, that's not bad, because if super fallacies are rare, those are like knockdown shots. Yeah, 2 or 5 times more than a regular fallacy is not enough. 25 is a pretty good number. Like I was thinking maybe even 50 or 100, but 25 might be better. It is very difficult a discussion where there is no one nail in the coffin type knockout shot. Well, I would say it's almost like you're pegging a nail through a coffin, like 25% into the coffin or 50% into the coffin, and then a zinger might be able to pry the nail out of the coffin a little bit, and then a dinger would put it back. So, if anybody else has any thoughts on this, 25 is pretty good. I think I might agree with Math here. Or should everything be balanced? Should a dinger be 25, a zinger be negative 25, and a super fallacy be 25 or 50? Maybe a super fallacy should be 50. Is the super fallacy rare with Craig? I mean, we're going to go over it. We're actually going to go over the first two parts of the mind shock analysis to get an accurate count. When he repeats, that's another thing we have to consider. When somebody repeats a regular fallacy, I count it again. If he repeats a super fallacy, like for example, an observation can be an experiment, I mean, that is so demonstrably false and silly. I would count that as a super fallacy. And so every time he repeats that, that would be a super fallacy. As far as rare, I would say yes. I think Craig only made maybe 5 different super fallacies. We'll go over it. But he repeated them a bunch of times. So I guess that would be similar to, let's say, just like, let's say, a right hook or an uppercut. It's the same knockout shot. The person should still get credit, even though if they're spamming the same type of shot, if it keeps knocking the other guy down, we obviously have to give credit, even if it's the same type of shot. So I suppose we should count even if he might only have 5 different super fallacies. If he keeps repeating them, we might have to count them every single time to be accurate. Same thing with the dinger. Now, I think the main question here, can a super fallacy be a dinger? If we make the distinction, like asking Caleb what he wants energy to be, I mean, that's one of the silliest things I've ever seen in any debate, so called debate. So we have to figure out if we're going to say a dinger can't also be a super fallacy, because technically it is. If you're committing a super fallacy, I mean, you're humiliating yourself massively. But for the sake of strict metrics, should we say, like, for example, a zinger theoretically can be the exposing of the opponent's fallacy, but not necessarily. A zinger could just be a good zinger, whether it's an insult or whatever. It's not directly in the fallacy category. So, should we say that zingers and dingers should be completely independent of fallacies? I'm not sure, because technically a zinger is the exposing of a fallacy as well. I mean, these are the important questions here, and I wanted the MindShock listeners' input. I know a lot of people are on different time zones, so some really big time listeners, they're not in here right now, and I know they're going to want to chime in. So, I mean, this is going to be a long stream because this analysis, the first 2 parts are probably about 4 hours, and we have to go through it. So hopefully they'll jump in as we get going. But does anybody have any other thoughts before we get started? Because we'll continue to figure out and refine it throughout the stream. So it's not like we have to, make complete conclusions right now, because we can continue to refine all of this. So any final thoughts before we get started? Bueller. Maybe my chat's frozen. CF seems to be highly entertained here. I mean, these are entertaining. I always say, like, flat Earth analyses are some of the best to just learn logic, because there's so much illogicality going on here. What do you mean by rolling score? Like continuing? Well, this whole thing was born out of me. I don't think it's fair to give Sartain the Dunning-Kruger crown if Craig, even if he commits less fallacies, if they're much dumber fallacies and he exhibits much more suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect, he should win the Dunning-Kruger crown. We can't give it to Sartain. Yeah, we're gonna be doing the count as we're listening. I'll be stopping it to ask for input on what should or shouldn't be a super fallacy. The only other metric like I really want to use is a super fallacy can be either a single really, really dumb fallacy or a minimum of 3 regular fallacies stacked on top of each other. So a hat trick fallacy would automatically qualify for a super fallacy. So if you're making 3 basic fallacies, but you can make them in a single statement, I think that would be deserving of a super fallacy. All right, so let's get started. In on some live streams on my Caleb's got quite the fun.
We will. If you guys have questions that you want to have asked, if you send in a super chat on Rockfin or YouTube, we'll get to those by the end. So I believe they've already decided. Caleb, you're going first, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's all yours when you want, and you're going to be sharing your screen?
Yeah, give me 1 second here. Oh, I just that up.
And you guys can let me know if the audio volumes are good for everything. sometimes there's lag.
Just move some shit.
And if people are interested in debating on the show, you can go to t.me/debatism on Telegram. There's a group there, people throwing their names in the hat and saying what they want to debate, or you can email us at debatism@outlook and get you scheduled, or you can just go to jeranism.com/debatism if you have issues or questions about the format. Okay, Caleb, it's all yours. Go ahead.
Bet. Tonight we are going to be debating, is the Earth a level topographical plane, or is the Earth an oblate spheroid, ellipsoid, pear, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says? We're going to hopefully figure that out by the end of this debate. There we go. So what do our senses tell us? The default position is to assume that the Earth is flat because we feel no motion, simply because that's all we observe. We see a horizontal horizon no matter what altitude that we climb to. We feel no motion to the Earth, yet they claim we're moving over 1.2 million miles an hour through a vacuum. That cannot be substantiated due to the laws of thermodynamics and entropy. So this is the horizon. It's horizontal. It is an apparent location, not a geometric location necessitated by the radius and circumference claimed by the globe side.
Okay, so that's actually kind of curious. We're gonna have to go hasty generalization here because there are both people on the globe side and the flat side on both sides of this issue of geometric horizon, as in apparent versus true horizon. And this is actually a problem because it's actually kind of difficult to determine. I mean, on these subjects, I usually find it easiest to look at mirages, like Fata Morgana, where ships look like they're floating, because obviously where the horizon appears to be is not where it really is. Now, flat earthers seem to understand that aspect of it, whereas a lot of globe earthers, especially the ones that believe that ships go over the curvature of the earth and that's why you can't see them, completely ignoring the existence of waves. I mean, you really have goofs out there that think ships disappearing bottom up means something. I mean, waves obscure the bottom of any ship. Put a kayak in the water 2 feet in front of your face and the waves are going to obscure the bottom of the kayak, especially if the waves are big. It's kind of funny. I actually don't really listen to these back, but yeah, that was kind of funny what I said about the waves. It's a weird thing, yeah. I don't really understand why people would expect waves to not obscure the bottom of boats at great distances in the ocean when the waves are even bigger the further you go out. I mean, they could reach 30 feet high. So how would that not obscure the bottom of boats? I don't know. That's kind of weird. I've never seen anybody actually rebut that. They just get triggered. Is Toot Saka still here in the chat? I wonder if he has any thoughts on that. So obviously, I don't know if Craig here of Fight the Flat Earth is going to invoke that level of goofery. Obviously, other so-called globe earthers, scientists, and priests have done that in previous debates. So I don't know if they're going to do that. So yeah, this is definitely a hasty generalization because Caleb actually was pretty careful with the immediate opening where senses in default position. I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard to argue against. I mean, yeah, the word default, like what is the default? That's a tough one. I would probably, I mean, the burden of proof is on positive claims. So simply making no claim, I would consider that a default on not having a position. That's my default, at least, because anytime a claim is made, it must be backed up. If no claims are made, the burden of proof is not on you. So whoever's asserting a position or claim, burden of proof is obviously on them. But I wouldn't group all flat earthers or all globe earthers in any category. And Caleb did do that off the bat, but let's continue here.
So this is what you see. We will see the ground ramp up. All this water is flat here on the right, and the sky is ramping down. But because of an artifact of perspective, because our eyes are curved lenses, it ramps up and ramps down, creating an apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I would also add that it's not just the physical nature of the eye, but obviously precipitation, humidity, the conditions of the atmosphere or atmos, whatever you want to call it. You could still have an atmosphere around a flat Earth. Like if you're in a snow globe, technically it could be there could be a globe on the a half globe on the bottom too, and you'd still have it could be a near infinite plane that you're actually on. So it would be easier just to simply state this is the establishment model of a spheroid approximately 25,000 miles in circumference versus some kind of flat plane that is not a spheroid. But yeah, atmospheric conditions actually account for the difference between the apparent and true horizon.
Again, here's another picture demonstrating this. As these telephone poles get further away from us, they get lower in perspective due to the laws of perspective. A lot of globe earthers will necessitate that this is evidence that the Earth is a globe because things disappear from bottom up or appear from the top from the top to bottom when they're coming towards you. But this is just an artifact of perspective, suggesting that the Earth is flat and we are just curving hyperbolic space with our curved lenses that we call eyes. This is just a death blow to the heliocentric model right here. This is an old picture that has been shown by plenty and plenty of people. This is a 1-foot observer height, seeing a platform, an oil rig at over 9.41 miles away, necessitating that the Earth's radius be much more, by a factor of over like 15, much more than 3,959 that they claim that the Earth's radius is.
Oh, I like that he brought that up because obviously, as long as I don't know if he specified death blow to the establishment model, because obviously you could get a similar result, obviously depending on atmospheric conditions, if the Earth is a sphere and it's much larger. So that's a bonus point for Caleb there, because a lot of flat earthers simply think it can only be a spheroid of the alleged current dimensions pushed in the establishment, and it couldn't, for whatever reason, couldn't be anything else, which would have been a false dichotomy. But Caleb carefully avoided that there. So yeah, very good job, Caleb, there.
Let's hear from McToon himself about the horizon, and I'm going to be really interested to see what FTFE has to say about the horizon, whether it's physical, whether it's geometrical, because for us to claim that boats going over the horizon proves the Earth is a ball and it's not an artifact of a type of mirage or perspective, angular resolution, things like that. I would like to see, but let's hear what McToon has to say. I think he sets a very good example for this debate.
I don't think you shared with sound, sir.
No way. Whatever. We'll skip it. It's all good. Either way, he admits that the horizon is an apparent location that fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions and temperature differentials, which is reality. So you cannot say that any observation of the horizon necessitates that the Earth is curving or that the quadrillions of gallons of water are convexing around.
And just to stop this real quick, whoever asked me my opinion of Caleb at the beginning, I mean, he's clearly not a horrible debater because he seems to have researched enough of this to be well versed in what certain things would or wouldn't prove the shape of the Earth, which he clearly demonstrated here. Now, obviously, this is known that atmospheric conditions would impact. I mean, anybody who's seen a weather report with a visibility index should know this, but you actually still see globe earthers out there arguing that if the Earth were flat, you would be seeing Paris from New York or whatever.
On the Earth's surface. That's a begging the question fallacy. Anyway, long distance laser experiments conducted by FE Corps suggest that the Earth is flat. Plane surveying is a form of surveying which assumes that the Earth to be flat for up to 10 square miles. Sorry, not a. Oh, wait, it might be 100 square miles. Either way, I might be wrong on that. Marconi's successful propagation of a radio transmission over 2,000 miles across the ocean suggests that the Earth is flat. It was horizontally propagated, and globers, all they have to say is, oh, the ionosphere. Oh, it went up there and it bounced back down to the Earth. You just have to believe us. We have no empirical evidence to suggest this, but there's an ionized plasma part of the atmosphere which radio waves reflect back down to the Earth. Anyway, there's no evidence for that. All long distance observations made past the claimed radius and circumference of the globular Earth.
I don't remember if I actually explained why I gave Caleb the fallacy there, because there is evidence for bouncing off the ionosphere. Now, the exact nature, now, all evidence is not equal. Evidence itself can be simply, like, for example, eyewitness testimony can be evidence of something, but it doesn't mean the eyewitness testimony is accurate or true. And that could be for a variety of reasons, because the person's lying or the person is stating what they believe to be the truth, even if it isn't. So obviously, not all evidence is equal, but there have been tests and some kind of experiments in terms of bouncing something off something, whether it's the ionosphere or something else. It's not zero. There's something has been done in that area of research.
I'll suggest that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so that's quite the rabbit hole of which frequencies can bounce and off what. So, yeah, that's actually a tough one. And I don't know about no evidence. There is some evidence. I mean, they're bouncing signals off the moon. Is the moon okay, so that's another issue, because is the moon now within the Earth's atmosphere? Because the scientism cult, they keep changing that. So lately, it was reported that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. So it's kind of where the ionosphere exactly begins and ends is another question mark. And how is this all determined? So let's not rule out the possibility that certain wavelengths can be bounced off something. Now, whether you want to call it the ionosphere, whether you want to call it the dome, there might be some kind of bouncing possible. Obviously, it needs to be definitively proven, and there's so much conflicting information actually on that out there. So I think Caleb just went hasty generalization there again.
So either way, let's keep going. So I have 3 topics that I'd like to talk to Craig about today. I'd like to talk about the horizon and whether we can substantiate that the Earth is curved from looking at the horizon. I'd also like to talk about whether the Earth is in motion, up to him if we go down this route. But as we can see here, Michelson-Morley experiment, they expected a fringe shift to pick up the 30 kilometers per second assumed rotation or orbit around the sun. This conclusion, well, this is what he said after the experiment was done. This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation, which presupposes that the Earth moves. Every experiment in the history of mankind has substantiated this exact same statement, showing that the Earth is not in motion at all, not even 1 mile per hour. Here is a couple quotes.
Okay, hold on a second. So I also like that Caleb was basically quoting as opposed to saying that it has to have been a determined result. So it all depends on the ether. So basically, whether there is or isn't ether, and whether it was a true null result or not, it actually wasn't. They rounded it to null. So yeah, I went over this on some other podcasts. I'm not going to do a deep dive into it right now. But yeah, it hinges on a lot of the variables, and that when you have to go back to whether or not a scientific experiment, an alleged scientific experiment, is truly scientific, adhering to the scientific method and accounting for all variables.
Quotes from Einstein himself from the theory of relativity. For the question of whether or not the motion of Earth can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked in Section 5 that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. And then he also said, while I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of the Michelson experiment. Soon, I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's null result as a fact, this was the first path that led me to the special theory of relativity. Since then, I have come to believe that no motion of the Earth no motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. And then he assumes that we rotate around the sun, even though he just admitted that we can't make it perceptible in any optical experiment. Also, we cannot use the...
I actually want to take a moment here just to a quick explanation on why. Because keeping Mach's principle in mind, you would have to be outside, in order to have an objective viewpoint, you would have to be outside of what you're viewing. So, in order to determine whether the Earth goes around the Sun or the Sun goes around the Earth, you would have to be outside of the system and observe what the system does. Since we're in the system and we can't get outside the system, that's why it's kind of hard to determine what is going on because of that. So all the scientism goofs hallucinating that it's definitely proven and it can be proven and all that, they're just completely ignoring the very basics of physics.
Foucault's pendulum to suggest that the Earth is rotating on its axis, because we have relational mechanics here by Andre K.T. Assist, where he goes through all the physics, all the math to show that you cannot use it. The flattened figure of the Earth, or Foucault's pendulum, can no longer be utilized as proof of the Earth's real rotation. There's also something called the Machian principle, which I'm sure we'll go into, which Ernst Mach came up with, which assumed that if all of the universe is rotating around us at a central special location, that a translation of motion would be translated down to the Earth through the atmosphere and the ether, processing a pendulum.
Yeah, that's a great point, because what are you measuring? Are you measuring everything rotating around the Earth, as the cosmic background radiation suggests, which for some reason globe Earth proponents completely ignore the cosmic background radiation results? Very curious, of course. So yes, what is it measuring? And this all goes back to a fundamental misunderstanding of the basics of the scientific method. Is an experiment truly scientifically valid if you cannot clearly delineate dependent and independent variables and manipulate them against a control in order to test what is really going on? Is your result truly because of X reason or Y reason? How can you determine that for sure? And I've never actually seen anybody on the globe side or even on the flat earth side, other than Austin Whitsitt. Other than Austin, I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody bring this up. But we'll see if Caleb does, and we'll see how this is going to continue here. So far, there hasn't been any interruptions, so that's interesting. Real quick though, why do more people not talk about the cosmic background radiation? I don't know. Nobody wants to talk about that. It's kind of weird. Am I the only one bringing that up? Because scientism cultists believe the results of all of this, but they conveniently ignore all of the background radiation. It's kind of weird. I always found that kind of weird. And if someone does bring it up, they just completely hand wave it and move on to the next point.
Now, gravity. Gravity is the third topic that I'm excited to get into with Craig. We'll see how it goes. Is Einstein's theory of gravitation true, which is the current theory? So if you are defending gravity, you must defend the bending and warping of a fourth-dimensional fabric called space-time, creating gravity wells, creating orbits, and other insane things. So gravity, just for everybody in the audience, all the heliosexuals in the audience, gravity is a theory. Gravity is not a fact. And the law of gravitation is just a mathematical model that is consistent with a downward acceleration. That's it. So just to set the bias here, it's only a theory. It's not been proven. There's no substantial evidence to suggest that bendy, warpy space-time is a fabric that bends in the presence of large masses. Now, I want to go over the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian just for the audience, because a lot of globers get this messed up. Newton theorized that gravitation is a result of mass acting on mass at infinite distances instantaneously. He had no time variable in his equation, so this must be assumed. This was a huge flaw in his theory, hence why we have Einstein come about.
And what a lot of people actually also don't address is that even Newton, if you look at his writings, I think I had this up on the screen. Obviously, Austin Whitsitt has brought this up as well. Even Newton didn't claim. He actually claimed that anybody who believes that mass would attract mass by virtue of mass alone wasn't of sound mind or mental faculty, or how he put it, which is actually curious. And all the scientism cultists worshiping at the Church of Relativity or whatever, they completely ignore all of this. It's quite curious.
About in 1915, which wrote the general theory of relativity, which explains gravitation as the fourth dimensional fabric called space-time, again, becoming warped in the presence of matter, creating gravity wells, causing planets and other celestial bodies to orbit. I'd like to read this quote from Nikola Tesla.
And yeah, just real quick regarding Einstein, if you haven't checked out Einstein's Relativity Debunked here on MindShock, I go over Run Z Cow's complete dismantling of Einstein's so-called theory, most of which he might have plagiarized anyway, as well as a couple other explanations for gravitational waves. And a lot of these experiments you can do yourself with magnets, so there's no need to grasp desperately in blind faith to the scientists and priests and lab coats, because the basics of physics, if you could usually demonstrate most of them with very, very simple experiments yourself.
Wonderful guy. I hold that space cannot be curved for the simple reason that it can have no properties. It might as well be said that God has properties. He has not, but only attributes, and these are of our own making. Of properties, we can only speak when dealing with matter filling the space. To say that in the presence of large bodies, space becomes curved is equivalent to stating that something can act upon nothing. I, for one, refuse to subscribe to such a view. Great guy. Great quote. Space doesn't exist. Also, though, this is another topic. The direct antecedent to gas pressure is a container. To have a contained gas pressure system with a PSI that's measurable, you have to have a container. So we cannot have our magical atmosphere that has a PSI coexisting next to the vacuum of space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr. That not only defies all the laws of thermodynamics and entropy, but it defies common sense. This is what we see here. These two systems, without a barrier in between them, would be seeking equilibrium with each other violently. That's all that we see in nature. I would love to see one reproducible experiment other than just saying the atmosphere, like Globy McGlobeface did and all these other clowns on TikTok. We have to have a container to have a pressurized system. You cannot have a vacuum coexist next to a pressurized system.
And just real quick, for people who think that's an ad hom fallacy from Caleb, it's not, because he called them clowns, but then he explained why. So the so-called name calling was literally 1% of his argument. As we went over at the beginning of this, he didn't call them clowns instead of an argument. It was in addition to.
Without them seeking equilibrium violently. They don't just coexist next to each other while we shoot through a vacuum at 500,000 miles an hour, 4.9 billion miles a year. Anyway, conclusion. The Earth is not convexing away omnidirectionally from every observer on Earth. It is, in fact, a level topographical plane with hills and valleys. The Earth is stationary, as every experiment of the history of mankind has shown it to be. The vacuum of space cannot coexist next to the pressurized atmosphere due to the laws of thermodynamics, entropy, and common sense. And I will end there and let Craig do his presentation.
All righty. Thank you much.
No problem.
Craig, it's on you whenever you want to go.
And again, if anybody thinks I missed any fallacies for Caleb, now's the time. People say I'm biased or not objective. I counted every fallacy that I thought he committed. If it was inaccurate, feel free to cite them. Continuing on at Craig here. So we're going to keep the count in the chat. So I might have missed a few regular fallacies for Craig, but the point of this is to count super fallacies and dingers. So we'll be keeping track of that.
Craig, you're not on camera. There we go. You're on mute.
There we go. Sorry, I had myself muted, so I didn't make any noise as well. Caleb was talking.
Thank you.
Right. So, a lot of notes there from what Caleb said, but we'll discuss that after my points. Straight away, one of the things I want to talk about is the Foucault's pendulum. There is no evidence that suggests the Foucault's pendulum doesn't do what we suggest. In fact,
Okay, so just real quick, because a lot of people say this, that I don't explain each and every fallacy. That's true. Because if the guy makes shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy like Craig just did. There's no evidence that it doesn't do it. I mean, is that where the burden of proof is? So this fundamental failure to understand basic burden of proof. The burden of proof is on positive claims, not negative claims. So if he repeats it 10 times, I'm not going to stop the video and repeat it every single time. I mean, it would just be a 50-hour stream. So a lot of goofs criticize me for that, but I'm just not going to do it. It's the same thing with, let's say, zingers. If someone did the same exact zinger, I mean, I might not even pause it and point it out if it's fairly obvious. Again, this all goes back to there needs to be a minimum, I don't know, second grade level comprehension to listen to these debates and analyses. So if it's like riding a roller coaster. If you don't meet the criteria, if you're not at a certain height, or if you're not at a certain comprehension level, this isn't for you. So don't be crying that I don't stop every single fallacy and explain the same thing 5 million times. I think the original stream lagged here, so it might have cut the audio. Yes, it is also a straw man. And also just pure denial.
Caleb makes a very big thing about following the scientific method, even though there isn't just the scientific method. But if we want to talk about, say, the scientific...
What? There isn't just the scientific method? Well, nobody's saying the scientific method's the only concept in the history of existence. Well, what is this guy talking about? Or there isn't just the scientific method. Like, well, what does that mean? Does anybody know what that means? Like, if you're talking science, how can you be, if you're just grasping at faith and fallacy, that's scientism, not science. Science is a methodology. In order for it to be scientifically valid, how can it be scientifically valid without following the scientific method? I mean, it's kind of what a weird thing to say. I mean,
I don't think that's a super fallacy. Does that? I mean, it's kind of more in the medium category because so obviously that was a straw man, and you could even also say it was an etymological or no true Scotsman fallacy inversion of sorts, where he's kind of trying to manipulate definitions within the straw man to somehow suggest that Caleb was implying that science was absolutely the same thing as the scientific method, as opposed to the scientific method being a component of science. But I wouldn't count that as a super fallacy. And I think it would be making it too complicated if we had 3 different fallacies. Although I will say that for combat sports, there should be more than just strikes and significant strikes. Because there's light pitter-patter strikes that barely make contact. And then there's medium power strikes. And then there's high power significant strikes or power shots. So in combat sports, I think there should be 3 categories for strikes. But here, I think it might be unnecessary to add like mid-level fallacies, like low-level fallacy, mid-level. I think fallacies and super fallacies will suffice for now. But does anybody think that should have been a super fallacy? Because I don't think so. Yes, Heracles, that's funny. If you observe the mail in the mailbox according to your prediction that Bigfoot brought it, and if the mail shows up in the Bigfoot at the particular time of where you predicted it, that must mean your hypothesis of Bigfoot bringing it must be true. I mean, that's definitely a super fallacy. We'll get to that. But so nobody thinks that what Craig just uttered there was a super fallacy, right? If you observe what you think is a super fallacy or dinger, I wouldn't really call that a dinger either. That's just relatively standard goofery. That's standard goofery, regular fallacy, in my opinion.
After he set this kind of stage, making it clear that he's all about the scientism instead of the science, I mean, I guess there's, I mean, I don't know, man. This is gonna be rough.
Method we learn at high school, basic 5 steps, observation.
He only learned the scientific method in high school? What kind of special ed classes did this guy go through that he only got to the scientific method in high school? I mean, I guess that'd be explain a few things. I guess I'm a little surprised he even got to high school, but if it's all special ed, I mean, I guess that's, wow, this is rough.
Hypothesis, prediction, experiment, analysis.
Well, also, I wouldn't consider that a super fallacy either. Just because he was in special ed or whatever and he never got to the scientific method till high school, I wouldn't consider that a super fallacy or dinger. What does everybody think? I mean, look at his face. I mean, he's obviously not operating with a full deck. I mean, even if he is correct about the conclusion of the shape of the Earth, which I explicitly state he might be, because I don't make any claims. I don't claim anything is true or untrue. But I wouldn't consider that a dinger either. Does anybody want to give him a dinger for that? So far, I would just say those were just standard fallacies. No super fallacies, no dingers, no zingers. If anybody wants to count anything, just put it in the chat. If you think there's a super fallacy or a dinger or zinger, just throw it in the chat and I'll pause it and we'll discuss.
Repeat, etc., then.
Notice how he completely glossed over, or I guess he doesn't know about, the absolute basics in terms of testing with an experiment and what makes the experiment valid. Again, dependent variables, independent variables, and controls. Notice how he didn't talk about that at all. Now, is that on purpose because he's not being honest, or is he just in all his special ed classes, he never actually got to dependent, independent variables, and controls, so he doesn't know about them? Is that why he's always spamming these false cause and false dichotomy logical fallacies?
Again, for the people that I say I didn't list the fallacies, I just listed them. False cause, false dichotomy, and previously the straw man. If he just keeps using the same fallacies, obviously I'm not going to stop them every second. You mean dinger, Heracles? A zinger is scored against the opponent. So a dinger, it can be, is a self-owned. It's like a zinger against yourself. It does show bad thought process, but not astronomically bad. Not insanely bad. Like there's a lot of people that have, I don't want to say as bad, but similarly poor thought processes. I want to count dingers just on the really above and beyond moments. Like if you're having a drink, you would literally spit your drink out listening to that level of goofery. This is all still, I would say, mid-level goofery.
Man.
Foucault's pendulum follows that. So you can make an observation of anything, like the stars moving, in a particular pattern, or the sun going across the sky. That is a simple observation. You can form a hypothesis from that. You can either form a hypothesis of the stars and sun are moving, or you can form a hypothesis that we're moving. A hypothesis is just an educated guess. And then you can...
So the reason I didn't count all those as 5 different fallacies, which technically they could be, is because he didn't specifically direct them to a specific experiment. Because saying you can observe things is true. You can observe things. I mean, I guess I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. You could count all of those as individual fallacies if you wanted to. But again, I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. So maybe I'm not 100% objective. I mean, maybe I gave him a break here and he really should be at 11 fallacies, but he's not. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not really truly objective and I give people breaks when I shouldn't be. Maybe I did that here with Craig. I don't know. But again, still no super fallacies, no dingers yet, in my opinion.
Make a prediction based on your hypothesis. And if the hypothesis is that the Earth is rotating, then that's going to mean certain physical things are happening, like a Coriolis force being applied.
Oh, wow. So he started the fallacy stack early with all these circular reasoning, false cause, false dichotomy, logical fallacies. And again, is anybody surprised that this guy is just not mentioning dependent variables, and control?
So another thing, it's kind of, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of these troll goofs in here right now from Craig's channel, because they were saying I was giving him dingers for no logical fallacies for no reason without explaining them. I clearly just explained all of them. I named each one. I could have counted for more because he kind of umbrellaed a lot of the fallacies. I could have counted them individually and he would be up another 5, 6, or 7, but I didn't do that. And again, I don't think these are super fallacies simply because a lot of people don't understand the scientific method. It's not that shocking. And a lot of people misinterpret what they're reading, like he obviously did about Foucault's pendulum, again, due to not even understanding how the scientific method works. But again, I want to reserve super fallacies and dingers for just something that would make you spit your drink out. None of that would for me. I mean, maybe for somebody else, but I mean, I guess it would make you spit your drink out if you were at some kind of, let's say, scientific conference where people would be expected to know the scientific method. But on a random debate on the internet with random goofs, was there an expectation that Craig would know the scientific method? I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I guess that's all up to interpretation. The listeners can decide.
And the modulation of variables against the controls in order to prove your hypothesis true or false. Notice how he doesn't even mention it. Now, again, is that because he never got to it? So he only got to the scientific method in high school in his special ed classes. So he never actually learned about what a valid experiment is. Is that why he's saying that? I mean, I guess that would explain it. Or is he being intentionally dishonest? But why would anybody... I mean, I've posed this question before. Why would some of these globe earthers, like some of the biggest flat earth recruiters ever, like this guy, Craig, fight?
And again, none of this is poisoning the well or appealing to the stone or any other fallacy, because I'm not claiming any of it is true. I'm going over many theories, a lot of them mutually exclusive. I'm not claiming they're true, and I'm not claiming Craig is wrong about his conclusion. So clearly, none of these are logical fallacies, and as far from possible as being appealing to the stone or poisoning the well fallacy.
The flat earth, he's probably made a lot more flat earthers than any other flat earther through his silly defenses here. But why would he humiliate himself like this on purpose if he was intellectually dishonest? Unless we go down the rabbit hole, this is all a psyop. He's getting paid money by the CIA to humiliate himself like this, and he doesn't have any self-esteem, so he's accepting the money, so he doesn't care if he looks like a complete and utter goof. But if he is being honest and he simply has a mental disability and people are just indulging him and allowing him to humiliate himself by performing in these debates, I mean, that's kind of sad. I mean, that's definitely kind of sad. But again, yeah, notice how there's no mention of dependent variables, independent variables, or controls.
And if that's the case, then we can make predictions, which would be the next step in the scientific method. And the predictions is that if we have a...
That was for a generic explanation for science, not the scientific method. Or the scientific method, as long as it follows certain steps. I think you're talking about the Whitehead debate, Tim Snake. Heracles, there are people. Well, that's insane. I mean, this was the biggest loss I've ever seen in any debate. So I really don't know how anybody who has any cognitive function can think Craig so-called won this. I mean, obviously, if Craig is some kind of mentally disabled individual on the level of a 4 or 3-year-old, even when they get obliterated, they'll pretend they won and celebrate because, a toddler brain is not the same thing as a fully formed adult brain.
Pendulum swinging from a point attached to a pivot point, then depending on where it is on Earth, as it swings, it will drift a different amount.
And that was a fallacy. If I didn't explain it here, you'd have to verify where you were on Earth in reference to elsewhere. Again, with the House of Cards, it's all presupposition. Like, for example, it's like, depending on where you are in Narnia, well, if you haven't established the borders of Narnia, I mean, you're just building a house of cards. Welcome, Brody. Yeah, we're pretty chill here. We don't hate on anybody, as long as you're civil. we deal with empirically verifiable definitions, and feel free to ask any questions.
And would that amount be the same if the Earth was stationary and everything was going around the Earth? Again, going back to dependent and dependent variables and controls, which this guy either doesn't know about or is intentionally not bringing them up if he's dishonest. I mean, this ain't rocket science here. I mean, this is simple stuff, but unfortunately, you see the same thing in all these flat Earth debates where the scientism cultists, they never actually talk about real science and what separates a valid scientific experiment from an invalid one.
And for those who think calling people scientism cultists is a fallacy, either poisoning the well or ad hom or whatever, clearly it's not, because I gave the argument there, the difference between science, scientism, etc. And I'm not even claiming that the scientism cultists are wrong about their conclusions or claims. So to call someone a scientism cultist wouldn't be fallacious, again, if you're not claiming they're wrong about the conclusion and if you clearly explain why. Just like if you're explaining your objective observations of a duck waddling and quacking while calling them a duck, that's not a fallacy.
And this is an experiment that you can do, that you can test yourself.
Again, what are you testing, and how do you know you're testing what you think you're testing? And if you're wrong, how would it look like otherwise? And how do you know that for sure?
Okay, so here's our first question. Is that a super fallacy? Test it yourself. So we're talking false cause logical fallacy, because if you don't have the variables and the control, you don't know what you're testing. We're talking reductive logical fallacy, because if you're ignoring all these other variables, electromagnetic or otherwise, that's another fallacy. And you could even argue that you can rope in, even though he doesn't say it right this second, but he's going to say it in a little bit, that anybody can do it. You can do it, and then it's done so many times by so many different people. That would be an appeal to popularity logical fallacy. Not to mention, you could also argue it's also a post hoc logical fallacy. So would that be our first super fallacy with a hat trick fallacy or greater? What does everybody think? After clearly demonstrating he doesn't understand what controls are, and then he stacked all the fallacies of false cause, reductive logical fallacies, post hoc, and appeal to popularity. So Heracles votes for that being our first super fallacy. Also, if we count it as a super fallacy, are we going to subtract from the regular fallacy? That's only fair, because if a super fallacy counts as 3 fallacies, if we kept the regular fallacy count, then it would count for 4. or actually, we haven't said how many it counts for. A super fallacy should count for 25 fallacies. But then they probably shouldn't also get a single regular fallacy. What does everybody think? How are we going to determine this? So we're at maybe one super fallacy for Craig. I'm not going to do the overlay on this one because we might end up changing it. So we're just going to keep track in the chat. I have another window up where I'm keeping track. So Craig's 10th regular fallacy might have been one super fallacy. And at the end, we'll kind of figure out how much everything should count for what. Because we'll probably have a lot more people in here ones that are in the other time zones. Okay, so maybe Craig has committed one super fallacy on his 10th fallacy.
Against being right. That's where modulating the variables comes into play, which this guy doesn't know anything about, apparently.
I did it when I was at university. In fact, so does every physics undergraduate, and uses it to actually calculate your position on Earth.
Okay, was that a second super fallacy? Because I counted the 3, obviously, for the ones that I just went over. This is tough. Theoretically, we can count all 3 of them as super fallacies because they built on the other super fallacy. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough. Is math still in here? What do you think? I messaged Caleb that we were doing this as well, and I think Craig knows too. I think I dropped the link in Craig's thread of him having meltdowns earlier today on Twitter like he regularly does. Yeah, we need more feedback here. I mean, Heracles is pretty on point. Him Snake, what do you think? You've been around a while. Or did you just get here and you didn't hear us talking about super fallacies? Hello, Sarah. Did you just get here? We're developing a new system for analyzing debates. So we're adding super fallacies where if someone commits a hat trick of fallacies, like 3 fallacies in a single statement, that's going to count as a super fallacy. And super fallacies might have the same weight as, let's say, one super fallacy could be 25 regular fallacies. But you don't need a hat trick fallacy to be a super fallacy. Because if you say something that's just so fallacious, like literally making someone spit their drink out, that would count as a super fallacy. So we're trying to determine, Craig here was saying that anybody can do an experiment with Foucault's pendulum while failing to clearly delineate what the independent, dependent variables and controls would be in such an experiment, and presupposing where on earth you would be while doing this so-called experiment relative to other places. Like if someone said, depending on where you are in Narnia versus Atlantis, then you can see how Foucault's pendulum is true. So this kind of fallacy stack of false dichotomies, reductive logical fallacy, I don't know what to do here. Should we give him 3 additional super fallacies, which would bring him to 4 super fallacies and only 9 regular fallacies? That's the question. Him Snake, are you still in here? What do you think? You seem to think you're pretty well versed in fallacies, which you might be. Nobody has any thoughts. I think maybe we should be very selective with the super fallacies. Maybe not give, because if you already spit your drink out at the goofery, you'd have to up the ante of goofery in order to get someone to spit their drink out again. Yeah, kill the bank. We're going to review all this at the end as well because we talked about it at the beginning and we're still kind of trying to figure out how they should be weighted. So for now, we'll just worry about what is or isn't a super fallacy, and then at the end, we'll kind of try to determine how much should they be worth. No problem, Neil. There's quite a few. I actually intentionally avoid calling out dozens of fallacies just because they're kind of complicated, and I don't believe in overcomplicating things. Like, let's keep it as simple as possible. But basically, a false cause logical fallacy would be stating, like, if the result of Foucault's pendulum is this movement, it can only be caused by Coriolis, if Coriolis is even real. A false cause would mean, like, let's say the true effect is caused by some kind of electromagnetic factor. A false cause would be pretending it can only be caused by Coriolis. Or in a false dichotomy situation, you would claim it's either electromagnetic or Coriolis and it can't be anything else. That is also a false cause. So a lot of different fallacies here. And post hoc is a little bit more generic, where basically after an event, you're assuming that the occurrence, whatever happened, had to have been a direct relationship with the event that happened after. It is related to false cause and can also overlap reductive logical fallacies. A reductive logical fallacy is basically oversimplifying something that shouldn't be oversimplified. For example, we know that electric forces exist in the world and the universe. There's a whole bunch of different forces. So pretending that gravity could be the only one would be a reductive logical fallacy. You're reducing an argument, ignoring a lot of variables. They're all related. A lot of these fallacies overlap each other, which is why I wanted to introduce the super fallacy. If you're hitting at least 3 fallacies with a single statement, it would be a super fallacy. Or even if it's only 1 fallacy, but the level of goofery is so above and beyond the usual, like, for example, causing you to spit your drink out, that would also be a super fallacy. So let's leave it at this. Craig's 10th fallacy might have been a super fallacy, so he's at 1 super fallacy, and we're not going to count these subsequent fallacies, even though he's talking about the same thing as super fallacies.
Oh, wow. Appeal to popularity and appeal to authority. He's rolling those. I mean, this guy came out the gate like a faucet with the fallacies. Like a faucet.
It's very, very, very simple. This isn't me because I didn't record my physics degree.
And that's also a reductive logical fallacy by claiming something is much simpler than it is. And he rolled those into the black and white logical fallacies or false dichotomies where it can only be this. I mean, again, like, this guy's got a pretty impressive stream of fallacies going.
20 odd years ago. This is a guy on YouTube called the Gentleman Physicist. And he built his own Foucault's pendulum in a high-rise building. And he let it swing for a certain amount of time. And over that amount of time, it drifted a certain amount of time.
What drifted? And how do you know that's what drifted as opposed to something else? Again, notice how none of this is ever addressed by the side of the scientism cultists.
There were 41 minutes, it drifted, and you could measure the angle of the drift, do some basic math, figure out how much it would rotate in 24 hours, and then you can actually use that and calculate your latitude on Earth. So with nothing but a swinging pendulum, you can use the degree of the angle that it drifts to find your latitude on Earth.
And again, how if the Earth was completely stationary, would that look different?
And it works. The fact that it works, the fact that you can physically do this, it's a repeatable experiment. The fact that this can be repeated anywhere in the world by anyone with the right equipment, set up the correct way, you will be able to calculate your latitude on the planet.
Again, false cause logical fallacy, circular reasoning logical fallacy, fundamental lack of understanding of the basics of the scientific method.
Brody, that's okay. You can give your opinion. What do you got? We're all just here trying to make a more optimized system of logical analysis of debates. Was your opinion on what's being talked about or the system we're developing? Either or, you could still give your opinion.
I mean, we're talking absolute basics here, and this goof doesn't even have them down. I mean, literally the absolute last person you would want discussing anything like this. I mean, again, if he has some kind of fetish for humiliating himself, then this does make sense.
And that shows that it matches the predictions of the hypothesis following on from the observation, that based on the position on Earth, different Coriolis forces will be applied to a Foucault's pendulum.
And again, we've gone over the whole prediction nonsense many, many times. I mean, just because the Mayans all predicted the eclipses thousands of years into the future with their flat Earth cosmology, with their geocentric flat Earth cosmology, that doesn't mean their model's true. Just like psychics who, let's say I mean, we don't know whether they have psychic powers or not, but just because they accurately solve many cases, and for the clueless goofs who think they didn't, I mean, check out the MINDSHOCK podcast on psychics that solve cases. I went over dozens and dozens of cases. Now, that doesn't mean they did it by way of psychic powers. They may have guessed, they may have insider info from police, but the bottom line is hallucinating that prediction is equal to truth. I mean, this is a classic scientism hallucination. Only the most clueless of goofs go by predictions because, you know, anybody can make a prediction. Whether or not something matches, especially when you don't have controls, independent variables and dependent variables clearly delineated, which this goof doesn't even mention. That's how you know he's completely and utterly clueless.
And you can use Foucault's sine law, which is latitude equals arc sine divided by times 24 hours divided by t. And then you find out your latitude on Earth. And they got 49.8, which was about within 1.4 degrees of.
And again, a lot of these things, they're also circular reasoning fallacies. Because, you know, depending on where you are in Narnia, I mean, you haven't proved Narnia in the first place. So these are also, he just keeps spamming these circular reasoning logical fallacies. So, by the way, does anybody want to count anything that Craig just said as a super fallacy? Because he kind of just repeated the same basic fallacies. I wouldn't spit my drink out at the level of goofery of any of the fallacies that he just streamed through. He just did like 11 in a row or whatever. So, well, if Caleb commits a fallacy, if you think I missed a couple, call him out, Tutsaka. But yeah, so far Craig has one super fallacy, and if we're not also counting that as a regular fallacy, he'd be at 32 fallacies and one super fallacy. If anybody thinks that's an error, or they think anything that Craig just said should be counted as a super fallacy, feel free to chime in.
Where they are, which was pretty damn good considering the crude equipment used.
And would it be any different if it was simply the vault of the heavens circulating above? How would it be different? And you never hear any of these clueless scientism goofs discussing this, because then they'd actually have to address their blind faith in religion and scientism. And they would actually have to understand the scientific method, which they don't appear to, at least not the flat earth debates that we've seen. Unless, of course, we're gonna, those that believe that this guy's just playing stupid. He actually does know the scientific method. He knows he's completely full of it, and he doesn't care because he's just a shill and he's getting paid. He's getting compensated so well, he doesn't care that he's humiliating himself to this level. There are people out there, I mean, they'll do anything for money. I mean, even worse things than humiliating themselves with words. I mean, there's people in various industries just doing depraved things for money. So it's not a surprise that people do that, but for those that believe he actually isn't mentally disabled and he does have some kind of mental competency, I suppose that is an option. I'm not going to fall for false dichotomies myself. I don't really know which category this guy goes into. I don't know him personally.
And that's called
I clearly just said I don't know if that's true, Tsutsaka. Asking a question is not a claim. Again, do you just like humiliating yourself, proving you're not even on a preschool English level? Like, I gotta feel bad a little bit for Tsutsaka.
a margin of error. So the fact that this experiment can be repeated constantly on different positions on Earth. There's experiments recorded on in the South Pole where they did this, and you get the expected 24 hours showing 360 degrees rotation.
Man, this guy stacks fallacies with the best of them. I mean, I'm actually getting kind of impressed here with the flow of fallacies. I mean, how quickly he just stacked those circular reasoning, false dichotomies, and false cause fallacies on top of each other so quickly. I mean, I have to say, I was a little bit impressed there by that stream of fallacies. Quite impressive.
But again, I wouldn't count any of those as super fallacies because, again, they wouldn't cause someone to spit their drink out. I mean, is that the best way to explain it? A super fallacy would cause anybody with at least some kind of functioning brain to spit their drink out. So just one super fallacy for Craig thus far, and I wouldn't say any of those were dingers specifically either. They were just pretty classic fallacies that you would expect to see in any debate with the goof trying to defend the globe who doesn't understand the scientific method. If Heracles or if anybody, if you think I missed something that could be a super fallacy or a dinger, just feel free to call it out at any time.
I don't know if he's going to break Sartain's record. I mean, the champ's the champ for a reason, but we'll see.
The fact that it is a repeatable experiment matching the predictions shows that it fails to falsify that the Earth is a rotating globe. The Foucault's pendulum experiment is great because it doesn't only show that we're rotating, but based on the Coriolis forces at different points, you can map out the forces and the vectors, and you find that shows in itself that the Earth is also a globe as well as it being rotating.
Notice he didn't say how it showed that. He just did his verbal diarrhea stream of fallacies and demonstrating he doesn't understand dependent variables, independent variables, and controls. He doesn't understand false cause logical fallacies, false dichotomies, or circular reasoning logical fallacies. If he did, his presentation would look absolutely nothing like this.
Everything, or simply just each false cause, false dichotomy, post hoc, and reductive logical fallacy, which he just committed? Was I supposed to not count them? Just because you're triggered, Tsutsaka?
I mean, that's if there's a key takeaway point here for all of the objective listeners here who don't even care necessarily about the shape of the Earth, they just care about logical argumentation. That's the main point here. So regardless of whether he's correct or incorrect about the conclusion of the shape of the Earth, his so-called argument would look absolutely nothing like this if he had even a basic understanding of the scientific method and logic and reason.
Other ways that we can figure out that the Earth is a globe is surveying. And one of the things they do in surveying is something called measuring reciprocal zenith angles. So the zenith angle directly above you, 90 degrees, is your zenith, okay? And if you set up two plumb bobs or theodolites at a different distance apart, you can see if those two plumb bobs are on the theodolites pointing straight up at your zenith are matching. If they point straight at each other and you measure the angles, if the Earth is flat, then you would get.
Well, of course it would sound like that to you, Tutsaka, because if you're not even on a preschool English level and you don't understand logic or logical fallacies and you're too triggered, then it would sound exactly like that to you. So you're just pretending Craig was dinged because other people don't understand something or don't care because you don't understand what logic or logical fallacies are. I actually explained this at the beginning of the stream so you can have your tutor. I think you were here for that. No surprise you didn't comprehend it. But if you get a tutor, they can help explain it to you. You're beyond everybody's level of Dunning-Kruger. That's for sure, chump. Man, your subconscious really loves exposing you here. We always like Dunning-Kruger examples here. Further proves the point. So again, I don't think any of those were super fallacies for Craig. I mean, they were just pretty standard. I mean, they're probably worse than standard, but nothing that would rise to the level of a super fallacy.
At 180 degrees. If the Earth is a globe, you would get more than 180 degrees.
Wow. I have to say that was impressive. That was one of the dumbest things I have ever heard on any flat earth debate. I'm actually getting kind of impressed with this guy. I mean, he's sinking to new lows that he might be able to compete with Sartain. I was so skeptical at the onset of this, but I don't know. Maybe his verbal diarrhea is obviously not as good as Sartain. Sartain can spew with the best of them. Like Sartain and Destiny, I mean, these guys are masters of verbal diarrhea, of just spewing fallacies in such rapid succession. I don't know. This guy doesn't seem to be as good. But the level of gopher he just sunk to at that point is so curious. I mean, it's just astounding.
And the reciprocal zenith angles, I think I go over all that in part 2, so I'm not going to do it again right here. Obviously, he's presupposing variables for that and distances. So, but again, I don't think, even though that was really dumb, I wouldn't call it a super fallacy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's up to interpretation. What does everybody think? Like, for example, let's say the Earth is a flat plane with a convex surface like the lens of an eye. So the reciprocal zenith angles could still demonstrate. Well, there's a lot of problems here. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here. I'm steel manning his argument. Let's assume all the hallucinations match up. Let's assume that. So if the surface is just this plane that has a convex lens on top of it, like, or even a snow globe type shape, let's say that's the model of the Earth. The reciprocal zenith angles, even if they demonstrate that there could be a curvature, how does that prove a sphere as opposed to a plane with a convex surface? That could be a super fallacy. What does everybody think? I don't know. That one I'm on the fence about. I'm on the fence about that. Does anybody think pretending that a convex surface has to prove sphere is a super fallacy? All right, so let's count it as a maybe. So Craig's 10th fallacy was a super fallacy, and his 50 to 52nd fallacy could be a second super fallacy. So with the revised, well, it's not even close to the dumbest thing he has said, but it could still possibly qualify for a super fallacy. like not comprehending that a convex surface with a wide variation in features can only be a sphere. I mean, that's pretty dumb. That is, it's not the dumbest, but it's pretty dumb. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys want to do a vote? Who wants to count that as a super fallacy? So Tiffany says yes. Heracles is maybe. Neil, what do you mean by pair? Oh, like the two? No, I just don't remember exactly when he said that. So he either said it as his 50th, 51st, or 52nd fallacy. So if we count two, pear-shaped Earth, it doesn't really matter because what he's not comprehending is a flat plane can still have a convex surface. And obviously he's presupposing a lot of distances for that zenith angle. But even if we pretend he's not, a convex surface does not prove a sphere or a pear or some kind of cube with curve, whatever, dodecahedron, or it doesn't prove any of that. So Tiffany votes yes. I vote yes. Heracles is undecided. So I'm going to put that in the maybe category, and we will re-examine at the end. So Craig has possibly 2 super fallacies, and that would bring his regular fallacy count to 50. CF votes yes, so it'll be yes for now.
Like, I might have to fall for a logical fallacy myself here and appeal to incredulity. Because I'm not finding it difficult, and again, I'm admitting my fallacy here. I'm finding it difficult to believe this guy is not mentally disabled. Because who would think that? So regardless of the shape, flat or globe, obviously, the surface would not be perfectly 180. In either model. I mean, small children can understand.
Actually, it wouldn't, Tutsaka. Like, for example, if you have a convex surface and you put a lake in the middle of it, the lake would still be flat, even though the land was convexing around it. No surprise you couldn't grasp that.
In this. I mean, there are mountains, there are valleys. I mean, even something appearing to be perfectly flat, obviously it's not going to be perfectly 180 degrees flat. Even if it's looks like a perfectly flat plateau, it's not going to be to the degree completely perfectly 180. So is false dichotomy, false cause, circular reasoning nonsense stack here of fallacies? I mean, on one hand, he keeps spamming the same logical fallacy stack. And I'm sure he's not going to randomly stop. So we're probably going to be dealing with the same stack, which, I don't know, that might be disappointing just because I do like variety in the fallacies. Like Bryant Myers, I mean, he had quite the variety, and to a lesser extent, Sartain. This guy, I mean, it's the same stack he's been spamming since the beginning. And just not even a children's level. I mean, we're talking common sense here. I mean, just knowing that the existence of mountains and valleys and all of these things, I mean, even a desert, even a plateau, it's not going to be perfectly 180 degrees across miles and miles and miles. The Earth does not have an even surface, regardless of whether it would be a globe, whether it be a flat plane, or whatever model. In no model. Like, the only thing I know the motto of the podcast is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But we're not even really sure about that, though, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, any logical MindShock listeners out there, any model of the Earth would not have a 180 degree flat surface across great distances, regardless of the shape. So you can say that water always finds its level, etc., but the land around the water, and he's talking about land surveying here, unless I misunderstood what he said. Are there water surveyors out there? I mean, I'm not aware of people surveying the ocean. If that's what he's talking about, he didn't specify. As far as land surveyors, I mean,
Yeah, Neil, but the salt flats aren't the majority of the Earth. That's what I was referring to, like extremely great distances.
I don't think there are any flat earthers out there arguing that the Earth is a perfectly even surface. And I don't think that there are any globe earthers arguing that. And I don't think that there are any concave earthers or realm earthers or any other type of earthers. I mean, even if this is all a holographic projection video game, it's still clearly not a 180-degree surface across great land distances. So we have, I mean, this is a point, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone sink this long.
But to your point, Neil, across an Earth that was 25,000 miles in circumference, the salt flats, there should still have been at least 1 or 2 degrees of curvature across the entire salt flat, possibly more. So that's still good evidence that the sphere of if the Earth were a sphere, it would probably have to be bigger to explain away the salt flats, unless there's some other kind of optical phenomena going on.
Oh, as this Craig goof just did. I mean, that's impressive. I know I'm kind of spending a lot of time on this. I'm impressed by the level of goofery he sung to, because that's possibly the dumbest point. I mean, we might have to make a podcast where we go 10 dumbest points made in flat earth debates, either by flat earthers, globe earthers, whoever. I mean, that's simply the dumbest point I've ever heard. Not to mention that there are land surveys.
I had no idea what was coming later in the debate when I said that about Craig's fallacy here. I was not prepared for the levels of gopher. I mean, it's like the floor dropped out multiple times after this moment. So, yeah.
Who are flat earthers. So again, that would be an appeal to authority or genetic logical fallacy, or even you could say a credential fallacy if you want some kind of credentialed, licensed land surveyors. Because like most things, there are people on both sides. Now, there might not be a lot of flat earth surveyors. I mean, I think I only saw 1 or 2. I mean, was there more than 1 or 2? I don't know, but it's irrelevant because they were land surveyors and they do this. So clearly it doesn't prove what this goof is hallucinating. It proves in either direction.
And I don't have the page up. Give me 1 sec. If you go to mctoon.net and go to main surveyor, and I know Caleb likes likes mctoon. They had a couple of good conversations. Give me 1 sec. I'll get that screen up. So the main surveyor and a couple of other qualified surveyors, Walter Bislan and Jesse Kozlowski, did their own measurements to check if reciprocal zenith angles is a thing. Here's a diagram explaining what they do. So if the Earth is flat, then these angles will sum up to 180. If the Earth is a globe, then there'd be more than 180. And the main surveyor went out and did a bunch of measurements of different elevations, following all the correct surveying methods. The survey determined that all the sum of the reciprocal zenith angles came to more than 180 degrees, which would say that the surface of the Earth is not flat, it is in fact curved. You can go and look at all the details of the survey.
I mean, again, even if the Earth is just some large flat plane, it's still so-called curved, uneven surface. Why would it be expected to be flat? And notice how the goof doesn't actually explain how it would prove any of this, because obviously it wouldn't. None of these goofs ever go into the details of how it would prove that. They avoid dependent variables, independent variables, and controls like the plague. I mean, you'll never hear these goofs talk about, at least, I mean, maybe you would. Maybe in some debates they do. I mean, I've been sent dozens and dozens of debates. I have never seen a false cause logical fallacy
reductive logical fallacy and false dichotomy logical fallacy, as well as a post hoc logical fallacy, are fallacies. If you didn't understand how they're fallacies relative to Craig claiming the surveyor would prove this, that's your incomprehension. I just went into explicit detail. If you understood what a false cause logical fallacy and a reductive logical fallacy was, like a flat plane with a convex surface would give the same result. I mean, if you're mentally disabled, I guess you can't comprehend that. But you take a beach ball and a large half globe, put them next to each other, and measure the zenith angles. You would get the same result. It doesn't prove a globe just because there's a convex surface. He's also strawmanning in terms of building an inaccurate model of a flat Earth to disprove it, but it doesn't even disprove that either. So just because you didn't understand the details or the fallacies, I mean, I don't know how I could dumb that down further. I don't know if it's possible, which is why Tsutsaka should probably get a tutor instead of humiliating himself further.
Birther address these points, and most flat earthers don't either, to be fair. The smart ones do. I mean, Austin Whitsitt, of course. I mean, this guy's a master debater. I mean, this guy's one of the most logical individuals out there. I mean, forget the topic. Don't even care which topic he's arguing. I mean, this guy has logic down extremely well. I think he's better than me. I mean, a lot of MindShock listeners actually don't think so, but that's just my opinion, which I don't even think is that humble. I'm just looking at it. I mean, this guy's like an encyclopedia of logic, physics, and history. And so he's obviously talked about it. I'm not sure how many other, there might have been one or two other flat earthers who did talk about that and modulating the variables so you would know what it would look like with different conclusions. Clearly that has not been done here. Clearly this Craig goof has no idea about any of it. We will see if Caleb addresses any of this.
At your leisure, that all his logbooks are here detailing all the measurements that he did. And the outcome of the survey was that there is a deviation of 1.4 degrees, which meant that there is curvature. It didn't sum to 180, it summed to more than 180. The only way that can happen is if the surface of the Earth is physically curved. Obviously, this takes into account topography and everything. That's all taken into account in the methods done.
How is that taken into account? Notice how, so he's claiming it's all been taken into an account without demonstrating. I mean, that's the critical point, right? I mean, he could have glossed over everything he just said in like 30 seconds, like he just spent minutes on this, and he should have spent 90% of the time clearly demonstrating how it was taken into account and how it would be prove either model, because obviously it doesn't.
Excuse me. And this particular survey was, and what Jessica also did was shown on Water Business page where he analyzed it and did the maths to also show that refraction is taken into account, and even without refraction, that it shows the Earth is curved. If you add refraction, which would lift the image up, then it shows that the Earth is 100% curved.
100% curved? What does that mean? It's not partially curved, it's 100% curved. And what does curved mean? Does that mean spherical? I mean, this guy's not even on a first grade English level. Like, what can we do with this debate? This is going to be painful. So, okay. This actually reminds me of Bryant Myers. I did the math. I did the calculation. So we're going to count 5 unicorns, and 5 unicorns equals 10 unicorns. The math is perfect, therefore the unicorns are real. It's like these unicorns are flying across these rainbows, and the unicorns have 2 wings each. There's 5 unicorns, and we're adding all the wings. We're taking into account all the fairies, sprinkling the fairy dust, slowing them down, but they're still making it over the unicorn. But we took account the variables of the fairy dust. Therefore, all the math is perfect. I mean, this level of goofery. I mean, this is hilarious.
All the calculations and everything can be shown on this page. I can give anyone the link to this that they want to look over it themselves. But the outcome of the surveys done by these surveyors is that reciprocal zenith angles sum up to more than 180. And the only possible outcome from that is that the Earth is curved.
I mean, we could already see what this guy's favorite fallacy is. I mean, the false dichotomy. I mean, he's been spamming that the most. False dichotomy, with false cause and circular reasoning right in tow there. He just keeps spamming these same three fallacies ad nauseum.
So here's our next question. Are we going to count super fallacies for all of those? Now, I know earlier I said, let's say in a boxing match, if someone keeps spamming the same uppercut, but it's connecting, you have to give them credit for it. But on the other hand, if we're using the spit your drink out as a result of extreme goofery, you wouldn't necessarily spit your drink out over something that you just heard already. So how are we going to rectify that? I don't know. I think the spit the drink out analogy might be more apt here than the spamming uppercut in a boxing match. What does everybody else think? Tsutsaka, you might want to stop psychologically projecting and learn some basic English first before humiliating yourself here. I mean, your subconscious knows you extremely well. Your psychological projection seems to be very accurate. You skipped all the learning, and then you're just here humiliating yourself. I just explained how the survey is a fallacy. Because he's not just explaining a survey, he's claiming the survey itself demonstrates the Earth is a sphere, that a curved surface can only be a sphere instead of a convex lens type flat plane. The plane underneath the convex lens. I mean, this is a very basic topic. I mean, is it possible you don't have a mental disability if you can't comprehend that? It's not an insult to call out a duck quacking and waddling. Even if the duck denies that it's quacking and waddling, it's clearly observed. All right, so I don't know. I'm not going to count them as super fallacies. I'll give him, I think we should use the spit your drink out analogy. We're not necessarily going to count the super fallacies repetitively. I mean, it's the same thing with zingers, I guess, too. When someone repeats a similar zinger, I didn't really give him credit for two. I just gave him the one. So I guess we could use that for super fallacies as well.
Yeah, I mean, we know what his favorite fallacy is.
Now, there's many measurements that back this up. You can look at historical measurements like the transcontinental triangulation, the American arc of the parallel, and all the other large-scale surveying operations that have been done throughout history to back up this curvature. You can
rope it in the reification logical fallacy, hallucinating that those are all legitimate just based on the amount that there are, and hallucinating that you don't have to clearly delineate all of the everything and all of the factors involved to show how it proves that. Because if somebody counted 5 unicorns and 5 unicorns 100 years ago, 200 years ago, if all these different companies counted the same amount of unicorns with perfect math, that must mean that the unicorns not only existed, but let's say there was a claim that they were flying over certain rainbows in a certain amount of speed, and then they calculated all the fairies, sprinkling the fairy dust with the exact amount of particles and weight of all the fairy dust. It was all measured. It was all measured perfectly, and the math is all perfect, and all these different people throughout history all did it in different countries and different companies. Therefore, it all proves that, right? I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. I mean, this guy really does seem to be as goofy as they come. I just don't think he has the verbal diarrhea prowess that Michael Sartain has to beat the fallacy count, but we'll see.
Look at all the measurements of the rotation of the Earth In fact, there's a good list at mctoon.net/spin that all show that the Earth is rotating. Flat earthers themselves have confirmed that the Earth is rotating. So the fact that there is measurements that everyone can do, it's repeatable, it follows the scientific method, showing.
Whoa! This guy just dropped the scientific method without knowing what it was. So now he's basically verified that his Dunning-Kruger's off the charts.
I don't think stating that the scientific method was followed, even if it wasn't, should be a super fallacy. Anybody else agree? Disagree? I mean, that's a dumb statement, but I don't know if I would. That wouldn't make me spit my drink out. Tsutsaka, why would I want a script from somebody not even on a preschool English level? I mean, that's you must really get a kick out of humiliating yourself, kind of like Craig does, because why else would you do it this much? Does everybody agree that basically saying the scientific method was followed, even if it wasn't, that's not really a super fallacy, right? I mean, obviously that's fallacious, but it wouldn't make me spit my drink out.
So, well, that's the main staple of scientism. It's the hallucination and the pretending of following the scientific method when it doesn't. Because notice he hasn't been able to demonstrate a single time how any of these points how they adhere to the scientific method. He's just claiming they do with zero evidence of how they do.
Both curve and rotation only comes to one conclusion, and that is that the Earth is not flat, it is curved. And that's my time.
Okay, thank you very much. And wherever you guys want to go from here.
Yeah, do you want to talk about the Earth being do you want to substantiate curvature? Do you want to talk about space-time, or do you want to talk about the Coriolis effect first?
Up to you. You can go wherever you like.
Okay, let's talk about gravity. So how do we substantiate that space and time act as a fourth dimensional fabric?
Well, it's not space and time, it's space-time, this one thing. And we can substantiate.
Wow, seriously? He went to the etymological logical fallacy, because we all know what Caleb's point there was. So he's deflecting, and in his trigger, it looks like he's appearing not to be triggered well, because otherwise, why desperately grasp for an etymological logical fallacy? Space and time versus space-time. I mean, wow. I guess, I mean, I don't know. I guess this guy's gonna be unique in his so-called argumentation, so maybe we should be thankful for that. It might not be boring, even though he just keeps spamming the same three fallacies. Although, I mean, he's roping in the etymological logic fallacy here. We'll see if it's a favorite of his. We'll see if he continues to rely on it here, if he doesn't have any real arguments.
That by doing experiments following the scientific method, as you like to insist. The scientific method says that if the light from a distant star passes by a large mass, then that light will deviate a certain amount dictated by the curvature of space-time.
Okay, that's a super fallacy. The scientific method does not state anything about light. Oh, man. What does everybody think? I mean, that was pretty dumb. The scientific method clearly does not state anything about light and space-time. Oh, man. Okay, so he's up to 3 super fallacies. So technically, the revised count would be 90 regular fallacies and 3 super fallacies for people just jumping in here. And no dingers or zingers thus far.
The scientific method states that? What? The scientific method doesn't talk about any of those things. So this guy clearly demonstrating he doesn't understand the scientific method. He doesn't understand dependent and independent variables or control. He doesn't understand.
Neil, it does in the Star Wars dictionary. I haven't read that one, so I wouldn't know
any of this. And yeah, I mean, let's see how Caleb responds here. Because let's see if Caleb recognizes the level of mental deficiency he's up against, or if he's simply gonna appeal and talk to the audience. Because I mean, Austin Whitsitt usually does that, but we'll see. We'll see what Caleb does here.
Then we can test that, and that was done in the Edmonton experiment of 1919 and many other times.
So no surprise, this guy is completely clueless about the hoax of 1919 in Edmonton. I went over this so extensively on other podcasts. I'll throw it up on the screen. I'll throw it on the screen right here, just super quickly. I believe in the Einstein Debunked podcast on MindShock, I went over that extensively, and I also went over that on one or two other Flat Earth.
And just real quick here, being ignorant of this, I wouldn't consider that a super fallacy or a dinger. Because, I mean, a lot of people don't know this. I mean, you would think someone going on some kind of a public platform to debate the topic would know it. But, again, it wouldn't make me spit my drink out per se. Does anybody think the ignorance of this should be counted as a super fallacy or dinger?
But I'll throw it up on the screen real quick here. And for those that don't know, they basically threw out all the data that didn't match, and Eddington himself admitted the hoax years later. And there was no technology to magically measure the eclipse as they were claiming to, and this ignores all the shifting. I mean, it's just, it would take me an hour to go through all of it again. Just check out Einstein Debunked. Run zCal completely dismantles all of relativity, but I did go into the history of it on that podcast and a few others. I can drop a link to that as well for those that are interested. So he's just throwing out this terminology randomly, as if it makes him look.
Oh, so actually, it was on the Sartain debate, I guess, and not the Einstein Debunked, although I might have threw it on the screen for that as well. I'm just going to skip over this because we already went over this.
Is, of course, the Dunning-Kruger effect. But it did not substantiate Einstein's so-called theories by any stretch of the imagination. But all the scientism cultist goofs, they just repeat with religious fervor. They just regurgitate these tenets of their religion as if they're true.
To show that light from a distant star will bend when it gets close to our star, will change its path, the predicted amount according to Einstein's equations.
Do we have the star plates from the observation of 1919?
Do we have the star plates?
Yep, that's how he made the observation, did he not?
I don't have them. What do you mean, do we have them?
Should that be a dinger? Saying, I don't have them? Why would he? Nobody's asking if Craig personally has them. Should that be a dinger? I mean, we're I don't know, actually. This is a tough one. It's not a clear-cut dinger, but that was kind of a dumb thing to say. Heracles says, yes, it should be a dinger. Anybody else have opinions? I mean, we need to get at least a couple people voting on this, because I'm on the fence. Heracles says yes. I mean, Caleb's asking for plates from an experiment over 100 years ago. And Craig is responding that he personally does not have the plates. Yes, Neil, well, I'm not sure if he knows that. Are we sure that Craig knows that? But you vote yes for the dinger. Tiffany votes yes. Okay, we're giving him a dinger. The first dinger in the history of MindShock analyses. At 103 fallacies, Craig got his first dinger. We're going to review all this at the end again. CF also votes yes. Okay, so we're all in agreement here. Regardless of whether Craig truly understood whether Caleb was asking whether he had them or not personally. I mean, that was still just because, I mean, I don't know. This is crazy.
Does anybody have them, or did we lose them?
I've no idea.
So here he is admitting the fact. That's an interesting point there by Caleb. He went the route of demanding verification.
Well, also, he could have just said, I have no idea, instead of saying he doesn't have them. So it seems like it should be a dinger regardless of whether he comprehended or not.
So being scientific instead of religious. And I don't know if he did, I'm guessing here he baited into admitting his religion and just blind faith in.
Well, if you think logic is pointless, Tsutsaka, why are you here? Other than to entertain us with your Dunning-Kruger stylings, which I appreciate, by the way. I mean, you know.
To the calculations without actually verifying the calculations, or whether they could have even have been made in the way they said they were made. Obviously not. And I would have focused on all the data that they threw out. But good point by Caleb. I mean, maybe he will as well. I mean, that's actually, it's kind of hilarious how this young kid is just humiliating this middle-aged scientism goof. He baited him into that one pretty hilariously.
Well, the answer is we don't have them anymore. We've lost them, apparently, due to just a long time from it being observed. And so how do we substantiate without having the star plates that the stars even convex towards the sun in the first place? And also, isn't light massless? Why is space-time being warped acting on a massless thing?
Okay, two questions there. So the first one is you can repeat the experiment, which has been done many times. I can provide you with a list of experiments very similar to the Eddington experiment in 1919.
I would be curious to see that list, because I've never seen that. I mean, without built-in assumptions, of course. Without those built-in assumptions, and without completely throwing out everything that doesn't match up.
Science likes to have repeatable experiments.
Would people consider an error of a factor of 4, so over 400% error minimum? I mean, it could be a lot greater than that. I went over all the sources there, including, I think it was a Harvard source on this. So, yeah, they're clearly not repeatable. And again, I'm not going to count that as a super fallacy, just because, again, it wouldn't make me spit my drink out. Whereas saying I don't have them, I mean, that's borderline, maybe. I mean, that's pretty silly.
And it is certainly repeatable following the predictions. And light, although massless, is energy, and as Einstein's equivalence principle shows us, E equals mc squared, energy is equivalent to mass, which means that it will be affected by gravitational effects, especially when you talk about Einstein, because it's the physical fabric of the space that is warping. Imagine walking on a curved surface. Even if you were walking in a straight line yourself, the curved surface will change the direction that you are going. And because the space-time itself is curved, the straight path of light is changed based on that curvature of space-time. And funnily enough, even Newton actually predicted that the path of light would be altered by large masses, although his predictions showed it to be a lot less than Einstein's were.
Wow. Okay. A lot of religious propaganda and dogma stacked there. Wow. So clearly this guy's never heard of Run Z Cow. He's never seen Einstein's relatively completely dismantled. And so Newton also, this guy's just this clueless about all history. I mean, it's kind of weird. So I don't even know where to start here, because I mean, just the level of ignorance here of just the historical timeline, let alone what is being claimed, how, and of course, experiments needing dependent variables, independent variables, and controls. You know what? I'm gonna try to make this as simple as possible. Let's go to Walter Lewin, the famous MIT physics professor. I mean, he's got 450 papers, books. I mean, this is kind of, I mean, this isn't that advanced here, because we're not talking about things that are so advanced. Like, for example, what would be the difference between gravity's effects and electromagnetic effects, and at what scale? Because even Walter Lewin admits here, and I'm assuming, again, this is my assumption, is that Walter Lewin is a heliocentric globe earther. I don't know the guy personally. I've never seen the question asked of him. He's this MIT professor. I'm assuming that he is a heliocentric globe earther. But whether he is or he isn't, he clearly demonstrates you can use math, you could use whatever you want.
I'm going to skip through this just because it's not directly relevant to super fallacies at the moment. What's up, Midnight Ventures? Did you just get here?
Cancels. They both have d squared downstairs. And so you will easily be able to show that this ratio is roughly 10 to the 36. So the electric force is 36 orders of magnitude more potent than the gravitational attraction. This teaches you some respect, perhaps, for 802. If these were the only forces that acted on the protons, and you bring them in the nucleus, which has a size of only 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, then the acceleration that the proton will experience is the electric force divided by the mass of the proton, F equals ma, basis of 801. And if you take this electric force, when you make d 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, which is 10 to the minus 14 meters, and you calculate this ratio, you will find that it is 26 orders of magnitude higher than the gravitational acceleration on Earth. 26 orders of magnitude higher. So you wonder what the hell holds the nucleus together if there is such a tremendous force on these protons. Well, what is holding them together are the nuclear forces, which we do not fully understand, but thank goodness the nuclear forces are not part of 802, so I'll leave that alone for now. So what holds our world together? Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. The electric forces are way more powerful than gravitational force.
I actually didn't skip it. I allowed it to play through Tsutsaka just for you.
So the electric force is 36 orders of magnitude more potent than the gravitational attraction. It's really electric forces that hold our world together.
So not knowing that also, I don't know if that should be a super fallacy or a dinger, although with Bryant Myers, when he specifically referenced Lewin, maybe that could be a dinger because he did know about that specific lecture, allegedly. And, of course, all of the electric forces. How is it a misrepresentation? I mean, this is basic English, Tsutsaka. He's saying on a local scale, gravity's not powerful enough to affect anything. I mean, what is there to misrepresent there? If he's a heliocentric globe believer who believes in the heliocentric universe, he's saying that gravity would impact large masses like planets and their rotation. He clearly states that up to several thousand kilometers, it's really the electric forces. Beyond thousands of kilometers, I'm assuming that he's claiming gravity would be applicable. So there's nothing to misrepresent there. I was about to skip through it, but then I didn't. I let it play through just for you.
So I didn't hear just saying. So does gravity act upon mass only?
No, gravity is a warping of space-time which can affect energy.
Okay. Where is it said that it can affect energy? Where is that said?
Einstein's equivalence principle, E equals mc squared. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. So mass is energy, effectively. So one is interchangeable with the other under certain conditions and energies, and therefore it can be affected in the same way. And again, only Newton, his descriptions of gravity said that it would affect only mass.
Okay, so is there any evidence of the manifestation of any of this? Also, just because I feel kind of bad for Craig here, because this guy is such a mentally disabled goof, he doesn't even understand. And if he does, I don't know why he doesn't talk about it. Because in the context of this question, and even understanding what the theory is, let alone whether it's true or not, gravity acting upon both mass and energy all comes down to the energy momentum tensor of general relativity.
And for those that don't know, I was actually steelmanning Craig here on how he could have answered this question. Not that there's evidence that it's true, but there is some establishment for this. He obviously either doesn't know about it, probably doesn't know about it. So it was funny because I think in his mental health spiral, he was thinking that I was attacking him here by bringing it up. I didn't cut anything out. What are you talking about? You want me to play a 3-hour lecture from Walter Lewin, most of which he spends talking about subjects not related to this? Is that what you want? Like, if you're that interested in things that have nothing to do with this, yeah, you can go watch the lecture, but...
So notice how Craig didn't even mention it. So he's not even like a high-level scientism priest. He doesn't even really understand relativity that well, or special relativity. I mean, let's go to Wikipedia. I mean, let's try to break this down as simple as possible. And by the way, I am not like a forefront expert in relativity. I understand the basics of it, which clearly Craig does not. But even just let's just go on Wikipedia just for 2 seconds to understand basic relativity here. The stress energy tensor, sometimes called the stress energy momentum tensor or the energy momentum tensor, is a tensor physical quantity that describes the density and flux of energy and momentum in space-time, generalizing the stress tensor of Newtonian physics. It is an attribute of matter, radiation, and non-gravitational force fields. The density and flux of energy and momentum are the sources of the gravitational field in the Einstein field equations of general relativity, just as mass density is the source of such a field in Newtonian gravity. So we don't need to go any further than this. This is just a very simple, a super simple, cursory overview of the gravitational field itself. What is the source of the gravitational field? The density and flux of energy and momentum are allegedly the sources of this alleged field in all of these equations, where gravity could theoretically act on all of this because of the stress energy tensor. I mean, this is a very simple explanation. Very, very simple. But notice how this Craig goof he doesn't have the mental capacity. It's just not there. Now, that doesn't mean this is true. I'm not alleging any of relativity is true. And actually, I would say the opposite, because Runzi Cow actually debunked this so easily. And if you look at the hoax of 1919, I mean, this isn't rocket science. And then, of course, I'm actually surprised Craig here didn't mention the so-called discovery of gravitational waves, which is, of course, just injected data and easily explained by other magnetic means, which I'll go into if he brings up gravitational waves. I actually went over that also on the Relativity Debunked podcast.
What fade out are you talking about, Tsutsaka? I replayed what he said so people would understand it. I just replayed the same thing that he said. I might have zoomed in slightly, but I just replayed literally what he said so that even really, really deficient goofs like yourself would have that point hammered home, that it's really electric forces that hold our world together.
But Einstein doesn't say that. Einstein's predictions are that this curvature of space-time will affect the path of light. That's what Einstein says.
Are you under the impression that E equals mc squared is in any way related to the theory of relativity that explains gravitation? They're two totally different subjects. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I said it's the equivalence principle.
I mean, this guy's sputtering now. I mean, this young kid is just calling out the goofery. Because, I mean, this is not a good priest of scientism or relativity. I mean, this guy just doesn't even know the basics of the religion he's purporting is true. So clearly he's the absolute worst person to be even discussing this. I mean, Caleb would probably make a better argument in favor of relativity in a globe Earth than Craig can here. And that would actually be a good exercise. I think they should have flipped roles, because I think Caleb can probably be way more convincing. And that's kind of a common theme in a lot of these flat Earth debates. The flat Earther actually has a greater understanding of relativity and the globe Earth model than the globe Earthers arguing it. Now, that doesn't mean the flat Earther is correct about anything. It's just,
if there was a cut to Tsaka, it might have been him just going through the minutia of the equations, like literally just saying numbers in the equations, which is not really, I mean, I guess he could add up why the electric forces are so much more powerful, but that's not really relevant to the point. You want somebody spending countless hours writing something out. Why would you want to, if you want to watch that whole lecture, it's online. Well, clearly you're not on a preschool level. If you think you want someone to play a 3-hour lecture when the summarized point is that the electric forces hold our world together up to a scale of thousands of kilometers. I left it in the clip. There's a shorter clip where he doesn't state on a cosmological scale, gravity takes over. That wasn't hidden anywhere. But don't stop spiraling now, Tsutsaka. Neil, what do you mean about Einstein's equivalence principle? I mean, there's a lot of problems with it, because the unequal masses don't necessarily fall at the same rate. I went over this on the Bryant-Myers debate, because what scientism calls anomalies or whatever, 9.8 meter per second fall is actually not uniform. It's not uniform. And there's a few different studies that show that. I put that on the screen in the Bryant-Myers debate. Clearly not, Tsutsaka. Or do you mean I took it out in the replay? Like, I played the whole thing through, and then at the end I played a shorter version of it to save time.
they have a greater understanding of relativity and the globe Earth theory. But let me break it down a little bit simpler. Basically, the stress energy tensor is the source of the gravitational field in Einstein's field equations of general relativity. Mass density is the source of such a field in Newtonian gravity, and this is without going into Isaac Newton on what he actually thought about that, written in his own words. So we're just going over the modern scientism texts. They attribute his name to that. So obviously, Caleb asked the question of gravity acting on energy. Craig responded with E equals mc squared, the equivalence of mass and energy, but not in relation specifically to gravity. which is what Caleb was asking about. And this is why, again, this guy has to have a mental disability, because he doesn't understand the questions. He doesn't even understand the theory he's claiming is true, and he believes in religiously. I mean, it's almost like a devout Christian who doesn't understand anything in the Bible, gets all the verses wrong and forgot about entire gospels, trying to preach the validity of the Bible. I mean, that's kind of what Craig is doing here. I mean, it's hilarious in one way, but it's extremely sad in another. I mean, it's just so pathetic. I kind of have to feel bad for the guy. I didn't think I'd be feeling bad for this guy, but yeah, I mean, this is rough.
I'm probably only going to go another 20 minutes or so right now, and then we can pick this up later tonight. I know there's people in other time zones that are very passionate about this topic, and I want to get their input on super fallacies and dingers and tweaking the system as well. So we'll go for another 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll take a break.
So it doesn't have to do with anything with. So there's
like be considered to have mass in certain circumstances, you would go to E equals mc squared, where energy is mass. So that answers you. It's a lot deeper, you know, and basically more than an undergraduate understanding of physics to get into that equation.
Energy doesn't equal mass. Energy is a factor or a modality of mass in that equation.
Again, if Craig knew even the basics, he would be talking about the stress energy tensor, because that actually addresses the difference between Newtonian-based gravity and Einstein's relativity, where the source of the gravitational field is the density and flux of energy momentum itself in Einstein's field equations of general relativity. Mass, density, Newtonian gravity. I mean, just to boil it down to these simple terms. But if Craig even knows what the stress energy tensor is, I mean, this goof's not even bringing it up, because that would address the issue at hand, instead of trying to spam E equals mc squared like some goof who only watched, you know, some little snippets of Einstein propaganda. Everybody knows E equals mc squared, so he's just throwing that around without actually understanding anything of substance behind it.
Okay, so is this a super fallacy? So we have another decision to make here, because, I mean, I want to dumb this down as much as possible. Obviously, Tsutsaka needs the help. So mass energy equivalence doesn't necessarily mean they're exactly the same thing. I mean, okay, let's look at this explanation from desy.de. Relativistic mass is equivalent to energy, which is why relativistic mass is not a commonly used term nowadays. In the modern view, mass is not equivalent to energy. Mass is just that part of the energy of a body which is not kinetic energy. Mass is independent of velocity, whereas energy is not. That was probably the most succinct explanation, and this again is on desy.de. I mean, most of their stuff's not in English, but it is a science resource. So again, big logical fallacy stack. Are we going to call that a super fallacy, though? I don't know. I'm leaning no, but on the other hand, if the specific conversation is about this and he's that other coolest, But if we use the metric, are you going to spit your drink out? I guess no. What does everybody think? I'm leaning no, it's not a super fallacy, but because he only hit, let's say, so he's at 3 super fallacies and 1 dinger. So fairly conservative numbers with the new metrics. Neil's not sure. I mean, I could read the definition again from DESY. Relativistic mass is equivalent to energy, which is why relativistic mass is not a commonly used term nowadays. In the modern view, mass is not equivalent to energy. Mass is independent of velocity, whereas energy is not. I mean, that's kind of a big difference. So Tiffany's voting no on the super fallacy. Yeah, this is on the fence. I could go either way on this, just because. I mean, I guess the average person might find it confusing enough that they wouldn't spit their drink out. But again, if we're talking about some kind of scientific conference where people are expected to know these things, it would be a super fallacy in that environment. Now, random people debating on the internet, perhaps that shouldn't be a super fallacy. CF. Heracles, what do you think? Super fallacy or not? We'll err on the side of caution. Let's give Craig the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna go another 10 minutes or so on this, and then we'll take a break and pick up later tonight for people who are still around and all the people that are in a different time zone and are still sleeping right now.
They're equivalent. That's the equivalence principle.
So in your mind, energy and something physical are the exact same thing.
But energy can become mass. That's something that happens.
Okay, I'll ask the question again.
I mean, that's an interesting dodge. So it looks like Craig, mentally disabled or not, he does have the modicum of mental capacity to realize he's been completely exposed and decimated already.
Were we lagging there? Okay. I think, yeah, sometimes the longer streams increase some of the hangs or lags. Yeah, Tsutsaka, YouTube doesn't put out notifications, so even some of the bigger channels with hundreds of thousands of subs or even 1 million subs, sometimes most of the people don't get notifications.
So he can only cope with saying, oh, energy can become mass. But that wasn't the question about gravity acting on energy itself. So all he's doing is deflecting and dodging, proving he either didn't understand the question or he knows he doesn't know the answer, so he can only sputter in his Dunning-Kruger stupor.
Mass and energy, which energy is not defined in today's terms anyway. Nobody can define the term energy. What is energy? What is energy, Craig?
Amount of work done. Well, mathematically, what do you want it to mean? What do you mean no one can define what energy is?
What do you want it to be? That's gonna be a dinger. That would make me spit my drink out. So we are at 3 super fallacies and 2 dingers. Does anybody think that's not a dinger? What do you want it to be? Oh, man. Is everybody in agreement that that's a dinger? My reaction here was pretty funny.
What do you want it to be? This guy can't even give a definite. Wow. I wasn't expecting this level of mental disability.
Work done. Well, mathematically, what do you want it to mean?
Wow. Wow. I mean, this is crazy. This guy can't even define it. He answered, "What do you want it to be?" I mean, has this guy just watched the OC so many times that his brain is completely fried? What do you want it to be? As if what Caleb wants it to be has anything to do with an empirically verifiable definition. And then he also starts to sputter mathematically.
Work done. Well, mathematically, what work done? Well, mathematically,
What does math have to do with it? I mean, when do we learn the definition of energy? I mean, I don't know if this is first grade. This might be second or third grade. I mean, it's simply the capacity to do work. I mean, you can go to dictionary. Let's forget science. Let's go to dictionary.com. The capacity or power to do work by application of force. Energy can exist in a variety of forms: electrical, mechanical, chemical, thermal, nuclear, and can be transferred from one form to another. But, I mean, the capacity to do work, I mean, it's so simple. Children know this. And this supposedly functional adult in Craig asks, what do you want it to be? Man, this guy's sinking so fast. I mean, is this the fastest sinking we've ever seen? Because we're just past the introduction here. I mean, we're just getting going and this guy's already sunk. I mean, this is insane. He starts stuttering.
Work done. Well, what work done? Well, what?
Saying mathematics. He can't give a basic definition, just a couple words, like a sentence definition. Capacity to do work. I mean, I'm actually shocked. I'm actually mind. I mean, I knew he might have a mental disability. I've seen clips from this guy, but I didn't know it was this severe. I mean, how does this guy function in day-to-day life? What do you want it to be? I've never seen any debate, flat earth or otherwise, where someone's given that dumb of a response. I mean, this is crazy. This is truly mind-shocking.
See how you're not able to define it? What is energy?
Energy is the amount of work done.
What? It's not the amount of work. What? I mean, you can see the expression on this guy's face. I mean, he's just stuttering and sputtering. Energy is the capacity. It's.
Should that be a super fallacy? Or another dinger? Obviously, energy is not the amount of work done. I mean, this is probably 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, maybe? Would this be another dinger? Not knowing the basic definition of energy. What does everybody think? I don't know. I'm on the fence on this one. Also, the fact that he answered that like a question, like, you know, some little kid in class where the teacher asks a question, even when they answer it correctly, they answer it like a question, which is what he just did. And he's supposed to be at least a semi-functioning adult having a debate on a scientific topic. So I'll put that as a maybe, and we'll review these again. That'll be the 3rd dinger. So he's got 3 super fallacies, 3 dingers so far.
It's not a conclusion. So if like a boulder was moved, the amount of energy required to move the boulder was the definition of the energy itself. The amount? What? I mean, this is insane. This guy is literally the most mentally disabled individual I've ever seen participate in a debate. I mean, I don't think it's even. I mean, you know, Sartain might have a mental disability as well, but I mean, Sartain was clearly intellectually dishonest as well. With this guy, I mean, I'm starting to really lean just full on borderline vegetable. I mean, this guy. I mean, what do you want it to be? He's giving OC answers. Like, what is this?
Which kind of, it depends on the context that you want energy described. You want energy described in the context of mathematics. You want energy described in the context of mechanical principles.
I want it described in simple terms for a child to be able to understand.
Yes, Caleb, yes. Let's keep it simple. Obviously, Craig is trying to, dazzle with the BS. And intentionally try to make everything seem so complex because he doesn't have the basics down. So how many copes? I mean, there's not a lot of copes for this situation. You got to feel bad for Craig here. I mean, what other cope can he grasp to? I mean, it's not like he has a lot of options.
It's saying that energy is the amount of work to be done on something cannot be influenced by gravitation. You would agree, right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk there. You cut out. I apologize. And energy is literally the capacity to do work.
It looks like he just looked it up. Did everybody see that? When he moved like his eyes to the side, he looked it up because he didn't know. That's hilarious. He had to look up the definition of energy. This is the guy he's debating. He wants to talk cosmological theories. He wants to talk cosmologies and advanced physics. This guy can't even come up with the definition of energy by himself. He starts talking about what do you want it to be.
Jeranism looks so disappointed in Craig here. Like, he actually looks angry. Jeranism looks angry that a guy going on this debate can't give the definition of energy without looking it up or asking the other guy what he wants it to be.
Oh man. I don't know if I'm going to make it through this.
That's what energy is.
So how does gravitation affect the capacity to do work?
Well, the capacity to work is interchangeable.
That was pretty dumb. Again, we can go back to the DESY website. Relativistic mass is equivalent to energy, which is why relativistic mass is not a commonly used term nowadays. In the modern view, mass is not equivalent to energy. Mass is just that part of the energy of a body which is not kinetic energy. Mass is independent of velocity, whereas energy is not. That's very, very critical in discussing these things. But obviously, Craig doesn't understand any of this. But should that be a super fallacy? I don't know. I'm gonna give him another maybe there. So he might be at 4 dingers. Or should it be a dinger or super fallacy? That's tough too. Should this be a dinger or a super fallacy? I'll put it in the maybe pile. No. Obviously, energy can be there could be conversions that take place. It's not just interchangeable, kind of like a word, like big and large are interchangeable words. I mean, you can't say that for energy and mass. You can't just interchange them magically based on nothing. Energy, energy doesn't just magically turn into mass. In certain equations, according to theories, they can effectively be interchangeable, sure. That's completely different. And the fact that Craig doesn't even have the mental capacity to grasp these simple concepts, I have to applaud Caleb here. I have to really applaud his patience. I mean, I don't know how old Caleb is, but this is like, I mean, what is he? Is he a teenager, early 20s, whatever he is? I mean, this is like having a conversation with a 1-year-old. I mean, I don't want to insult 1-year-olds. Maybe there are 1-year-olds out there that are smarter than Craig, but there's no processing going on here.
Energy equals mass.
That's what I'm saying. So do you think that mass and this idea of energy are completely the exact same thing? You think that this water bottle is the same as energy, hypothetical energy that can't be defined here?
Well, you could define everything in that water bottle in the terms of energy.
And notice how he didn't answer the question. He asked if you thought it was the same thing. So that's a yes or no type answer. Unless he thinks it's a malformed question, in which he should address that. But instead of failing to answer, because if it's no, then this. If it's yes because of this, or it's a malformed question or fallacious question because of this. He did none of those things.
So you think they're the exact same thing? It's a very simple question.
Yeah, I just answered. All of the materials in that bottle can be defined in the terms of energy.
Okay.
So he still didn't answer the question. So you really know who you're dealing with here. Because someone who had even just a basic understanding, again, they would say yes because of this, no because of this, or that's a fallacious question because of this. And he did none of those things. I mean, it was almost like a politician answer there. Because, I mean, I don't know. Does that point deception? What do all the listeners think here? Does everything think? So what are the options? He has a mental disability and he's being intentionally dishonest. So the very few concepts that he does comprehend, he's going to be dishonest about them anyway. Is that the solution here, not to fall for false dichotomies?
So let's talk about the space-time fabric. So you said...
All right, I'm actually going to stop this here. We've been streaming for a while. So here's the roundup. Craig committed either 3 super fallacies, which would bring the current count to 140 fallacies, and 3 super fallacies. And he also has a minimum of 2 dingers. And the 140th fallacy could have either been a super fallacy or a dinger. That's what we're up to so far. We'll pick this up probably later tonight because I know a lot of astute mind shockers aren't here right now and they definitely want to be part of this. So we'll pick this up later tonight and I'll do a super quick recap. Tsutsaka, hopefully you'll be back spamming your Dunning-Kruger stylings, humiliating yourself for our entertainment. Always appreciated. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. Neil, the next stream in hours, I'm not sure actually, maybe in about 5 hours, maybe in 4 or 5 hours. You got it, Tiffany. If you want to help support the MindShock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting notifications, just like and share and comment. That appears to be how the YouTube algorithm works. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and we are refining the logical analysis system today. This is part 2. We did one earlier in the day. I know there's different people in different time zones, and a lot of listeners have wanted input into the analysis debate system. So here's our chance to do it. As always, if you want to help support the MindShock channel, you could donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you don't comment or like on enough videos, you won't be getting the notifications, even if you have them enabled. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. Hello, Lightwalker, Zepton, Kaboom, Rune Tomps, Thorson, and Captain Hatnin. Tsutsaka is like the #1 MindShock fan. He hangs out here all the time. He was here getting roasted earlier in the day. And I think the past couple days, too. I wonder if that's one of Craig's altars. give a couple minutes for people to get in here. Oh, Tutaka is indeed here. Is anybody surprised? So for those that missed the earlier stream, we were determining super fallacies and dingers in addition to zingers. Now, this is a rough draft, so we're going to do a recap at the end of this to kind of see exactly how we want to count all of these metrics. So far, Craig has 3 super fallacies, which would be subtracted from the total fallacy count. So he would have 140 regular fallacies, 3 super fallacies, and 3 or 4 dingers. Still kind of undecided. His first dinger, I believe, was when he said he didn't have the star plates from the eclipse data hoax of 1919. And then, of course, what do you want energy to be? I mean, that is just incredibly amusing. And then the third dinger was when he answered Caleb's question about what energy is. He followed up the what do you want it to be with the amount of work done. Not the capacity to do work, but the amount of work done. And a lot of us were on the fence on whether or not that should have been a dinger. But I believe the inquisitive tone in which he answered that, like the amount of work done, like he wasn't even sure about his incorrect definition, like a small child in an elementary classroom. So that's, to me, that tipped the scales for the dinger. And he kind of repeated a lot of the equivalence between mass and energy, which was quite silly, and possibly his 140th fallacy could either be a 4th dinger or a 4th super fallacy. We put that in the maybe category. So we'll be picking up right where we left off. Does anybody in the chat have questions about fallacies, zingers, dingers, or super fallacies? A hat trick fallacy would automatically qualify as a super fallacy, or a single fallacy that is just so astoundingly dumb that it would make someone spit out their drink if they were drinking. That would also classify as a super fallacy. Anybody have any questions on any of this before we resume? Dark side of the moon is back. Okay, so we will continue here. And I'll be stopping it for input. If anybody wants to call out dingers or super fallacies, or if they think I missed a fallacy for Caleb or whatever, a lot of goofs with a lot of claims like Tutaka, feel free to cite evidence of such. Or just whine and cry like you normally do, Tutaka. Those Dunning-Kruger stylings are amusing as well.
Observations. That's only one step of the scientific method. Other than making observations, and even if you look at the star plate from 1919, from Arthur Eddington's observation, some of the stars are moving away from the sun. I don't know if you saw Robert Bennett. Either way, there's a PhD that's been talking with Wits It Gets It, and he's been exposing that the star plates didn't even show that all stars tended towards the sun. Some of them moved away, some of them moved horizontally. Not all of them are tending towards the sun. So I'd love to see an observation that shows every single star and the light that's being emitted from it curving towards the sun because of space-time. And either way, it's a begging the question fallacy where you're assuming that it's because of space-time. It's just as equal for me to say, oh no, there's actually unicorns up there that are tied to the sun that are pulling in the light towards it. As long as the math works out the same way, it's basically the same assumption that you're making, that it's space-time gravitation.
Okay, you do realize that assumptions aren't a problem in science. In fact, it's kind of a foundation of science. You have to
Oh, wow. That has to be a super fallacy. Assumptions, not only are they not a problem in science, they are the foundation. Craig thinks that assumptions are the foundation of science. Oh, man. Oh, man. Not experimentation to actually test and examine the hypothesis. And by the way, a hypothesis is not an assumption, it's an educated guess based on something, not nothing, not hallucinations and assumptions. So that is no question. I mean, is that a dinger or a super fallacy? What would that be categorized as? Assumptions aren't a problem in science. Maybe that's not a super fallacy or a dinger. Now, assumptions are the foundation of science. Now that I guess that would be a dinger. Would that be a dinger or a super fallacy? I mean, it's just such an insane hallucination that would cause someone to spit out their drink if they were drinking. Assumptions are the foundation of science. That's funny. I'm gonna put it as a dinger, unless the listeners want to dispute that or think it fits better. It's not a fallacy per se. I believe we can classify that as I mean, if there's a couple different ones, I'm trying to kind of see what the easiest one to classify that. You could probably say that it's just an argument from false premises. basically an incorrect proposition. I mean, you could also rope in circular reasoning logical fallacy, because if he thinks that assumptions are the foundation of science and all of science should be going from assumptions and they're not a problem and you can just assume anything at any time, then that would obviously explain a lot of his arguments. So you could classify it as a fallacy, but I guess Dinger would be easier. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What does everybody think? It's kind of both. I mean, I outlined this at the beginning of the earlier stream I did on this earlier in the day, where it could be both, but we're not going to give him a super fallacy and a dinger. I mean, I guess we could. Assumptions are the foundation of science. Wow. Rune thinks it's a dinger. I'm leaning dinger as well. What does everybody else think? Boggin's been around for a bit. What's everybody's opinion? Assumptions are the foundation of science. Should that be a super fallacy or a dinger? Okay, we got 2 for dinger. I'm leaning dinger, although it could be either. Captain votes super fallacy. Anybody else want to chime in? Is saying assumptions, so not educated guesses. I mean, educated guesses aren't the foundation of science either. Strict methodology is the foundation of science, but would saying assumptions are the foundation of science, is it more fallacious? I mean, even though it's fallacious and a self-own, which category does it most belong to? This is tough. Should we let Tutsaka decide? Foundation is something that is built upon the bedrock of something. So the scientific method would be the foundation of science. Or any kind of established system, a system of knowledge, science. Assumptions would never be systemized knowledge because they're assumptions. I mean, you could say that hypotheses or educated guesses, not assumptions, educated guesses are a critical part of the scientific method. But even educated guesses, I mean, I guess you could argue they could be the foundation of science, depending on how broad you want to go. But an assumption would never be a foundation of systemized knowledge. Welcome back, Heracles. We're discussing Craig's latest statement. So he said, assumptions are the foundation of science. So is that a super fallacy or a dinger? We're all trying to decide here. All right, Tsutsaka, since your mind is in the gutter, we're going to have to give you a timeout. Heracles votes dinger. I was leaning dinger as well. Rune voted Dinger. Boggin voted Dinger. Captain Hatnin voted super fallacy. All right, let's go with Dinger then. We also had another possible Dinger earlier. What was that on? His 140th. Now let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Neil, it's definitely not a zinker. Well, yeah, that's a good point, Heracles. It is good, and it could be either. And what we talked about earlier, I mean, we could count it for both, but we probably should reserve that for fall on the floor laughing. So a regular super fallacy or dinger should be something that would cause you to spit your drink out if you were drinking, but something that is just so astonishingly dumb. Maybe we can put it both for a super fallacy and dinger, but this wasn't all time. It was just, yeah, third category. Okay, so he's up to 4 dingers now. I put him maybe at 140, but this would be at the 145th. Fallacy would be the 4th dinger. All right, so let's continue here.
Make an assumption. That's what a hypothesis is, to be able to test something.
A hypothesis is to be able to test something. What does that mean? A hypothesis is not the ability to test something. No, that's got to be another dinger. I mean, that has to be another dinger. Like, he's going rapid fire now. A hypothesis is not the ability to test something. That would be a hypothesis is an educated guess, and there could be a lot of criteria for that. But it's not the ability to carry out a test. Oh man! So we're at he's on 5 dingers now. I mean, we really gotta appreciate Craig here. He's caused us to really have to re-examine the system and refine it, because you know his level of gopher is just something we've never seen before. So he's helping us out here. I mean, somebody needs to do a mashup. I know on Twitter there's a number of users that are doing MindShock mashups. They need to do one of all of his dingers now that we're counting him up, because this might be the worst performance on any so-called debate. Hypothesis is the ability to test. Oh man, I think I need a second. I forgot that he had said that the first time around. Oh man. Okay, all right, let's try to get composed here. Am I the only one laughing this hard? All right, let's try to get focused here. We got a long way to go to make our way through this.
So, okay, I think he just answered my previous question. So it appears that he does understand what the word assumption means by this response. Now, obviously, his response completely deflected and dodged the point that Caleb is making there. Because if math works out a certain way, where these are actually, Austin Whitsitt is again another guy who's pointed out that these are a lot of the times these are post-dictions, not predictions. So you think something is a certain way, something is X, and then it's reverse engineered to match it with literally all opposing evidence being thrown out, all admittedly in terms of the hoax of 1919. So not just done, but admitted to be done. So it's not like they were even hiding the fact that they were throwing out all non-matching so-called evidence of these fallible observations made using fallible human technology. Because there's different conditions, they couldn't even really get the observations properly. That's another thing. Goofs like Craig, a lot of these scientists and cultists, they hallucinate that humans are infallible, human technology is infallible, therefore all measurements and calculations are perfect anyway. Like, it's such a weird hallucination by these goofs to just pretend it's all infallibly done, even if all these people are honest, which they are not, and Eddington admitted that as well. All admitted on record. So it's not like this is just random theorizing and speculating. All admitted on record. So regarding post-dictions, so yes, as Caleb stated, it is a begging the question fallacy. It's also a circular reasoning logical fallacy, a false dichotomy fallacy, and a false cause logical fallacy. These fallacies are all related. If you haven't looked at the Logic 101 podcast I did on MindShock, it was the lead up to the Flat Earth debate between Flat Earth Dave and so-called Professor Dave, one of the greatest decimations in debate of all time. So yeah, these fallacies are all related because people are hallucinating that it's not just about an assumption of a prediction. It's about building a house of cards of assumptions and then making certain conclusions based on a house of cards. So none of the pillars are actually legitimate or science-based. And so Craig here is deflecting. I guess he has no other way to cope here at being completely exposed as this goof, but clearly he understands what assumption is. He's saying it's not a problem. It's a problem if you care about the truth. It's not a problem in terms of a very small part of the scientific method. Yes, you're going to assume something, this is true, but that's why dependent variables, independent variables, and controls are so important.
Indeed, Tutak. You might want to check the dictionary for the definition of assumption and hypothesis so you know the difference. Welcome, Big Pine Sailing. Did you happen to catch the earlier stream? Because we're refining the logical analysis of debates here. So we added super fallacies, which are just astoundingly silly fallacies, or a hat trick fallacy, where someone stacks 3 or more fallacies in a single statement, which is impressive. So this would be the equivalent of, let's say, a significant strike or a high power shot in boxing or kickboxing or MMA, where it would be scored higher than just like a regular light jab. And then dingers are just incredible cell phones. And the criteria, the analogy that I kind of gave is if you're drinking something and you heard something like, what do you want it to be in reference to energy? Or assumptions are the foundation of science, you might spit your drink out at hearing that. So that would be enough to qualify for a super fallacy or a dinger. Heracles, I get a lot of physics bases video suggestions. I ask their comments if they know about the hoaxes around relativity. They all call me a quack. Well, that's the classic scientism cope, is to just go for the ad hom without adding the argument. So insults or name calling without added arguments are ad homs. Hello, Riz. What's going on? So let's continue here. And again, everyone in the chat, if you hear something that should be a super fallacy or a dinger, call it out. If you've been sent here by Craig as one of his trolls and you think I missed the fallacy for Caleb, you can also call that out. We're trying to be as accurate as possible here.
So you can see whether your methodology is valid in whether or not the assumption is true or not true, what it would look like otherwise. And you notice how Craig is just avoiding the components of the scientific method, the critical components, other than the assumption. He's avoiding them like the plague. But Caleb, calm, cool, and composed here. So pretty impressive showing from Caleb here thus far. I actually think he's letting Craig off the hook here, but maybe his strategy is just to let Craig sink himself, which he's doing so severely here. You know, you can't really fault Caleb for that.
And you can call it what you want. Space-time is just a name that they've given it. You can call it unicorns if you like. That's fine. I will call it Bob. It doesn't.
So now he's going with the non-congruent argument logical fallacy. The point.
Well, it was also a red herring logical fallacy, because he stacked those two. So it's not enough to qualify for a super fallacy, because a super fallacy would require 3 fallacies stacked. Yes, Riz. High score wins the Dunning-Kruger championship. So that's kind of the point of us refining the system, because light jabs are not the same thing as big power shots. Hey, Dave Scott, I was hoping you'd show up. We need your input. We're implementing your dinger. You were the one that came up with dingers, right? I think Dave was the one who came up with the concept of dingers, and I was toying with super fallacies, and now I think we should implement them both, because dingers are specifically self-owned, and super fallacies are simply just astoundingly dumb fallacies, or a hat trick fallacy where it's 3 or more logical fallacies stacked simultaneously with a single statement.
Point wasn't that they were unicorn. Wow, I mean, this is kind of insane. I mean,
Should we give? I don't know what we should do here with Craig, because he's saying it doesn't matter whether you call it a unicorn or not. I mean, that's not even what's being discussed. So it's a non-congruent argument and a red herring. Yeah, I thought it was you, Dave. That was a good idea for dingers. Dave Scott's one of the most astute MindShock listeners, by the way. Look out for his comments. They're always on point. So what are we going to do here with Craig? Because saying it doesn't matter what you call it when the subject isn't what you call it, that's not what is being discussed here. So, I mean, I don't know if that would specifically make you spit your drink out. So my criteria for a super fallacy or a dinger is if you're drinking something and he said something so dumb, it would cause you to spill your drink out. And if it causes you to fall on the floor laughing, then I believe that's enough to count it for both a super fallacy and a dinger at the same time. That's my criteria. Everybody can give their opinions. What's up, Glitched? So do people think that's enough? They're saying it doesn't matter what you call it when the subject isn't even about calling something. It's about whether or not you can prove what the cause is. I mean, I don't know. I'm on the fence on that, because if I was drinking something, I'm not sure I would spit it out, but I would definitely pause. I wouldn't be able to continue drinking perfectly. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Riz. Like, Craig's idea of following the scientific method is if you make a prediction, like, for example, Bigfoot brings the mail every morning, or it's in the mailbox by noon. So if you make the prediction that the mail's going to be in the mailbox at noon, then you go and check. You make the observation, which according to Craig is the experiment itself. And if the mail is in the mailbox as you predicted, that must mean your hypothesis of Bigfoot brought the mail, that must mean Bigfoot brought it. If you check the mailbox and the mail is in there, according to Craig. Like, it wasn't Mothman, it wasn't Chupacabra, it had to have been Bigfoot, because that was what your prediction was, and your observation of the mail in the mailbox matched the prediction. That's Craig's idea of the scientific method. So, would saying... So would saying that it doesn't matter what you call it while not understanding what anything being talked about is that enough for a super fallacy or a dinger? I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. What does everybody think? I'm going to defer to the listeners here. Sphinx Bear, what's up? I want the opinion of the MindShock listeners on whether that was enough for a super fallacy or a dinger. Because he did stack 2 fallacies, not 3, which would automatically qualify it for a super fallacy. Well, yeah, that's an automatic qualification. But if he says 1 fallacy that's just so out there stupendously dumb, you can still hit the super fallacy. 3 automatically gets you 1, but if you only have 1 or 2, if they're dumb enough, they could still qualify for a super fallacy. Those are my criteria. Obviously, the listeners, all you guys can give your own. Yeah, Heracles, I'm thinking the same, like dangerously close. to qualifying for that. Maybe like a power shot that someone almost put their hand on the canvas, so it doesn't count as a knockdown. Dave Scott. Yeah, it's a shame Maxwell's not here. His input would have been just critical. It would have been critical in determining all of this. All right, we need to make a decision. Oh yeah, caught the yeah. That's so almost a super fallacy or dinger, but not quite. I think I'll agree with that, Heracles. I think I'll agree with that. So let's continue.
I mean, he's actually spinning not just the non-congruent argument, but also no true Scotsman, as if saying something calling something space-time. That's not the argument. That's not the variable. He completely missed, possibly intentionally, because he doesn't understand what the scientific method even is, or just basic logic. That's why I always advocate to start the debate off with these points. Because if it's even on the screen, it should be on the screen, just the major fallacies.
That's a zinger for Riz. That's hilarious. Tutaka commented, I will not stand for this decision to go on for any less than half an hour. And Riz responded, we're going to dilate time for you, so it's not so long. Oh man, that's funny. Sphinx Bear posted, we fell into temporal pocket. You guys are hilarious.
Like maybe 5 major fallacies, and the scientific method with dependent variable, independent variable, and control highlighted. So that way anybody, like a lot of these goofs like Craig, would they feel even more silly spewing the nonsense coming out of their mouth when there's something on the screen clearly demonstrating how everything they're saying is nonsense, because it's not aligning scientifically. It's just everything they're saying is religious dogma. And it's so anti-science, but they're pretending it's scientific or legitimate.
Matter of the name, the fact is the prediction is that when you go and look at something, i.e. this thing will happen at this particular time and place. So, if you want to go through the scientific method.
Wait, did he just say the prediction is that something would happen is the prediction itself? That would be the prediction coming true, because a prediction can either come true or not come true. Did he just give the definition of the prediction as only being something that actually came true? No, but not even that, Riz. It wasn't even specifically the post-diction. He was saying that the definition of a prediction itself is that it was coming true, not that it was made. Is that a super fallacy or a dinger? I'm voting dinger. What do you guys think? I mean, that's pretty dumb to think that a prediction can only be something that came true. I mean, that would have been a successful prediction as opposed to an unsuccessful one. So is he not aware? That would actually explain some things. That would explain some things. If he thinks predictions are only things that actually come true. Okay, Sphinx Bear votes dinger. I vote dinger. Not a major dinger, but like a light dinger. I don't think he caught the ropes on that. Yeah, Heracles agrees. He tried to catch the ropes, but it didn't work. So we got 2 for dinger. Anybody else think it's a dinger? Are there any people who are vehemently denying that that was a dinger? Dave Scott, what do you think? You invented the dinger category. I think we need to defer to Dave Scott whenever we're unsure, because he's the one who created this dinger category. He needs the credit for this. Riz is hilarious in this chat. Dave, you still around? Are you able to type a response? Or are you busy with something? Glitched also votes dinger. I think any kind of time. Oh, wow. Dave Scott is saying not dinger worthy. I mean, it's not on the level of saying, what do you want energy to be? Or that assumptions are the foundation of science. So, yeah, Dave Scott, I mean, that's interesting. But to say that a prediction is something that happens as predicted, that's not a prediction. So, I mean, that's. I mean, is an argument from a false? Is it that strong of an argument from false premise that it would qualify as a super fallacy, Dave? What about that? Now, I might have to agree with Dave that it might not specifically be a dinger, but is it that much of a false premise? Like, is it that deficient that it would qualify as a super fallacy, even only being one fallacy? What do you think, Dave? Or what about half a dinger? That would solve a lot of problems. Because I think we could all agree that was worth at least half a dinger. Thank you, Will Smith. Get involved here, Will Smith. We're trying to decide whether saying that a prediction is something that occurs as predicted, as opposed to the actual definition of a prediction, which is simply something that you think could happen, which may or may not happen. So, Riz, zingers are a good dig at somebody. So you can't have a zinger against yourself. A dinger would be the equivalent of that. That would be a self-own. When you own the other guy, that's a zinger. And a super fallacy is just an incredibly silly fallacy or a stack of 3 or more fallacies with a single statement. Also, we have to figure something out here. We didn't go over this on the earlier stream today. If it's possible to get half a dinger or even half a zinger, maybe we should add halves to both dingers and zingers. Because if something is like an okay attack or own against an opponent, it could be worth half a zinger. And if something is a self-own but not like a huge self-own, it could be half a dinger. Because saying that, I mean, but by that logic, we'd have to revisit, because I forgot what the previous dinger that we didn't give Craig a dinger for, like he caught the ropes. That would have been a half a dinger, though. So should we allow half dingers and half zingers? Or would that just overcomplicate everything? A dinghy, a small dinger. Well, we might have to, depending on the layout and how many people are debating, I might not be able to put the whole word dinger on the screen, so I might have to just put D or ding, in which case that would be difficult to differentiate between a dinghy and a dinger. Neil votes to keep it simple. All dingers are fallacies, but not all fallacies are dingers. Not necessarily. Dingers are self-owned. They could also be fallacies. And I don't know if you just got here, but my analogy is, yes, Sphinx Bear. That's true. And we also have to put up like basic scientific method screens up. So yeah, we do have the real estate on the screen is sacred. So we have to minimize the categories. So what I gave the analogy to, let's say you're drinking something and you hear someone say something like, what do you want it to be, in regards to what energy is, that would cause me to spit out my drink. So that would be an incredible self-own, which would be a dinger. It would also be a fallacy, because that's like a tu quo qui fallacy on steroids. Like, for example, if Caleb asks, what is energy? And Craig responds, well, what do you think energy is? That would be a standard tu quo qui logical fallacy. Like, no, you answer the question. But saying, what do you want it to be? Like, that's so ramped up on steroids. That could be a super fallacy or a dinger. So we have to decide. Yes, Will. He said, well, so he basically defined a prediction as something that was shown to have happened. So apparently he's unaware that you can make predictions that don't actually come true. So we're trying to decide whether that would be a super fallacy, a dinger, or maybe we should do half dingers. I'm actually hesitant to do half dingers just because, first of all, we'd have to go back and start this all over because he got at least a couple of half dingers. And also, does it really just overcomplicate it too much? So if it's a basic a dinger is a self-own. So it may or may not be a fallacy. It's just you make yourself look dumb, like you trip over yourself. Like in a boxing match, you not only slip, but you knock yourself out for like a 9 count. So it may or may not be a logical fallacy. And a super fallacy would just be an extremely silly logical fallacy. And like I said, if something is both a super fallacy and a dinger, we can count it for both categories, but it would have to be all time. And I don't think anything is qualified thus far for that. Oh, a zinger is simply just exposing your opponent or just demonstrating intellectual superiority. So it could be a joke at their expense, which isn't necessarily calling out their fallacy. It could be, but not necessarily. So it's not necessarily related to logical fallacies. It's just like a taunt, a successful taunt pointing out your opponent's cluelessness. It's up to Dave whether it's a dinger. So, well, Dave said not a dinger because it's just not as silly. But I don't think Dave answered on whether or not it should count as a super fallacy. So, Dave, we're waiting on you. Do you believe stating that a prediction, Craig's definition of a prediction, something that was shown to have come true, is enough for a super fallacy? Just an argument from a false premise, because obviously that's not the actual definition of what a prediction is. Predictions can turn out to be true or not true. Yeah, Heracles, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. We really need to be conservative with the dingers. But is it a super fallacy, though? Because it is quite, I mean, it's such a silly art, because, I mean, just, it's not like he got the definition of an advanced word wrong, because that would obviously not be a super fallacy. But to get the definition of something like prediction wrong or hypothesis, like, to get such a basic word wrong, like, is that enough to be a super fallacy? So Glitched is deferring to Hercules or Heracles. I'm deferring to Dave. Dave Scott says it's not a dinger, so we can respect that. But the question now is it a super fallacy? Is it that much of an argument from a false premise that it deserves to be elevated to a super fallacy status? Dave Scott, what do you think? It would almost make me. Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's right on the fence. It's right. I mean, it's pretty silly. I guess it depends on what mood you're in and how distracted you be. Dinger was originally reserved for rare. Yeah. Okay. Good point, Dave Scott. I do want to include super fallacies as well, though. So just because it's impressive to be able to stack 3 fallacies on top of each other with a single statement. Now, clearly, giving a wrong definition and argument from false premise, that's not 3 fallacies stacked. Argument from false premise. The premise that a prediction is something that has come true is false. Obviously. This is an argument from false premise. Is there anybody else that wants to chime in? We got about 20 people in here. I'm on the fence of it even being a super fallacy. It's right on the fence. Like, just because a prediction is such a basic word, like, even small children know the definition. So getting that wrong, like, I mean, it might be a super fallacy to get such a basic word wrong. I don't know, man. I don't know. We need more input. Come on. Will Smith, what do you think? You were in the Men in Black. I mean, you got some good opinions. I'm undecided. It's right on the edge of being a super fallacy. That's a good point, Will Smith. I mean, I'm not sure if he could read, though, because, again, there seem to be some mental issues. But forget about him. I mean, we're basically talking about what's coming out of his mouth, because theoretically, I mean, I haven't seen things this dumb come out of other people's mouths, but theoretically they could. So how would we rate them with this new system? So, Hercules, that's a good point. If it was anybody else who would have counted as a super fallacy, but because Craig is so deficient, for him, it might not be a super. Just because he says things like, "What do you want it to be?" in terms of what energy is. That's a good point, Heracles. Are we going to skew? So, is this going to be like on a curve skewed to the individual on whether or not we count something as a super fallacy or dinger? Heracles, that's an excellent point. That is excellent. This is good. We're really refining the system here. That's a great point. That's a great point, because if you're scoring a Mike Tyson fight and he's always throwing bombs, even his like mid-power shot or a low-power shot for a different boxer, that might count as a significant or power shot, but for Mike Tyson it wouldn't. So I think Heracles wins here. I think that's actually good. I think in cases of borderline, we should defer to that. Heracles saved the day here. That's on point, man. That's great. That really that seems to be good. I think going by that might be the best metric. Because again, you might not necessarily score the Mike Tyson boxing match the same way as other Excellent point. Okay, so we'll go with that. It's not a super fallacy or a dinger because we're considering the person making it. Okay. 3 dingers. What do you mean, Will Smith? He's got 3 super fallacies and 5 dingers. All right, so let's continue here.
Good. The observation is, I don't know, things accelerate towards the ground on Earth at 9.
Look how he completely missed all the points, possibly intentionally. It's not... Caleb is not disputing that something happened. We're talking about why. The very foundation of science is not about, oh, you predicted something would happen. Why is it happening? Sphinx Bear.
Almost. He usually stacks 2. Also, it's well, if it's a run-on sentence like it usually is, it might be 3 fallacies per sentence, but I split them up in phrases, so I just counted them separately as individual fallacies. And I think we're gonna have to defer to what we could call this the Heracles rule. The Heracles rule is we have to factor who's doing this, because someone else might be getting a lot more super fallacies based on their baselines.
I mean, that's why you have the entire scientific method, so you don't just say, oh, it was God. Oh, it was demons that caused it. That's the whole purpose of science and the scientific method. The why, not just because it happened to turn out a way of an assumption.
8 meters per second, roughly, squared. My hypothesis is that it's because the fabric of space-time is curved by the large mass of Earth, and it will affect the path of objects and light. So how do we test that? Well, if that's true, when the light from a distant star passes our star, it will, according to these calculations, change its path a certain amount.
Well, what calculations? What fallible human calculations using fallible human technology based on a house of cards assumption? Because how do you know the distances of those stars? So again, just a fundamental lack of understanding of just even basic common sense. I mean, we don't even have to go to, we don't even have to really get into Logic 101, reason, critical thinking. We don't even have to go there. I mean, this is children's level common sense. And Craig doesn't have it. Like, how can we really... I mean, this is just getting really rough. This is rough.
That's a prediction based on the hypothesis. So you go and look at his particular time and place when you're able to do that during an eclipse and you're able to see the stars that are close to our sun and test that prediction. And it's something that can be done over and over and over again. The observation is part of the experiment. The experiment can be going to a certain place at a certain time and seeing if a prediction takes place.
So again, the Mayans did this with eclipses for thousands of years into the future with their flat Earth cosmology. So that, according to these goofs' own so-called logic, I'm hesitant to call it that, but predictions do not mean anything unless you can verify all of the aspects of your either so-called experiment. You can verify all of these variables so you don't fall into these false cause logical fallacies, false dichotomy logical fallacies. Because if you're wrong, you also don't know why. Just like if you're right, you don't know why. There could be 10 different models of Earth. How would each look different than the other? And again, if Craig understood what the scientific method even was, which he clearly doesn't, he would understand the modulations, the manipulations of the variables to prove what is alleged. Otherwise, you're just talking about, oh, this psychic has a better track record than this other psychic, so the house of cards they built must be more legitimate than the other house of cards. I mean, this is the level of goofery Craig is at.
So you just admitted that it's just as valid to say that unicorns are pulling the star's light towards the sun. So you would have no way of substantiating that the fourth dimensional fabric called space-time exists in any physicality anyway, right? You can't substantiate that, correct?
You can call it what you want. You can call it unicorns if you want, but the predictions of the thing that we call space-time show that X will happen if Y is the case.
So, yeah, this is tough because he just keeps spamming the same fallacies and the same fundamental misunderstanding. Let's call it not the mailbox fallacy, Riz, the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy. Assuming that if you predict Bigfoot will put the mail in your mailbox, when you make the observation the following day at a particular time, let's say noon, if the mail is there, that must mean your prediction of Bigfoot delivering it was true. Oh man, unicorn obsession glitch. You guys are hilarious. Wow. So, yeah, I mean, just generally being dumb obviously shouldn't be a dinger or a super fallacy. I think they should be rare events. So I wouldn't have spit my drink out at anything he just said, even though those might have been the dumbest statements in succession that anybody has ever made in any debate. Just the intensity of the statements might not have been enough to spit your drink out. Does everybody agree there? Or do some people think he should get super fallacies or dingers for just repeating that fundamental misunderstanding of the absolute preschool basics of the scientific method? I mean, I don't know. You could, like, I might not argue if people gave him super fallacies or dingers for that. But if we're trying to make them rare, and then if we're invoking the Heracles rule, I think the Heracles rule, we can't give him super fallacies or dingers because we have to adjust this to his baseline, which is so much lower than everybody else's baseline that the deviation from the baseline to qualify for a super fallacy or dinger is not met in Craig's case. But someone else making these same statements, for them, that might qualify as super fallacies or dingers. Is everybody on the same page there? Super fallacy baseline. Yeah, Will Smith. Sphinx Bear agrees. Yeah, I think the ultimate test of this new system will be in the next debate, so we can have Craig not involved. Obviously, I don't think I'll ever be able to cover another so-called Craig debate, but we could see how the metrics would work better at somebody with like a little bit of a normalized baseline.
And notice how he completely dodged again. I mean, this guy just can't give a straight answer to save his life. And that's for a few different reasons, but the main reason, he doesn't even understand his own religion that well. So I mean, he's just diverting and dodging and deflecting. I mean, it's just kind of hilarious to see this level of cope. I mean, I don't know if we've seen it in any other debate thus far. Because he's saying it doesn't matter what you call it, where Caleb wants to focus on the legitimacy of the claims, whereas Craig is just proving his level of mental disability and his allergy to actual science and logic by saying you can call it unicorns. Like, he's basically admitting that, but also notice how he didn't say those words. He just went into his Dunning-Kruger spiral of repeating what he said before without actually giving a straight answer.
And
Okay,
then
okay.
we can test that prediction. That's what we're doing.
No,
In science, as you insist, with the
That's not.
scientific, and
That's
we are
not.
All right, hold on a second. Claiming you're using the scientific method when you're not. Is that a super fallacy or dinger? Seeing if something happened as predicted is not testing with the scientific method. Even keeping his baseline in mind, I'm still on the fence on this one. Where's everybody at with that? I mean, he kind of just repeated the same stream of fallacies, but I don't know. Are we going to let him off the hook by saying that his baseline is just so much lower than everybody else? The deviation was not enough for a super fallacy or dinger? Because now he specifically said that what Caleb is insisting of adhering to the scientific method is specifically being done when it's not. Does that elevate to super fallacy or dinger? I guess maybe not dinger, but again, argument from false premise, false cause logical fallacy, reductive logical fallacy, argument from false premise. I mean, he did stack quite a bit there. What does everybody think? Shaq playing toddlers, yeah. Oh, man. Okay. Because I think it's different. Like what he said before were just standard fallacies, misunderstandings, and arguments from false premise. Here, now he's alleging that if a prediction happens, then you're actually using the scientific method to test. I think that's enough to elevate it to a super fallacy. What does everybody think? Glitched agrees. For him, not on the... But even for him, though, because in all of his spewing earlier, he didn't specifically state that the scientific method was adhered to as Caleb requested by observing something as predicted. He kind of did it in pieces. Here, he made a single statement, said that it specifically adheres to the scientific method if what was predicted happened, making the observation of it adhere to the scientific method. Yeah, I'm going super fallacy. Heracles thinks it's not enough for his baseline. What does everybody else think? Exactly, Will Smith. Like, we have to keep the topic of the debate in mind as well. So, if the topic is hinging on science and the scientific method, like we have to consider that. Because if it was some other topic and he didn't know what it was, you could say maybe that's a little bit more forgivable. Glitch says stacked super fallacies. Sphinx Bear thinks not enough deviation from the baseline. So no super fallacy, no dinger for Sphinx Bear. So Sphinx Bear and Heracles are against this being counted as a super fallacy. I'm leaning super fallacy. Because this deviation from baseline was slightly greater than what he said before. Now, whether it's enough to qualify for the super fallacy, I mean, that's what we're arguing here. I think the deviation was enough. Yeah, we don't all have to agree. We're just all spitballing here. And we'll do a review at the end. I mean, the system isn't set in stone yet. We're going to review at the end. Sphinx for deviation from his base. Well, yeah, because the previous deviations, the Heracles rule clearly said they couldn't qualify for super fallacies or dingers. But this was a step beyond. He's explicitly stating that observing a prediction means that the scientific method was adhered to. Like, he was more specific with it, which that has to elevate to super fallacy. Unless someone has wants to really make a good case that the deviation is not enough, I'm going to count it as a super fallacy. You guys got 10 seconds to make your case if you don't want this counted as a super fallacy. I mean, it's still kind of close, which is why we're discussing it. It's not like the biggest deviation, but it's greater than the others that wouldn't have qualified. So I think it's enough to qualify. Rune has capitulated. Okay, so let's get that in there as a super fallacy. We are at 4 super fallacies. So he would have 176 regular fallacies, because we're not going to double up on those. So let's
That's science.
Steps. Well, it is because it follows
No, it's
the
not.
step.
So my
The steps of the scientific method, which he doesn't know. Because if he knew the steps, he'd be talking about dependent variables, independent variables.
So another point, we're not going to count it as a super fallacy again because we've adjusted to the baseline with that new super fallacy. So now he has to deviate even further to qualify for a super fallacy. Is that fair, Heracles? Because with these super fallacies, we adjust the baseline. So now if he commits the same one, we won't count it for the super fallacy because now the average of his baseline has adjusted. Tsutsaka, I just did the opposite. I said we're not counting the number to make it bigger for super fallacies. So does everybody agree with that on the adjustment of the baseline according to the Heracles rule? I mean, this isn't bullying. We're making objective observations. Observing that a duck is quacking and waddling isn't bullying the duck. Like, you know? I mean, I wish Craig all the best. I really hope he gets the mental help he needs. We're examining his arguments, though. Like, what's coming out of his mouth is what we're discussing here. So Dave Scott agrees. So, yeah, the Heracles rule should include that we can make that the baseline will be adjusted based on the super fallacies and dingers committed as they are committed. So we won't he would have to deviate even further for each additional super fallacy. Okay. So let's continue.
And controls instead of skipping over straight from assumption, from hypothesis straight to observation conclusion, completely skipping all of the actual critical steps that make it scientific. I mean, I don't think, have we ever seen anybody this dumb in a flat earth debate? I don't believe we have. I mean, even Sartain is one of the dumbest humans I've ever seen debate anything. He seemed to have a higher level of mental functioning than this guy.
My theory would be just as valid as yours, right? You would say that my reference frame and my theory why light tends towards the sun being unicorns pulling it too would be just as valid as yours if the math worked out, right? It'd be just as valid, correct?
How would you test that theory?
How do you test space-time?
With something similar to the Eddington experiment.
That's an observation. You're not testing it. That's an observation.
Explain how it is an experiment as well.
Wait, Caleb's saying it's not an experiment. And Craig asked him to explain how it's an experiment as well. I mean, Craig can't even follow basic...
Wait, hold on. So, Caleb's not the one saying it's an experiment as well, but Craig asked him to explain how it is an experiment. Craig's the only one claiming that observations are experiments. Is that a dinger? I don't know. I mean, again, just keeping the baseline in mind. I mean, I'm on the fence on this one as well. Because I don't know. Because he hasn't asked Caleb to explain something that Caleb doesn't even believe in himself yet. So I think that's enough of a deviation to be another dinger. Yeah, Dave Scott says dinger. Dave Scott's the man. So me too. Because even according to the baseline, this is the first time Craig has asked Caleb to explain something that Caleb doesn't even believe in. So that's clearly a dinger. Dave Scott, yeah, everybody's for dingers. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how that wouldn't be a dinger because he's up the ante in the goofery here. So he's on 6 dingers now.
First grade English here. How can this be a productive debate of any kind?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to walk you through your logic. That I'm not saying that unicorns are pulling the light towards the sun.
That's Caleb's problem right there. He's trying to pull a mentally disabled individual through their logic, which is obviously a lack of logic. So that's Caleb's first mistake, unless he's doing this for the audience. But I don't know. Caleb's coming off as like a genuinely nice guy who's trying to help Craig. But if Craig is so far gone mentally, like, you know, how much can you help somebody in a vegetative state in a coma? I mean, there's just the mental capacity to have a conversation, let alone learn something. It's just not there. I mean, look at Craig's face. It's just not there. Again, this isn't part of my argument on flat versus globe or anything, or even part of that's why I always link logic and psychology. I know a lot of people kind of want to stay purely on this is the strict definition of this fallacy, this is the scientific method. But if we're talking about analyzing a debate with human beings, human psychology is going to be a factor. And that's why I always talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect, narcissism. All of these things are huge factors, I would say just as important, if not more so, than the actual validity of the arguments themselves, because what is the goal here? It's not
Mr. 1-to-1 in the house. Not immediately, so we're refining the system completely. So we added super fallacies and dingers. So we're going to do a recap of part 1 and part 2 once this is done, and kind of try to finalize what super fallacies and dingers are and how to count them at the end. So part 3 I'll probably get to in a couple of days, but I'll be using the new metrics for part 3, which is why we're doing this here. So Will Smith, actually, we're trying to take the subjectivity out of the scoring. So we're going to see, like, for example, if someone has 100 fallacies, 10 super fallacies, and 100 dingers against someone else who has 100 fallacies, 10 super fallacies, or let's say 500 fallacies and less super fallacies, like, how are we going to stack them up against each other? Mr. 1-to-1, were you here for the earlier stream? Because super fallacies can be, you need one of 2 things to qualify for a super fallacy. It's either a hat trick fallacy where you stack 3 or more fallacies in a single statement, which is impressive, which is why I would qualify for a super fallacy, or it could just be 1 or 2 fallacies, but they're just so astoundingly dumb that they would make you spit your drink out if you were drinking. Same thing for dingers. Yeah, a dinger is just an incredible cell phone where if you were drinking something, you would spit it out just due to the severity of the cell phone. And also, if there's ever a situation where you would collapse on the floor laughing uncontrollably, perhaps we can count both a super fallacy and a dinger simultaneously, but that hasn't happened yet. So, Glitched, what we were talking about in the earlier stream today is whether or not dingers and zingers should even intersect fallacies. Like, for example, a super fallacy, if we want to make a super simple scorecard, a super fallacy could count as maybe 10 or 25 regular fallacies. And a dinger could take away a zinger. So dingers and zingers maybe can only count against themselves, but they can't remove fallacies. But we'll figure that out later at the end, so let's continue.
Not just pure black and white, this is true, this is not true. It's how humans process information and why to learn from it, which is one of the whole reasons mind shock exists. So again, Craig, the mental capacity is either just not there.
Well, Dave Scott, so the reason I wanted to add super fallacies is like judging a boxing or a kickboxing or an MMA bout. If a guy, let's say, has 100, yeah, that's why I added super fallacies. Yeah, dingers and zingers maybe shouldn't interfere with fallacies. But fallacies and super fallacies, a super fallacy is like a high power significant strike. So if somebody lands 100 super light tip tap leg kicks or jabs that the opponent doesn't even notice, and the opponent only lands 20 shots but they're high power, less powerful shots would win you a decision over a lot of low power shots. So there has to be a distinction there. I don't think pure volume should decide the debate. Yeah, fights have more subjectivity. Yeah, but whether something is or isn't a fallacy is not subjective. Whether something's a dinger or a zinger could be subjective. Yeah, that's true. But that might not affect the fallacy count. Mr. 1-to-1. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
I don't believe, this is just my opinion, not part of a logical argument, I don't believe Craig is a good enough actor to not be mentally disabled. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the establishment has such a high budget that they got this phenomenal actor known as Craig, and they just employed him to shill for Globe Earth, again, as part of the Flat Earth PSYOP, which I allege is defending the Globe model so poorly as to increase Flat Earth membership to destabilize society. Again, that doesn't mean Flat Earth is true or not true. Nothing to do with the conclusion of that. Simply destabilization, rolling in the New World Order, etc., etc. This is done in many ways. So perhaps Craig really is that good of an actor and he deserves an Oscar. Maybe he is. But just from looking at it and analyzing all this debates, I mean, this really seems just to be a guy with a severe mental disability, but let's continue here.
I'm saying there's no way to experiment and verify either assumption. Therefore, they are not validated by just looking at the stars and their moved position.
I mean, I'm sorry, I gotta stop it again, but how pathetic is it that Caleb has to walk through first or second grade science with a supposedly functional grown adult? I mean, how pathetic is it that Caleb even had to say what he just did? I mean, I don't know if I can get over that. The fact that he even had to explain that simply making an assumption and observation is not a valid scientific experiment or valid scientific methodology. The fact that he had to, and look how confused Craig is. I mean, he's like looking to the side. He doesn't know quite how to mentally process that. I mean, this is the bleeding obvious to such an obvious. I mean, how could it be dumbed down even further? Again,
I didn't realize how funny I was. I actually don't watch these back after I do them. So, because people say that I'm really funny, that is pretty funny. I mean, he does look incredibly confused that someone just said that simply making an assumption is not a valid scientific experiment or scientific methodology. But yes, Will Smith, that is subjective, whether or not, what would cause a person to spit their drink out or not. Especially if someone said something so dumb, it adjusted the baseline. If they said the same thing again, even if it caused you to spit your drink out the first time they said it, it wouldn't cause it the second time. So yeah, that's a good point, Will Smith. And I think also the subject of the debate. So for example, if the debate was, I don't know, who's a better pop star, Britney Spears or Michael Jackson? If you don't know the steps of the scientific method for that one, that wouldn't necessarily make someone spit their drink out. So the parameters of a different type of debate might have different qualifiers for a drink spitting threshold. But let's continue.
Is this simply like trying to have a conversation with a coma patient?
Which, again, if you look at the star plates from Arthur Eddington in 1919, not all the stars move towards the sun. So I guarantee if I look at all your other observations, not all of them are moving towards the sun either. So again, your theory falls apart just by looking at the evidence.
Okay, so yeah, it is an experiment. The fact that you predict something to happen at a particular time.
That doesn't make something an experiment. So this guy doesn't know the definition of experiment either. He doesn't know the definition of science. He doesn't.
Here comes the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy. But again, I'm not going to count this as a super fallacy or dinger because Craig has adjusted the baseline that this deviation is no longer enough. Heracles, that's the Heracles rule.
know the definition of science, experiment, and he had to look up.
Yeah, Dave Scott. Once we decide and get this new system dialed in at the end of this, I'll come up with new sound effects and official graphics for. I'll make them different colors and everything. This is just the temporary rough draft version. Wait, what's brutal glitch? What's brutal glitched?
Energy. I mean, this is really pathetic.
Oh yeah, his baseline deviation. Man, Heracles really saved the day with that one because I didn't think of that. But that's brilliant. That actually solves the problem perfectly, and it stays in line with the parallels and analogies to combat sports. Because yeah, you're not gonna judge a power shot, a significant shot versus a non-significant shot. Mike Tyson's significant shots and non-significant shots are a lot different than some scrawny guy.
Then you go and check that thing at that time. Is that experiment?
No, it is not. Again, I mean, is this guy this utterly clueless? He doesn't understand what dependent variables and
The shock and awe in my voice is just absolutely hilarious because I really wasn't prepared for this level of gophery. But it's just, this is the first time I've listened to it since I recorded it. So it's just the shock and awe and disbelief that someone could be this clueless in my voice is hilarious.
dependent variables and controls are, let alone their role in making something scientifically valid. This is, I mean, this guy might be just the poster child for scientism and the Dunning-Kruger effect, because all he has is his blind faith in the authorities. They told him this was the assumption and this was the measurement, therefore it's true. Completely abandoning the scientific method, because the scientific method is all about dependent variables, independent variables, and controls, so you can see, you can modulate, you can manipulate the variables to get different results based on different theories, so you would know what the true cause is instead of hallucinations, which is all Craig has.
No, that's not an experiment.
Please don't interrupt me. You've even got an IV and a DV there. You know, it's very simple. So it is an experiment, whether you like to say it or not. That's why it's called the Eddington experiment of 1919.
Whoa. I have to stop this here. Just because something's called an experiment doesn't make it an experiment. We can call something the unicorn moon juice experiment. If there aren't dependent, independent variables with manipulation of the variables and controls, that's not an experiment just because you call it an experiment. I think we have to. Is that a super fallacy or a dinger? I'm leaning dinger on it, and I think it's enough of a deviation. Just because you call something doesn't mean it's true. The fact that Craig doesn't know that and is saying that the Eddington experiment is a valid experiment because experiment is in the name, I think he meets the burden for the deviation. What does everybody think? I think that would be a dinger. Heracles votes dinger. And Heracles, who created the Heracles rule, what do you think, Dave Scott? Does that meet the burden for dinger? Claiming something is an experiment as long as the word experiment is in the title of something claimed to have been an experiment. That's funny. I think that's a dinger. Let's get some feedback here. Glitch dinger. He's held to a higher standard. Yeah, that's a dinger. Dave says that's pretty bad. I mean, just because you call something something, that doesn't mean it is. I mean, I mean, if you can call Batman Batman, that doesn't mean he's actually a bat or half bat, half man. I mean, are you going to argue he's got 50% 50% bat DNA because his name is Batman? Because if he didn't have 50% bat DNA, he wouldn't be called Batman. But since he's called Batman, that must prove that he's got at least 50% bat DNA, according to Craig. Will Smith voted dingers. Yeah, we're all getting desensitized. I mean, this baseline is insane. So we're going to go another dinger here. Something isn't true simply because it claims to be true in the title. I mean, how does Craig not know that? I mean, even if you tell a preschooler that I don't know, you call a cat a car or something, and you say this is a car, and the preschooler would know that it's a cat but not a car. But if you come up with the name car, does that make otherwise why would you call it that, right? Like, calling something doesn't make it accurate. Oh man, this is insane. All right, so he's up to 7 dingers. So with the new system, Craig now currently holds the record for most super fallacies and most dingers.
You can call it anything. You call it the hoax of 1919. Calling it the hoax of 1919, that doesn't make it a hoax. What made it the hoax was the fact that they dismissed all the observations that didn't match, didn't have definitive controls, didn't manipulate the variables, didn't have accurate technology to make the measurements they were purporting to measure.
Can you imagine if Caleb just countered with, well, it's actually called the hoax of 1919, and that's how you know it's a hoax, because I'm calling it the hoax of 1919. Like, evidence be damned. Self-admitted discounting of all the evidence and observations that didn't match be damned. As long as we call it the hoax of 1919, according to Craig, that would make it the hoax, using Craig's so-called logic. Thanks, Sphinx Bear. We try here. We try. I mean, we're trying. It's tough, but we're trying. Mr. Wonder Woman, Batman just identifies as Batman. It might not even be a man by 2024 standards. Can you imagine? Like, Catwoman takes up the mantle of Batman, calling herself Batman, but she still has her normal Catwoman costume. Or should she start calling herself Catman with the same exact costume and curves on her body? And she gets all offended whenever Batman calls her Catwoman. She's like, no, I'm Catman now. That's offensive. Who cares about robbing, stealing, and killing in all the comics? Inaccurate pronouns is the ultimate sin. Can you imagine just thinking something has to be accurate if it's in the title? I mean, glitched, I would like to, but I mean, I can't handle it either. Could Catman get pregnant? Oh man, Batman has a baby with Catman, who is actually Catwoman, but calls herself Catman.
And admitting the bias.
Batman. Mr. Wonder. Is the new comic series, they're going to change the name to Batman and Catman?
from the outset. I mean, just the level of mental disability here by Craig, I don't know if we've seen anything like this. So I don't think he's going to unseat Sartain in terms of the amount of fallacies and the Dunning-Kruger champion, but he's clearly much more severely mentally disabled than even Michael Sartain.
And as for some of the stars moving away, yeah, that's actually part of the predictions, because the stars do have their movements naturally throughout the night, but only the ones that were extremely close to our star.
Wait, did he just say? Wait, did he just say the predictions are part of the observation? Is that what he just said? I was still laughing from the Batman. Like, did anybody catch that? Did he just say the predictions are the observations or part of the observations? Was anybody paying attention? I lapsed because you guys are just way too hilarious in the chat. Is that what he said? Did he say the predictions are part of the observations? All right, nobody. We were all laughing about Batman. Sphinx Bear says yes, he said it. I don't want to run it back because I think it's gonna jump back like at least 2 or 3 minutes if I try to push it back, and then we're gonna have to listen through more of this. Are we trusting? Are we gonna? We know they move, he said. Well, I mean, there's a difference between hallucinating, something, which, I mean, that's common. Like, even outside of Craig's own baseline, a lot of these people argue like this. But I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that observations are part of the prediction. Or the prediction is the observation. Should I move it back? All right, let's move it back. Let's try to be accurate.
No, it is not. Again, I mean, is this guy this utterly clueless? He doesn't understand what dependent variables, independent variables, and controls are, let alone their role in making something scientifically valid. This guy might be just the poster child for scientism and the Dunning-Kruger effect. Because
no more Batman jokes, please. We gotta focus here.
all he has is his blind faith in the authorities. They told him this was the assumption and this was the measurement, therefore it's true. Completely abandoning the scientific method, because the scientific method is all about dependent variables, independent variables, and controls, so you can see, you can modulate, you can manipulate the variables to get different results based on different theories, so you would know what the true cause is.
Yeah, but Heracles, according to your own rule, we have to adjust to Craig's baseline. So whether it's remedial or not, we have to keep his baseline in mind.
Instead of hallucinations, which is all Craig has.
No, that's not an experiment.
Please don't interrupt me. You've even got an IV and a DV there. It's very simple. So it is an experiment, whether you like to say it or not. That's why it's called the Eddington experiment of 1919.
You can call it anything. You call it the hoax of 1919. Calling it the hoax of 1919, that doesn't make it a hoax. What made it the hoax was the fact that
we were laughing so hard, I forgot to add him the dinger for saying you call something that. That's how hard we were laughing. He's actually on 8 dingers. It's a good thing I rewound that, because we forgot the dingers and you guys were all sleeping and didn't notice that I didn't add the 8th dinger for saying that something is, as long as you call something, that makes it true. So he's at 8 dingers. Or wait, that was the 7th dinger? Oh, that was the 7th dinger. Never mind. I got the overlay on here, so I did catch that. Yeah, you're right, Heracles. I was just laughing so hard. Because the overlay is, this is like a rough draft, so the overlay is across all of it. So whether we go back and forth, the super fallacy and dinger count won't change, because I just have a single overlay here. Yeah, we were all laughing so hard. So, okay, so yeah, no, he is at 7 dingers, and we're reviewing whether or not he said that a prediction was an observation or something remedial like that. Well, this is actually under remedial. I mean, this is... I mean, even children probably wouldn't. Would children confuse observing something with predicting something?
Dismissed all the observations that didn't match, didn't have definitive controls, didn't manipulate the variables, didn't have accurate technology to make the measurements they were purporting to measure, and admitting the bias from the outset. I mean, just the level of mental disability here by Craig, I don't know if we've seen anything like this. So I don't think he's going to unseat Sartain in terms of the amount of fallacies and the Dunning-Kruger champion, but he's clearly much more severely mentally disabled than even Michael Sartain.
And as for some of the stars moving away, yeah, that's actually part of the predictions, because the stars do have their movements naturally throughout the night, but only the ones that were extremely close to our star, the path of the light coming from.
How does he know how close or far any of the stars are? I mean, where's the verification of the...
No, I don't think he said that. He said it was part of the prediction, unless it's after this moment. We gotta stop laughing and just focus here. Stop it, Dave Scott, with your Batman hashtag Batman. How did we get to the gender issue from the 50% bat DNA? How did we make that jump? Who was responsible for that? Who was responsible? Was that you, Dave?
The distance. I mean, does he just have hallucinations, blind faith in this religion of scientism? I mean, how does he know these distances? Because someone said, someone claimed? Where's the verification? So he's just stacking this house of cards. And he even has pride in stacking. Like, look at the level of mental disability on his face. He's actually proud of this religious blind faith in distances, because he's just assuming it was all accurate and building assumptions on top of assumptions while hallucinating there's nothing wrong with assumptions, while not knowing what the scientific method even is.
That star past our sun.
Yeah, for someone else, I would count that as a super fallacy. But keeping in mind Craig's baseline, I wouldn't. Is everybody in agreement here? Because he's already established that he doesn't know what the scientific method is. So I would say that's not enough. Just all of this post hoc, I don't think that's enough to elevate to super fallacy or dinger based on his baseline according to the Heracles rule. Is everybody agreed? Sphinx Ferret's amazing. Heracles, it says so sad, but I agree. Yeah, Rune agrees as well. Yeah, I mean, he's established the baseline. So for anybody else, this would be a huge deviation, but not for him. So we're not gonna count it for him.
Only those ones were predicted to move a noticeable amount.
Okay, hold on. Only the ones that were obviously deviating were the ones, or obviously moving away, were the ones predicted to have done so. I don't know. He's pushing it here. He's pushing it. So he's just ignoring all the ones that didn't. In just this post hoc spiral of just matching everything up after the fact and pretending and hallucinating that's what was predicted. It was all part of the prediction. I mean, he's pushing it here. I don't know. Even considering the baseline, he's pushing it now. What are we going to do? I mean, he's pushing it. It's right on the fence. Angela, how's it going? Did you just get here? We're deciding on super fallacies and dingers. We are refining, reaching new heights, isn't he? Yeah, well, new lows, technically. So, super fallacies are either three fallacies stacked on top of each other or more in a single statement, or just a fallacy that is so incredibly dumb you'd spit your drink out if you were drinking. And dingers are just incredible cell phones that are just so incredible that, again, if you were drinking something, you would spit your drink out in disbelief that somebody self-owned themselves that severely. So we're trying to decide, and then Heracles made a brilliant rule here that kind of solved a lot of our on-the-fence problems on whether or not we should count something as a super fallacy or a dinger, where it has to be individualized to the person. So if Craig's baseline of goofery and disability is so much lower than everybody else's, he would have to say something way dumber than an average person in order to count as a super fallacy or dinger. So that's what we're working with. But even if for him to just magically ignore and pretend only the ones that moved a certain amount were the ones predicted to move in terms of stars, I mean, that's pushing it. Heracles says, I think it reaches super fallacy based on a baseline to stack ratio. Yeah, I'm gonna go super fallacy. I'm gonna go I think it's silly enough. What do you think, Dave Scott? What does everybody else think? Also, like the desperation and cope in his voice to try to explain away and do all these desperate mental gymnastics when Caleb calls out the fact that a lot of stars didn't really have any movement to supposed redshift, gravitation, whatever. And yeah, Glitch says super fallacy. Riz thinks we're going to need a chart. Dave Scott, what do you think? Yeah, Yep, Dave Scott can always be counted on for tiebreakers. So we're going to go super fallacy for that one. Neil agrees as well. So the super fallacies would be subtracted from the regular fallacies. So at the end of this, if these are the final numbers, we would have to adjust his fallacy count to 185 with 5 super fallacies. So let's continue.
Would affect their normal movement. The other ones had movement that was more than the movement that would have been applied by the light from them passing near our star.
And the reason we're not counting all of those as super fallacies is because with each super fallacy or dinger, the baseline is adjusted as per the Heracles rule. So with the new adjustment, now those aren't super fallacies, even though he's technically spiraling with the same points. Mr. One-to-One. I'm going to do a Maxwell and say, what was the question?
What is the difference between an observation and an experiment?
An observation could be an experiment if you.
Okay, hold on a second. I don't know if that's the first time he said that. I think he kind of spammed through it. But Caleb, so hold on a second. We have to also factor how clear and succinct the question was. Like, for example, if Caleb asked that specific question clearly, and then Craig had a moment to pause and reflect and think of an answer, and he says an observation can be an experiment, that's not the same thing as in the middle of a spew of fallacies over a previous irrelevant point. That might not have counted as a super fallacy, but I think the context here needs to count as a super fallacy. Are you guys saying that should be a zinger for Caleb or a dinger for Craig? Sphinx Bear, that made me spit laugh. I mean, yeah, the first time I went through this, I almost didn't catch it because when he was spewing all those mental gymnastics earlier, that was built into his false premise, but it wasn't isolated like it is now. So it's almost like in the middle of a flurry, like in a boxing match, you might not be able to tell how many big power shots or jabs there are in the middle of a high combination exchange. But here, when like at the beginning of a round, if someone like took a whiff and the other guy countered with a hard shot, it's a lot more clear. So we have to factor the context here. I don't know if I would count that as a zinger per se, because let's say Craig answered the question correctly. Would that have been a zinger? Not really. I mean, the fact that he had to ask the question is wild, but I wouldn't count that as a zinger for Caleb. I counted him other zingers on questions on super basic questions. But for this one, I don't think I would, just because Craig theoretically could have answered the question and then it wouldn't have appeared quite as dumb. I don't know. I mean, that's up to interpretation as well. Sphinx Bear, and he paused before he said it too. Yeah, I think that meets the deviation from the baseline based on the pause in the specific question. So that should be a dinger, I would say. Are we voting dinger? Dave Scott says dinger, or it should be a zinger for Caleb and a dinger for Craig. I think it's a dinger for Craig. What does everybody else think? Heracles votes no, not enough of a deviation. But I'm going to invoke a new rule, the context rule. Because based on the context, being given an extra pause instead of being in the middle of some kind of flurry of fallacies. It is repetitive, but the context of it being isolated and so obvious, exposed with a pause before answering, I think that makes it meet the deviation. Why are you bringing up JR? Well, yeah, Will Smith, I mean, a question, yeah, if the question itself was the dismantling. So you could get a zinger for a question, but again, if Craig had answered the question accurately, then there's no way to count that as a zinger. But if it was a situation where it was a zinger that the fact the question had to be even asked, which there were other situations like that where I did give Caleb the zinger in those other situations. So regarding the dinger, what does everybody think? I think this is a dinger. Dave, did you comment on this? Oh yeah, you said both. It's okay. So Heracles says no, it's repetitive. I believe the context is enough to overcome the Heracles rule. Sphinx, yeah, okay. Dave Scott, Sphinx Bear says dinger. Okay, so let's give him the dinger. Also, on the first stream, I specifically brought up a chat GPT question that is an observation and experiment. And in no uncertain terms, chat GPT said no and explained it. That was on the first stream earlier today. So if it's that basic, I mean, even with Craig's baseline, I believe it's enough to qualify for a dinger.
Make a prediction for a thing to happen at a particular time.
So based on those baselines, maybe we can't add further super fallacies or dingers because with that previous context, the baseline has been readjusted again. So now we might not be able to count them because we already spit our drink out. And even if we started drinking again, just the astounding level of stupidity, it wouldn't be enough. Like he would have to deviate even further for us to spit our drink again. Is everybody agreed there, or should we add more dingers or super fallacies there? Because I think we can say that baselines can be reestablished in real time. So even if he's making a single sentence, if he hits a dinger or super fallacy in the middle of the sentence, we can immediately readjust the baseline to not hit him with further dingers or super fallacies by the end of the sentence. Is everybody agreed there? Does everybody agree with the real-time adjusting of the baseline? Will Smith agrees. Dave Scott agrees. think Spare agrees. So yeah, we won't add additional super fallacies or dinger. Yeah, particular topics should have particular baselines as well as the individual. So again, if somebody was arguing on who's a better pop star, Britney Spears or Michael Jackson, we wouldn't necessarily have to give dingers or super fallacies for things that are not related to that. Whereas here, we're specifically talking scientific method and strict validity, supposedly, because Craig is at least pretending, I guess, to be after the truth of reality. I mean, I don't know if he really is. So let's continue.
Wow. I'm gonna need a break here, people. I'm sorry. I can't do this. The guy doesn't even know oh man. I mean, some definitions, I look for this really simple website, like for children, like sciencebuddies.org. I mean, it has step by step on what is the scientific method. How is it tested with an experiment? What are variables, dependent and independent variables? What are control?
This replay, like, I'm so Caleb can't believe it either. I mean, Caleb needs a medal for putting up with this. I mean, I might need 10 more parts just to accurately do this analysis because we've never seen anybody like Craig before. I mean, we're all just astounded by this.
Roles. I mean, even on sciencebuddies.org, you can look at writing a hypothesis for your science fair project, and it'll take you step by. I mean, this is things that Craig doesn't even understand. I mean, these are basics. These are such basics here. I mean, just going from here, whether it's a fair test, you change only one factor at a time while keeping all other conditions the same. And scientists call the changing factors in an experiment
glitched. He's built different, that's for sure. That's for damn sure.
Variables. Independent variable is the one that is changed by the scientist. Dependent variables are the things that the scientist focuses on to see how they respond or change, or to the change made by the independent variable. A control variable are quantities that a scientist wants to remain constant, that he or she must observe carefully as carefully as the dependent variables. So again, this is on sciencebuddies.org. I mean, I know Craig is mentally disabled, but if he spent at least 5 minutes just learning the basics instead of
the disbelief in my voice at his inability to understand this, or the fact that he would even go on a public debate to humiliate himself like this. Like, again, this is the first time I've watched this back. The disbelief in my voice is hilarious.
Humiliating himself like this. Like, what is the amount of money somebody would accept to humiliate themselves publicly like Craig is doing right now, not even knowing what a scientific experiment is versus a non-scientific experiment? Like, clearly demonstrating he doesn't understand variables or variable manipulation or controls. He doesn't understand the role of technology in making observations. He doesn't understand what even a house of cards is and how any of the frame of even the experiment is verified, like the distances of stars. I mean, what would the average person how much money would it take to publicly humiliate yourself like Craig is doing right now? I mean, I don't know. But I need to take a break, guys. This is going to be a 2-parter. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do this in one go. I do need to take a break from this level of...
I'm so surprised. It's so funny. You guys must have been laughing so hard when you were watching this part 1 of this analysis. Like, I was literally in disbelief at this level of goofery, and that's why we have to refine the system, because even if Craig can't beat Sartain's total fallacy count, that doesn't mean he shouldn't be crowned the Dunning-Kruger champion. Just like, oh no, don't start with the Batman. Just like in a boxing match, if one guy only got like 50 power shots in, but his opponent got 150 love taps and 0 power shots or 1 power shot, can you really give the love tapper the win? I mean, I don't think that's fair because the other boxer landed way harder shots, even if fewer.
Goofery and mental disability. I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't know it was going to be this bad. So I will finish this one up hopefully next time. So yeah, I mean, I just need a little break. Give me a little bit more time. I'll do the second part. But this was just really rough.
I like how I honestly thought I would have been able to finish it in just one more part because I didn't know that Craig was able to sink even farther than this, but he continues to surprise.
Hope everybody out there enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. In this logical analysis, you can help support our podcast, donate to our PayPal, help us get more logical analysis out there. Logic and reason, obviously, going extinct in this world. We got to do our part to keep it alive, bring it back, so we don't get this level of goofery just destroying all society here. So you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is part 2 of the...
I like how energized I was at the beginning of that. I wonder how my voice is going to be at the end of part 2. Because I have no idea what's in store for me.
logical analysis of the Flat Earth debate between Craig of Fight the Flat Earth and Caleb, KCD Industry. And once again, I do have to apologize. I am only a mere mortal. It's very difficult to handle the level of mental disability and goofery that Craig is putting forth here. And I have to hand it. I have to hand it to Caleb. I have to hand it to...
I don't know any physics professor that would say that an observation is an experiment. I mean, I don't know any single one.
Austin Whitsitt. I have to hand it to Jeranism. I have to hand it to anybody who could handle this level of gophery. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. Just getting through this debate was so tough. I'm going to try to bang this out in one more part. But again, I do apologize. And I apologize in advance if I need to make this a 3-parter. I'm going to do my best to finish this up now. But again,
are we going to take bets on how many parts this is going to end up being? Because I don't know if I could finish it in 3 or even 4. I mean, I don't know.
I am only a mere mortal. I'm just a man.
I think Bryant Myers knows what the scientific method is. I don't believe he got that wrong. I'm not even 100% sure they discussed the specific steps on that debate with Whitsitt and Jeranism.
There's only so much that I can handle. And I have no idea how some of these people can handle these multi-hour discussions.
I mean, Bryant Myers had trouble with controls, but I don't think he wasn't claiming the scientific method was followed in those determinations. Like, for example, whatever he was showing with ships over the curve, whatever, I don't think he was claiming that that was a scientific experiment that followed all the steps of the scientific method. He was just presenting it as evidence, if I remember correctly.
With these mental midgets, again, that was not part of the argument, which is why it's not an ad hominem logical fallacy. For all the clueless goofs out there that do not understand how logical...
He did, but I don't think Bryant Myers claimed that it followed the scientific method explicitly. He used them as proofs. I don't remember him saying the words, "This followed the scientific method."
fallacies work, like clearly Craig. And notice how Craig, in his triggered stupor, him and all his fanboys that have been trolling the comment section on Twitter and on YouTube here under my logical analysis here, notice how not a single...
Thanks, Dave Scott. Shout out to the MindShock crew tonight. History was made. It sure was. Batman. Maxwell Army mailbox fallacy. Big storm hitting my area, glitching my internet. Sorry to hear that, Dave Scott. Hopefully it's stable enough to keep up here. Always love hearing your input, especially that Dave Scott is responsible for the dinger category itself.
Single one of them demonstrated how what I labeled as a logical fallacy wasn't actually a fallacy. Notice how they have not been able to refute a single point made. And they also hallucinated that either I'm dumb or wrong and pretended that all I did was call Craig a goof. Now, I'm not going to deny that I objectively called him a goof, because obviously he's a goof. A goof is someone who's silly, is goofy, obviously, no logical capability, or playing stupid, whatever, intentionally, unintentionally a goof. They completely ignored 99% of the presentation. I mean, I have all of these sources from... these are academic sources, Harvard, various different papers, clearly demonstrating that Craig is not just completely and utterly clueless, but he didn't even regurgitate the religious tenets of his scientism.
I didn't realize how funny what I'm saying sounds with the freeze frame on Craig's face. Because like I said, I haven't watched any of this. Like, I don't watch it back when I record it, but it's just kind of hilarious listening to what I'm saying with the freeze frame on Craig's face.
As it pertains to the theory of relativity, in particular, what Craig is inaccurately calling a scientific experiment. So Eddington's observations, his fallacious tests, they didn't even predict anything accurately. So Craig is hallucinating and pretending and claiming that these predictions were accurate. Now, even if they were accurate, like, the Mayans with their flat earth cosmology accurately predicting eclipses, actually predicting, that doesn't make the reasoning behind it true, just like it wouldn't make relativity true. But the point here is Craig is so utterly clueless and ignorant of basic physics history. He made the claims that these tests were done and they were repeated and they were all accurate. They weren't. That's the whole point. I mean, he's not even at a first grade English comprehension level, let alone a middle school or high school understanding of any of this history, because in the subsequent tests or observations, obviously this is not scientific experiment. Eddington's experiment was clearly not scientific. And again, notice how all these goofs and trolls and Craig fanboys, and again, I'm not even sure if they can be real fanboys. They're probably paid shills. I mean, what kind of a functioning human being would actually be a fan of a goof like Craig? I mean, I don't know. Maybe the mentally disabled stick together and stick up for each other just for being on the same mentally disabled team. Probably paid shills. I mean, who knows? But notice how they couldn't refute a single one of these points. They continued to hallucinate that I'm the one that didn't know what I was talking about. And notice how I'm the only one that brought any sources whatsoever to the table. Because Craig is just regurgitating the religious scientific dogma, but he's not even sourcing the dogma. He's not even sourcing where Eddington's claims came from. I'm the only one that actually looked at any historical sources. I'm the only one that provided any actual definitions of anything being discussed here. Whereas all Craig did is hallucinate and bring forth these religious regurgitations from his cult. and all of his supporters and the trolls in the comment sections, they couldn't refute any of it. They have no sources of their own, and they can only cry on how I was somehow randomly dinging him. I mean, the dings are for each and every fallacy. I actually missed a few when I went and looked it over. I actually missed a couple for Craig. He committed more. And I think I might have missed one or two for Caleb as well. I actually don't even remember, because he did, obviously he wasn't doing a lot of talking. It was mostly Craig with his religious regurgitations. But let me finish the intro here. Obviously, if you want to help support MindShock, help bring back logic and reason to a world where it's quickly going extinct. I mean, do you really want a world full of Craigs? I mean, that's scary. I mean, and there's a lot of these goofs out there. I mean, I don't know if they're as dumb as Craig per se, but there's a lot of them out there. So that's the difference in terms of what is or isn't a fallacy. When I clearly lay out the entire argument, demonstrate with empirically verifiable definitions for all of these terms, both scientific and relating to the fallacious, to the logical fallacies themselves, and then I call Craig a goof, that's not a fallacy. Whereas Craig claiming I'm wrong, and I don't know what I'm talking about, or I'm stupid, or whatever, or I'm dumber than flat earthers, or whatever the goof said in the comment section, that's fallacious because there's no argument there. If he provided the argument and then said that's why I'm dumber, then it wouldn't be a fallacy. Is everybody following here? I can't believe I even had to boil it down. I can't believe I had to...
Yeah, Craig's baseline is tough. Oh, man. But, yeah, we got to give props to Heracles, though. The Heracles rule, it basically saved us in this analysis, because I thought we'd still be arguing over basically every single fallacy being a super fallacy or dinger if we didn't have the baseline consideration.
Lower that to like a first... I mean, that's probably kindergarten level, maybe even preschool.
Yeah, thanks, Will Smith. I actually, like I said, I'm surprised that there are even this many subscribers. Not because I don't think there are this many logical people out there. I think there's probably like at least 1 million logical people in the U.S. alone. Probably at least another 1 million, 2 million, 5 million throughout the rest of the world. It's just the likelihood of them finding this channel. I mean, a lot of them probably don't even have the YouTube app and wouldn't even go on YouTube. So to be even at 10,000 subs, I was pretty shocked. I was pretty surprised there were that many people interested in applying logic and reason for the sake of applying logic and reason instead of just jumping to random conclusions on all these different topics.
Maybe even preschool. I mean, I don't know. There might be some smart preschoolers out there. But if you want to help support...
Yeah, are we insulting preschoolers by saying Craig isn't even on a preschool level? I mean, I don't know.
Support MindShock and help me continuing to do what I do, exposing these scientism cultists, bringing down the IQ levels of everybody. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can support the MindShock channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority.
Well, you know what's curious, Sphinx Bear? Appeal to popularity is a fallacy for a reason. Because there are, like, again, herd mentality, where people just go along with the herd. They're not actually critical thinkers capable of logic and reason. I don't think it's anything new, but it's also a spectrum, too. I think people were more capable in the past, but not necessarily smarter. Hello, Brian. Yeah, Eddie Bravo actually invited me on his podcast, which if I do one, that'll probably be one of the first. I'm going to have some guests on as well soon. I'm still kind of just sorting out a lot of things and trying to catch up on podcasts because I have so many dozens and dozens of podcasts I work on at the same time.
For taste, topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests, you can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay, before I continue the analysis right where we left off, I am going to read a comment from a patron, Scott Free, a very, very astute listener who had some great observations. Here's one of his comments. Because of the continued shower of sparks resulting from this supremely mind-shocking video, it is a little difficult to focus on all of the thoughts this video is provoking in me.
I would say they taught various forms of logic probably up to 1990, maybe. I mean, most of the time they'll teach the definitions, but they won't teach the applications. Even on debate teams, it's actually very limited on how to use it.
And I am not even finished. But I just have to say something before heading to work. The discussion surrounding redshift alone is just invaluable. I had always taken Eddington's results as one of the evidential pillars justifying relativity. So to hear the results so thoroughly investigated is both mind-shockingly and heroically important. Great work, Bruce. And again, it's not just him. I mean, I look at Craig. A lot of these cultists, they look at Eddington's so-called results. Keep in mind, they threw away everything that didn't match over
the Freddy Krueger effect, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a big podcast on this. I'm actually working on a comprehensive book on the Dunning-Kruger effect and its role in society over the past few decades. And obviously, there's been a huge downturn in Western society, and the Dunning-Kruger effect is a pillar of that. I've also expanded upon it versus its strictest definition in order to be able to apply it to more of psychology. Yeah, Heracles, yeah.
400% error in predictions versus future observations, which also might not be accurate. The error rate might be far greater than that. I mean, this is best case scenario. This is the admitted 400% off. This is best case scenario, is these astronomical errors. And this is why most scientism cultists hallucinate that relativity actually is backed by something. I mean, look how many times Craig repeats the fallacy. The stack of fallacies, rather, not a single fallacy. Because that's all he has, and he didn't even source it. That's the thing. I mean, there's scientism cultists out there that could at least provide the sources, but he never does. Notice that. Very, very telling, and none of the triggered goof trolls provide any kind of sources either. I always do, of course. They're on the screen right now. But anyway, yeah, so Scott-Free is definitely not alone in thinking that Eddington had some kind of substance there, which he obviously did not. Continuing his post here, what I and so many perhaps accidental supporters of scientism have fallen for is an epic appeal to authority, monolithic structure. And we have trusted the people that have communicated Eddington's results without investigation. Excellent point, Scott-Free there. And think about the mental strength Scott-Free has to have in order to admit that to himself. So this is an individual who is clearly not a narcissist whose ego has him on too short strings to re-examine any of these things. Because obviously clueless goofs like Craig, I mean, these narcissists, these mentally disabled narcissists, I mean, let's not fall for false dichotomies. Mentally disabled people can be narcissists as well. Just look at Craig. They just don't have the mental strength. Forget about intelligence. Mental strength is a different category. You could be extremely dumb, but mentally strong. You could be extremely intelligent and mentally weak. So these are all obvious possibilities. But Scott-Free here has the mental strength to re-examine. And just on that point, I'm going to go over one more quote that I've gone over in the past a number of times in regard to the religious cult of scientism, but I will do it again because it's so related here. On Richard Feynman, one of the most celebrated so-called scientists, he had a very, very interesting quote on what science is. Science is the belief in the ignorance of the experts. So a clueless, bootlicking, authority-worshipping cultist goof like Craig, if he sees something written, oh, Eddington predicted this, oh, and it was accurate, oh, and every subsequent test matched those predictions, he's not going to fact-check any of that. I mean, brain-dead goofs like Craig, they don't fact-check anything. It's their core religious tenets. It's blasphemy to fact check what the priests have preached. They have to take it on blind religious faith. They have to. That's the way their brain or whatever's in their head that substitutes for a brain. Because I don't even know if Craig can tie his shoes. Should we start a poll? Who thinks Craig?
Rune, the historical review versus unhistorical review. Technically, it could be either in front of an H, depending on how you pronounce the H. If you pronounce the H as a vowel, or if you don't. So, I mean, obviously this is Harvard, so you would think. So this was published in 1980. I'm not 100% sure if there are certain, like in Britain, like Welsh pronunciations or Scottish pronunciations. I'm not well versed in the UK pronunciations. So it may or may not be a grammatical error. It's based on how you pronounce the H. So that is a tricky one. A lot of people don't know that. It's not automatically a grammatical error. You would think Harvard would have it correct, but again, it would depend on how the H is pronounced. And I know the UK has variation even between all the different areas in the UK. Is historical pronounced historical in British or historical? Or something in between that, which would leave it ambiguous whether or not you would use an A or an AN in front of it. We went from Batman to the pronunciation of H's in Britain. But Mr. 1-to-1 said he's in the UK. How is H pronounced? With an H. It's not pronounced historical. Historical review. Historical review. Historical. You'd have to make it a hard H. Riz is laughing. This is hilarious.
Can tie his own shoes, because I mean, it's kind of difficult to believe that Craig can tie his own shoes. What does everybody think? Do you think he's capable of tying his own shoes? So here's the full quote from Feynman. Learn from science that you must doubt the experts. As a matter of fact, I can also define science another way. Science is the belief in the ignorance of the experts. When someone says science teaches such and such, he is using the word incorrectly. So obviously that's the vast majority of goofs out there. Science doesn't teach it, experience teaches it. If they say to you, science has shown such and such, you might ask, how does science show it? How did the scientists find out how, what, where? Not science has shown, but this experiment, this effect has shown. And you have as much right as anyone else about hearing about the experiments, but we must listen to all the evidence to judge whether a reasonable conclusion has been arrived at. So you can see that Craig here and a lot of these other scientism cultist goofs are clearly not following this at all. They just took it on blind faith. They never demonstrate how. I mean, Craig, literally all of the verbal diarrhea coming out of Craig's mouth is just nonsense, because he never once says how. He just repeats and regurgitates the dogma and then is outraged when anybody doesn't accept the religious dogma at face value. Because again, he claimed, Eddington's experiment, he calls it an experiment, it showed this, it proves this. The Coriolis proved this because of the spin. He never once says how. Notice that. Notice that. He's bottom of the barrel. This is why it's very difficult. I mean, call me crazy, call me fallacious. I am going to appeal to incredulity right here, and I'm not going to deny it like all the clueless goofs. I'm going to appeal to incredulity. I find it extremely difficult to believe that Craig is not legitimately mentally disabled. Or, again, he's just this phenomenal actor, and the Globe Earth shill budget is far greater than any of us can imagine. I mean, they could just pull these actors that are better than anybody in Hollywood, like Craig, if he's not really mentally disabled, and just play this level of stupidity so convincingly. Because he's convincing. I mean, I've never seen somebody who's not actually mentally disabled be so realistic in portraying mental disability as Craig. So again, Craig not once can demonstrate how or why, because again, he doesn't understand the scientific method. He doesn't understand the manipulation of variables. He doesn't understand false cause logical fallacies. He didn't even study the religion well, because he doesn't even know that his own religion of scientism doesn't even match the claims he's making. So, continue. Oh, and for the source, Feynman said this at the 15th annual meeting of the National Science Teachers Association in 1966. For all the goofs that are going to claim he never said that. Okay. And again, even if he wasn't the one that said it, the merit behind what he said. Because if goofs like Craig actually understood that, they would have examined Eddington's alleged experiment, seen how all of the non-matching data was thrown out, how all of the follow-up tests, I mean, they're getting error rates of over 400%. So it didn't match the prediction in the first place. So is it reasonable to conclude that Eddington proved Einstein's relativity in any way? Obviously, anybody with a functioning brain would say no. So continuing Scott Free's post here. Just one note about the psychology of Craig, who really is an enigma as to whether he is so dense as to not realize how absurd he sounds, or as to what his motivations are for subjecting us all to such a painful display. The cult of scientism is so pervasive that I think a lot of folks like Craig are so excited to participate with the orthodox approved institutions of science that they willingly dive into the whole fictional belief system without any scrutiny. One small example being Eddington and the redshift, and happily digest, believe, and repeat the gibberish is because at root it makes them feel smarter than other people. It strokes their ego and makes...
It's Scott Free, not in the chat right now. I'm reading his comment. He's pretty sharp.
Makes them feel as if they are in the club of knowledgeable ones, in quotations. It is the same propaganda tactic as managing to convince so many people that anyone who would take ivermectin, a drug on par with aspirin until recently, is so stupid because suddenly science, in quotations, now says it's a horse dewormer. Without noticing that yesterday ivermectin was considered harmless, they gleefully chortle at the idiocy of people who would take ivermectin because today scientific authority Fauci says it's a horse dewormer, and that is all the science, in quotations, that the mob needs. Excellent points by Scott Free, a very, very astute listener. And shout out to all the logical MindShock listeners. Again, I know I go on and on about the Dunning-Kruger crowd and all the cultist goofs, all the brain-dead cultist goofs, the Dunning-Kruger crowd. But yeah, I mean, obviously, the whole reason I do the podcast is I know that there are a certain amount of logical individuals out there. I'm actually kind of surprised. I never thought I'd have as many subs as I actually do now. And I've even gotten messages like on Facebook and other places of triggered goofs who they don't like the way that I objectively call out goofery and the Dunning-Kruger effect, the scientism cultist.
And on that note, I think that's just a result of the participation trophy generation. Because they can't take any criticism, and if there's no winners and losers in participation trophy, if there's no hierarchies of any kind, they don't like how bluntly I call out the goofery. And then they just get all triggered.
They consider it insults because obviously they ignore 99.9% of all the podcasts. They ignore all of the sources on the screen. They ignore the substance of everything I say and only focus at the goof that I throw at the end. I mean, there's just no shortage of these people who claim that I just call anybody I disagree with a goof. Disagree with what? I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue other than the empirically verifiable scientific method that children can know. And just the basic definitions of words. I mean, that's really the only.
You know what's crazy? we're living in times where supposedly even empirically verifiable definitions in any dictionary or encyclopedia are not only disputed but outright denied. In the first stream I did earlier today, at the beginning of the stream, I actually went over just the definitions of logic, the definitions of a logical fallacy. I mean, the fact that a claim needs to be made. And all of this, apparently, Craig doesn't get it. All of his followers don't get it. All the triggered goofs and trolls don't get it. I mean, we really are living in unique times when literally what should be the absolute least controversial aspect of anything is what is being denied.
Positive claims I've ever made. I'm not claiming a shape of the earth. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I mean, just the level of goofery and not being able to comprehend the very motto of this podcast. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So, yeah, I mean, just these trigger goofs coming out of the woodwork saying that I need to have more humility. I mean, what's being more humble than saying I don't know anything? All I can do is offer empirically verifiable definitions of words. You know, the established scientific method. That's all I really do. That doesn't mean I'm smart or above anyone. A lot of these triggered goofs, I mean, they're so dumb. They're not even on this basic children's level, so they have to pretend I'm so far above it and looking down on everybody instead of
No True Scotsman. That should be the name of his channel instead of Fight the Flat Earth. It should be called No True Scotsman.
me being at a normal children's level and them being so far below. That's why they're so triggered. Because they're not even at that children's level, so they have to pretend that I'm somehow being condescending or pretending to be a know-it-all, while the entire motto of the podcast is me not claiming anything at all is true or untrue. I mean, just the level of goofery and triggering of these people. I mean, they prove the points against themselves more than I ever could. But enough of that. Let's jump back into this display. I mean, something that's just, I mean, again, props to Caleb for handling this level of goofery and Craig. And because Craig just humiliated himself again going on with Jeranism in a debate, which this one was a longer one. I'm going to have to dissect that one again because just, wow, if you think Craig is bad here, I mean, he might even get worse here. I mean, I don't know. Like, he might be really providing some competition for Sartain. Again, his verbal diarrhea game, it's just not as good as Sartain's. Like, that's the problem. I mean, he spews fallacies with the best of them, but the rate of the spew might prevent him from taking the Dunning-Kruger crown. But we shall see. So, let's continue here.
An observation can be an experiment.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow, right off. Wow. So now that the baseline was already established, does the emphasis on yes, that's not enough of a deviation from the baseline, is it? Because we do have to factor the emphasis. Like, he didn't just say, yeah, it can be. He said, yes, with the nod and the determination. Does that elevate it to a dinger or super fallacy? I mean, he was so emphatic with that yes. Come on, Heracles, what do you think about that? And Dave Scott, if your internet is working, like the emphatic nature of the yes, does that deviate enough from the baseline based on the emphasis? Heracles says it's tight, but yes. What does everybody else think? And would that be a dinger or super fallacy? Because obviously that's argument from false premise, but is it more of a cell phone or a fallacy? That's another question. Heracles, what do you think there? Will Smith says, I don't think so, but he's not surprised enough. Or you're not surprised enough personally. Like, let's say you took a break from Craig, like and then you come back to it. Like, let's say you're at the arena, like the boxing ring or whatever, you go to the bathroom, go get an extra drink, and come back, and you hear how emphatic that yes is, even though you heard him previously say that it was. The emphasis on yes, would that be enough to spit your drink out, even if you had previously heard him say similar things, but without that level of emphasis and determination of head nod? There's no way Craig has a wife. Like a human wife? Sphinx Bear thinks it's a cell phone. Heracles says dinger. Yeah, if you went to talk to some functional adults, a few hours came back later. Yeah, I think it meets dinger status. Technically, it could be a super fallacy too, because even though it's just argument from false premise, just the emphasis on it. Mr. Wonder. Well, no, does anybody believe he actually has a human wife? I mean, I don't know if he has a wife or not, but it is kind of hard to believe that it would be a human wife. I mean, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but I just, I have no idea. Are we going dinger or super fallacy? That's tough. This is tough. Third category, a Craig. I mean, technically, dingers and super fallacies were both created because of Craig. So those two categories are already because of him. Riz says dinger. Yeah, I guess we can go dinger. Batman, what? Oh man, Batman's not going away, is it? Will Smith says dinger. Okay, yeah, let's go dinger then. So he's up to 9 dingers. You know, it's funny. He got a dinger on the 194th fallacy and the 195th. But again, factoring in the context, the pause, the determination, and the head nod, I think it's in enough of the deviation, so we can go with that.
So Craig is just flat out saying that an observation alone can be an experiment. So clearly he knows none of the steps of the scientific method. Again, Caleb, I have no idea how you do this. Because he's kind of like just circling the drain of bottom barrel, even for mentally disabled people. There's so many mental disabled people that are they're not that dumb. They're like way smarter than Craig. So like I'm not insulting mentally disabled people. There was a comment somewhere also saying that I was discriminating somehow against mentally disabled people. If somebody's short and you call them short, that's not discrimination or hate in any way. That's an observation. If you call somebody a blonde or a brunette, that's not discrimination. You're not saying they don't deserve something or they don't deserve human rights or hating on them in any way. I'm not hating on Craig even here at all. I mean, I feel sorry for the poor guy. I mean, unless he has some kind of fetish for just humiliating himself publicly if he's not mentally disabled, or even if he is. I mean, I have no idea what his true motivations are, but how do you not feel bad for a guy that publicly humiliates himself to this level? I mean, is there nobody around him that cares about him and doesn't want his either mental disability or playing mentally disabled to just be on display like this? It's just really sad. It's really, really sad. But props to Caleb for being able to handle this.
If you didn't know that, that's fair enough. I understand that you've never studied physics, but
Oh man. Should there be a category for psychological projections? But no, Riz, you have a point. We can't really if we make any more categories, it'll be too difficult on the screen. But would that psychological projection have been a dinger, though? I'm not saying it for Craig. For someone with a different baseline, maybe it would. But yeah, I don't know if that's enough for Craig just based on his baseline. Everybody in agreement? Or is everybody still laughing about Batman wife fingers? Sphinx Bear, you're hilarious. Yeah, nobody thinks that should be a dinger, right?
Wow. Okay, so now he's psychologically projecting. We spent a lot of time on Dunning-Kruger and mental disability, but I don't know if we specifically spent a lot of time on psychological projection and how accurate it is. So notice how his subconscious is now exposing him, because he's either clearly never studied physics, or he maybe tried to study it but clearly didn't comprehend anything. I mean, not even the scientific method.
You learn these
No.
things when you physics, that over time things can happen. You change the position.
Over time, things can happen.
Should that be a dinger or a super fallacy? Over time, things can happen. Oh man. Sphinx Bear, is that no dinger for over time things can happen, or for the previous psychological projections? Over time things. I mean, I think that's a super fallacy, because that's that's a red herring, a non sequitur. I mean, it's like you're kind of saying being intentionally vague. Over time, things can happen. Mr. One-to-One votes super fallacy. Yeah, I would say that's a super fallacy. Over time, things can happen. Oh man, that's tough. Yeah, obfuscation. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could also summarize that as a fallacy of clarity, also known as fallacy of vagueness. Just using vague language. So that would be at least 3. Sphinx Bear still laughing. Over time, things can. Well, this is from the same guy that brought you all these other gems that we've been going over for hours. Heracles says dinger. Over time, things can happen. I mean, I don't know if, based on his baseline, I think it fits more with super fallacy, because for someone else that would definitely be a dinger and possibly also a super fallacy, but for him with his baseline, because a super fallacy, anything that's at minimum a hat trick fallacy has to be a super fallacy regardless of baseline. So red herring, fallacy of clarity or vagueness fallacy. It's also a non sequitur. I mean, he stacked 3 fallacies at minimum. So that would qualify as a super fallacy regardless of baseline. What if nothing happens though? Mr. One-to-One. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the situation. That's why it's a fallacy of vagueness. So I'm going to consider that a super fallacy. Technically, it could be a dinger because that just sounds dumb. But again, keeping his baseline in mind. Sphinx Bear votes dinger because of the level of confidence of delivery. I mean, we do have to factor that. I mean, for anybody else, we would probably count it as both a super fallacy and dinger, because you could fall on the floor laughing at someone saying over time things happen with a straight face, thinking it's some kind of legitimate argument. So Yeah, I'm voting super fallacy because even with his level of context based on the Heracles rule of his particular baseline, that even though he delivered it confidently, keeping his own baseline in mind, that's not enough of a deviation. But because he hit the hat trick on the fallacies, it would qualify as a super fallacy. So I'm going to give him a 6th super fallacy there. He was pretty confident about saying that. Riz. Heracles, you're right. It's borderline both. I think for anybody else, I would put it both, but just because of his baseline, he's got a very special baseline, so we have to keep that in mind.
Oh man, wow. Did Craig miss his calling as some kind of like mentally disabled comic? Over time, things can happen. I mean, these kind of intelligent thoughts. I mean, this level of insight. I mean, have we ever seen anybody on this kind of intellectual?
You know what's funny? I'm not actually trying to be funny when I'm saying that. Like, I'm honestly just making observation. I don't realize how funny that sounds.
Level? I mean, is Craig going to go down in history, this intellectual powerhouse that says that over time things can happen because nobody's ever known that? I mean, that is truly revolutionary. I mean, that's probably evolutionary even among the so-called intelligentsia of the world. I mean, over time things can happen. Is that dumb? Is that more or less dumb than his OC response? What do you want it to be regarding the definition of energy? Because that was a good one too. I mean, wow, this is crazy. This is crazy.
And the time you go and look at that thing to see if that thing has happened, and if that matches your predictions, then voila, you performed the experiment. If it
Bigfoot mailbox fallacy.
doesn't match your predictions, you've performed the experiment and you've failed to falsify it, or you actually falsified.
Wow. So again, just a clear, for anybody who can't follow here, I mean, it's just a clear demonstration of his mental disability. He doesn't know what independent variables, dependent variables, controls are. He doesn't know all the steps of the scientific method or how to apply them or the role of these variables. That's why I threw them on the screen.
I'm going to actually jump. We're not going to finish this in part 2. We're going to need a part 3 of refining the system. Just because, I mean, we were still unprepared for Craig, but we made huge progress thanks to Heracles with the Heracles rule. So let's, I'll do this until we get one more super fallacy or dinger, and then we'll finish up next time, probably tomorrow.
I mean, I don't know how many preschools learn this, but I did find preschool worksheets. I don't really remember preschool, but I don't think I learned the scientific method in preschool. I don't even think I learned it in kindergarten. It probably was more of like first grade, second grade. But there's clearly worksheets out there for preschoolers, even non-private preschools. So some kind of, I don't know, government preschools, kindergartens, whatever. They're on those websites. So again, Craig he's not even at that preschool level. So what can you really do with this guy? I mean, I think I accurately called it at the beginning. I mean, borderline vegetable. I mean, can this guy tie his own shoes? We do need that poll. I mean, I would actually be shocked if he could. Can you? I wonder if he's...
I actually gave Craig props because apparently in one of his meltdown videos, he actually, Sphinx Bear, something like that, 5-10 minutes. I mean, I want to go one more dinger just so he gets around 10, or if it's a super fallacy, 7. So Craig had a meltdown on Twitter or on a video. He did another meltdown stream, and he posted a clip where he actually showed proof that he can tie shoelaces. I mean, can you imagine being that insecure that you actually post a video demonstrating you can tie shoes just because someone questioned your ability to do so? I mean, that's insane, right?
If he's gonna take that challenge and upload a video of him tying his own shoes.
Yes, Riz, he actually did that. And he was proud of it too. I'm actually like, I'm so surprised. Actually, you know what? Let me go to that tweet. I'll read it if I can find it. So Math THFCX on Twitter. He was actually in the earlier stream today. He posted that I requested a poll asking whether or not Craig could tie his own shoelaces. And he put up a poll. 63% said no, 36% said yes. And then Craig responded with a video proudly. His response was, "I did it on stream." And then my response was, well, Matthew responded, "You actually tied your shoes on stream to prove that you can do it." Whole bunch of laughing emojis and a crying emoji. And my response was, 1, I really am impressed, proud of you, little guy. 2, the fact that you were that insecure about your ability to tie your own shoes that you felt the need to demonstrate to do this demonstrates more about you than you can comprehend. But yes, Craig actually made a video of him tying shoes. Loops or not. I mean, I honestly didn't even watch most of the video. I just skipped through it, but it looked like he was successful in the end. Heracles said, "I have a video of my 3-year-old doing that." And Craig was so proud that he could do it too. Like, he was so proud to post the proof and to jump in with the tweet in response to the poll. Like, wow, it's crazy. It's really, really crazy. Tied laces confirmed. I wonder if somebody was off screen, like doing hand motions, helping him out. I mean, I don't know.
In that case, but
So-
absolutely, making an observation at a particular time and place can be an experiment. Absolutely.
Okay, so observation and experiment are synonymous to you?
An observation can be an experiment.
I'll ask the question again. Are an observation and experiment the exact same thing, or are they different steps of the scientific method?
Observation is step 1 of the scientific method. Okay. Experiment is step 4 of the scientific method.
Okay, so I don't know if he's just reading off a cheat sheet or a screen here, but yeah, this is tough. I mean, this is just really tough because even by his own words, again, maybe he wasn't looking at the cheat sheet before, the preschool cheat sheet, but now he's looking at it. If an observation is an experiment, I mean, if these are different, he's admitting they're different steps, but they're the same thing. So why abandon the rest of the scientific method? And again, notice how since he doesn't know what the scientific method even is or what the variables are, and that manipulation of variables is what lends scientific legitimacy, because then you know what you're testing instead of just hallucinating and guessing like a psychic or something. If the psychic made the right guess, that must mean they have psychic powers. According to Craig, yes. According to Craig, yes. According to basic logic and reason in the scientific method, no.
But an experiment can be an observation of a particular thing happening. That would be the prediction. The prediction you would...
The experiment can be the observation of that thing happening. Oh man. I know it would be a little repetitive to ding him again for that. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. You want to see the video? All right, hold on. I'll put it on the screen. I think people were actually super chatting how he was successful enough to do that, to make that video. For some reason, it's in weird clip mode. Hmm. It's not letting me. Let's see if I can get the clip. Yeah, he shared it as like a clip of the bigger video for some reason. He couldn't even make it like a real clip. It's like youtube.com/clip. Well, actually, I'll just put it in a chat. See if that works. It's 29 seconds. He actually looked like he had a little bit of trouble doing it. He did the rabbit method. Mr. One-to-One.
Make is, if our case, my hypothesis is correct, then I predict that at this particular time we will be able to observe the path of the light from a star being bent.
Okay. Oh man, I don't know if I can make it through this. I mean, Caleb is just such a soldier to be able to handle this level of mental disability. Because Craig's just spinning his wheels here. But the thing is, he's not even accurate because Eddington's predictions didn't even match. Like none of those predictions matched. They threw out the results that didn't match. There's over 400% error rate in subsequent so-called observations. So that's not a match. So it's not. It's like spinning your wheels, but you don't even have tires on the wheels. I mean, and you forgot to put gas in the car, and you're not even on the road where you're trying to go somewhere. I mean, that's what we're dealing with here.
That's the prediction. The experiment is going to that place at that time and testing that prediction by setting up your equipment and monitoring what has happened.
Testing a prediction is monitoring what happened. Wow. Is that a dinger super fallacy? You have to set up equipment. Like, you can't observe without setting up equipment. I mean, now, I think this meets the criteria for another dinger. I think it does. What does everybody think? You have to not only do you have to set up equipment to observe, but the observing itself is the testing. Wow. I think that's a dinger. I would put that as a dinger instead of a super fallacy because it's kind of humiliating to think that Oh man. I think that's a dinger. What's everybody voting? This will be our last one before we break, and then we can resume tomorrow. Yes, Sphinx Bear agrees for the dinger. Heracles, what do you think? The fact that you need to set up equipment to not only monitor or observe, but the setting up of the equipment and monitoring is the test itself. Oh man, that's how you test it. You don't manipulate variables or even acknowledge that the variables exist. You just set up your equipment to monitor and observe. That's the test itself, which, according to him, is also an experiment. Heracles says dinger, so the maker of the Heracles rule agrees that it's a dinger, and we got the dinger. So Craig is at 10 dingers. Wow, yeah, this this was insane. But I think our criteria is pretty good so far. I mean, there's not an overwhelming amount of dingers, so real time adjusting of the baseline is key here. I believe that was the key. So big thanks to Heracles, everybody. Riz, oh man. So, okay, so we are not done. We're gonna have to finish this up, but I think our metrics are pretty good. I'm pretty happy with them. I think this will definitely work, and then we can reevaluate everything at the end. I don't know what time I'm gonna do the stream tomorrow. Maybe more in the middle of the day because I went earlier today and then later in the day at night. So I mean, depending on time zones, I'll probably try to go more midday or close to midday for most early afternoon for the average of the time zones, whatever that's gonna come out to be. So, thanks again for joining us, everybody. Big thanks to Heracles. Yeah, I'll put up an announcement. I'll probably do maybe a 2 hour heads up and then a 1 hour heads up and then a 10-minute warning. I'll do it in the YouTube community tab and then also on Twitter. But yeah, big thanks to Heracles. Big thanks to Dave Scott. They are largely responsible for helping us refine the metrics for these logical analyses of these debates. And big thanks to Craig. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have seen how necessary it was to even refine all of this. So, so thanks everybody. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is part 3 of refining the logical analysis system. And we have Craig of Fight the Flat Earth to thank for refining this system, because he dropped the floor out of the level of gophery in even flat earth debate, let alone any type of debate. I'm, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire, and we will be continuing to develop the most efficient and entertaining system in order to analyze all these different types of debate, which have just stratospheric levels of gophery. Hopefully we can finish this off in this part. Otherwise, this is just going to get really out of hand. Some of you bastards last night were just way too funny. My sides are still hurting. But we made a lot of great progress in nailing down a very, very efficient system. Hey, Dave Scott, the man himself who came up with dingers. And then I've also added the super fallacy, which can be achieved one of two ways. Either a single or double fallacy that's just so astoundingly dumb it would make one spit their drink out if they were drinking, and or three or more standard fallacies maybe wouldn't make you spit your drink out, but just to hit 3 or more fallacies with a single statement would automatically qualify for a super fallacy. Now, this is a rough draft, so yeah, Mr. 1-to-1. Well, I'm just thinking about last night, like the previous stream. It was just so hilarious. And then also just looking at Craig's face here. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, you can help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel. That way, make sure you're subscribed, hit the bell for notifications. If you're not getting the notifications, just make sure you like and comment on more videos. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. All right, so we'll wait for everyone to trickle in here. Then I'll quickly review what we did so far as we continue to examine just the bottom of the barrel gophery that Craig has brought to the table here in this so-called debate. I forgot who made the statement, but Craig's just built different, and that's true. He's a very unique individual. Mr. 1-to-1, I tried to explain Batman to my flatmate, and the look on his face was priceless. Oh, man. Or should I say ma'am? Oh, ma'am. Yeah, that's rough. Okay. So we'll wait another minute or two. Again, I know everybody's on different time zones and everything, so we'll try to get as many people in here as possible. YouTube's still obviously being quite weird about sending out notifications. Most people say they don't get them. Batman. You either get it or you don't. Batman. Batman and Catman. They would make quite the dynamic duo. Okay, so I think Heracles said he was going to make it as well. The Heracles rule is a great rule. So, the Heracles rule basically, whenever we're not 100% sure whether something should be elevated to a super fallacy or dinger status, we have to keep in mind the baseline of the individual making that statement to see whether it would or wouldn't qualify. Like pretty much everything that Craig says would be a super fallacy or a dinger for someone else. But since Craig's baseline, just his baseline mental function is so much lower than everybody else, it's not that shocking for him to say, like, even if he says something incredibly dumb, it's pretty standard. It's par for the course regarding Craig. So, so we're not going to give him the super fallacy or dinger for something that's par for the course for him. The parallel, of course, would be, let's say, judges scoring a Mike Tyson boxing match. You wouldn't necessarily score significant shots or power shots for someone else's light jab, but Mike Tyson's jab might knock somebody out. It would be a powerful jab for someone else, but for Mike Tyson, it wouldn't count as a power shot for Mike Tyson because Mike Tyson's power shot is that much more powerful. So the Heracles rule is simply referring to baseline whenever we're not sure. And the baseline is real-time updated. So, for example, someone says something so astoundingly dumb or a self-owned faceplant that's just absolutely astounding, the baseline adjusts with it. So then they'd have to up the ante of goofery to score another dinger. Same thing with zingers. Like, you score a good zinger, if you say the same thing again, it's not going to count as a zinger because that impact is gone. So, adjusting of the baseline. Mike Tyson versus Batman. I need to do another boxing podcast. I did one with Maxwell on the greatest boxer of all time. And I didn't specifically go over Tyson the entire time. But it would be interesting to see, because if anybody's seen any of his training footage, I mean, even now, I mean, he would wreck a large percentage of the division. And under the right circumstances, he might be the oldest guy to capture a heavyweight title, which would make him both the youngest and the oldest. And if he were to achieve that, I mean, I don't know if there's ever anybody's even going to break his record for the youngest champ. But if he also captured the oldest, I mean, would that ever happen again? All right, so let's get started here. So far, 6 super fallacies and 10 dingers for Craig. Is everybody ready to go? Everybody all comfortable? No doubt, Mr. One-to-One. If you haven't checked out my boxing podcast on that, Mike Tyson was my pick hands down. If you had a time machine and you basically teleported anybody, any boxer in their prime. So some people want to argue that Mike Tyson's losses were in his prime. They were not. So if you take maybe, some people argue when his prime began, and that's a fair argument. Like if you look at some of his even training footage at 15, 16 years old, I'm not sure anybody could beat him then. I don't know. Some people say he needed to mature a little bit, and that 18 to 20-year-old Tyson was unbeatable. How do we prepare for Craig? I don't know. I don't know if anybody can truly prepare. We can think we're prepared, but I'm not sure we are. I'm not sure. Zetetic in the house. Very entertaining Twitter, by the way. Zetetic's feed is always pretty good. Neil, no more Batman or Batmam. Yeah, my sides are still recovering from the previous stream. So you guys better behave because we're really trying to finish this up. We're really trying. I mean, I know Craig's no doubt Craig is gonna have some more gems. Now keep in mind this is a rough draft, so I have just this rough overlay. And then when we're done, we're gonna go over exactly how to weigh the super fallacies and dingers for final scoring. And then I'll be using the new system to do the official breakdown of part 3 of Craig versus Caleb. And I don't know if it's going to require a part 4, part 5, whatever. I mean, I hope you guys can forgive me, but there's only so much of Craig that one can handle in single doses. So, glitched is still recovered. Can't get out of bed. My sides hurt. Oh, man. Yeah, you guys better behave. You guys better behave. All right, so let's get going. If nobody has any questions about the quick system overview. For the once the system's set in stone, obviously, I'll be having new sound effects for both super fallacies and dingers. All right, glitched. Come on, man. Or should I say, come on, ma'am.
Most of science is just monitoring things and see if it matches predictions.
Oh man, this is gonna be terrible. Most of science. So the vast majority of science is just monitoring things. Not coming up with theories, not testing results, not manipulating variables, but just monitoring. Just hanging back, eating Cheetos. I mean, I don't know. Now, clearly, this would be a super fallacy and dinger for anybody else. But invoking the Heracles rule, according to Craig's baseline, this isn't that dumb because keep in mind, you've already spit your drink out so many times from all this goofery. Is this going to cause you to spit your drink out again? I don't think it would. Obviously, we need the feedback from everybody in the chat. But according to Craig, most of science is simply monitoring CCTV. So basically, the greatest scientists in the world are these fat security guards just drinking coffee, watching CCTV monitoring. So, are security guards the greatest scientists in the world, according to Craig? Why are they not recruiting like night security guards for all these scientific experiments? Because they're the experts of just monitoring. Because if most of science is simply just monitoring and seeing if it matches prediction, so not coming up with valid experiments, not testing anything or manipulating variables, or even though math doesn't prove anything, I mean, you still have to kind of know it and implement it to quantify results. But according to Craig, most of science is just monitoring. Is that enough for a dinger or super fallacy? I mean, we're on the fence here. I don't know. I really don't know. For anybody else, yes. For Craig, I mean, there's a question here. There's a question. Most of science is monitoring. So is it also kind of like psychics? According to Craig, are psychics good scientists? Because if they're just monitoring the palm reading, they're monitoring palms, making predictions, and then if that happens to happen to the person whose palm they read, and the prediction is true, would that make like palm readers and psychics the greatest scientists, along with CCTV security guards, according to Craig? Oh man, we're not off to a sensible start here. My sides are really gonna. I don't know how long we could last on. I mean, this is literally the first thing he said in part 3. How are we gonna survive this? Okay, so does anybody think this is enough to meet the criteria of super fallacy or dinger? Equivocating palm readers or CCTV watching security guards to to basically being these scientists, they would be the best scientists, because if most of science is simply just that, why would you need any other skills? Let Craig cook. Yeah, this is going to take a well, because again, even with the Heracles rule in mind, I really Paul Blart baseline. He does kind of look like Paul Blart. Like a chromosomally damaged Paul Blart. Okay, so is this enough for a dinger or a super fallacy? Most of science is just monitoring and seeing if it matches prediction. Nobody has an opinion on this? I need help here. Like, I really don't know if this will qualify as a super fallacy or a dinger. Because not only is that a false premise, I mean, you could also say that's a hasty generalization logical fallacy. You can say that's an appeal to extremes fallacy. I mean, it's so tough. I mean, you could also say that's a vagueness fallacy because it's just so vague. It's super fallacy, easy call. So Glitched says not a dinger simply because the Heracles rule would prevent that from being a dinger because of his baseline. But since technically that statement is three or more fallacies, yeah. No, I think it's a super fallacy because that would be a hat trick fallacy. That would be false premise, hasty generalization, and vagueness. So we just started and he already hit a super fallacy. Okay, so he's at 7.
Which variable was manipulated? What is a control? You won't find Craig talking about any of these things because he doesn't even know what they are. This is so painful. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I hope the MindShock listeners understand the level of pain this is.
And that's exactly what they did in the Eddington experiment and every other similar experiment that's been done since then.
With over 400% deviations.
So again, we had to adjust the baseline. So again, for anybody else, this would be both a super fallacy and dinger, although he said that is what was done in the Eddington experiment. It wasn't, so that's false premise. And every other experiment, so that's kind of, sort of, not just false premise, but he roped in reification. Trying to think, does that hit any other fallacy? Is saying every other similar experiment. I guess it would be, because it would be reification, false premise, and also the vagueness fallacy, because he didn't specifically cite which ones. So that would also be a super. He just did another hat trick fallacy. So he's up to 8 super fallacies. Oh, Alien Big Cat, you should have been here last night. And for those that are new, the super fallacies would remove the regular fallacies. So once we go over it for the final count, if he's got 8 super fallacies, he would only be at 211 regular fallacies, because we counted that one as a super fallacy. Okay, so let's continue.
And none of it matches anyway, and they threw out a ton of data that didn't match just to make it look like it matched. How many times are we going to go over Craig's ignorance here of Eddington and the subsequent follow-up experiment? I mean, this guy's done zero research on the subject. Notice he hasn't provided a single source. Not one source.
The surprise in my voice It's just so hilarious. Like, I really had no idea what I was getting into. I really had no idea in analyzing any debate with Craig.
The fact is, it was a prediction, and they formed an experiment based on the prediction to see if it matched the hypothesis. It did.
That's a fact, because it didn't. They
So hold on. So is this another super fallacy? Because the level of false premise here. I mean, I guess the baseline has been adjusted so many times that we can't count it. Does everybody agree with that? Because obviously, not only did it not match, but all the other follow-up tests or so-called experiment, none of that matched either. So he just spewing blatant falsities. But are they enough to qualify for a super fallacy? And you guys got to get under control with this Batman stuff. Let's get focused, people. Let's get focused. So, would that be a super fallacy of him? Well, it's not necessarily lying, but it's still false premise. It's a huge false premise. It's a blatant false premise. But he kind of spread it through 3 different statements. So Craig flatlined his baseline. It's a DQ. I mean, unless, of course, Craig is the super genius actor who can go full retard and pull it off, then maybe he is lying. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue, but yeah, it's not necessarily, but the false premise is just, it's so massive. Is it enough to qualify for super fallacy? I mean, I don't know. I keep thinking about what Dave Scott said, where you want to be as reserved as possible with these numbers, but on the other hand, we're still trying to be accurate. He said that the Eddington experiment matched the predictions, which obviously it didn't. Now, is that super fallacy enough based on the fact that he's also now melting down, spiraling, and getting all animated about it? I mean, does that is that enough of a deviation from the base? Because we have to keep emotions and pauses into it, as we were going over yesterday. When somebody's in the middle of some kind of verbal diarrhea, spew, ramble, filibuster of goofery, that might not have the same weight as taking a pause and giving a measured response with particular inflections. All right, let's take a vote here. I mean, is this blatant false premise given with this religious fervor and conviction enough to qualify for another super fallacy? I would say no on the dinger simply because of his baseline. But for super fallacy, because the context is part of a greater point, I don't know. I'm leaning no just to try to be as conservative as possible. For anybody else, obviously it would be a yes. But for Craig and his baseline using the Heracles rule, does anybody disagree? It's a shame Heracles isn't in here yet. Or is he hiding somewhere? Super fallacy, no? Alright, I'm leaning no unless someone wants to make a case for it. Religious dogma is double up. Wait, Glitch, so you're voting yes on the super fallacy? Do we need to start a Dunning-Kruger? Well, technically, all of this is related to the Dunning-Kruger effect because the Dunning-Kruger is built into the regular fallacy, the super fallacy, and the dinger. Because if he wasn't suffering so severely from the Dunning-Kruger effect, he wouldn't be making any of those. Wait, Glitch, so you think it's a super fallacy? So Glitch wants to count how vehemently adamant Craig is about Eddington predictions, the results matching the predictions. Actually, you know what? That would actually be a double false premise, right? Because wait a second, hold on a second. That would be a double false premise because he's trying to say, well, first of all, it's false, so it's a false premise, but also he's trying to wrap it into his false premise of what the scientific method even is. Because even if it did match the prediction, that still wouldn't be the scientific method. So that's a double false premise. So now we have a new dilemma here. Do double false premises, would that automatically qualify for a super fallacy? I'm not saying they should. That's just something we're considering. Steel City, I actually don't even have a webcam. I'm going to steal this line. I have a face for radio and a voice for print. So what's everybody's opinion? Should a okay, so a hat trick fallacy is where you use 3 different fallacies in a single statement. But what if it's double of the same fallacy? Does it have to be triple of the same fallacy? Because I'm not even sure context would allow a triple false premise. I mean, I guess it could, depending on what was being discussed, but it would be so rare, it would probably never happen, except maybe Craig could probably hit it. But because this isn't just about Craig, this is about using the system for any analyses of any debates. So should a double of the same fallacy, like a double false premise, should that automatically be a super fallacy? How many fallacies did you wrap up in one? I mean, this is like a run-on sentence, so I don't know. All right, so this is the current question. Should a double fallacy immediately qualify for a super fallacy? Because Craig just hit a double false premise. Because 1, the prediction didn't match, and 2, he's trying to allege that a prediction proves something in adherence with the scientific method. So that's a double false premise. So Glitched says yes. A double fallacy should automatically qualify for a super fallacy. I think yes too. Just hearing myself explain it, it seems like it'd be warranted. Dave Scott, what do you think? Zetetic, what do you think? Mr. One-to-One? Well, a hat trick fallacy, but that's not the same fallacy. That's hitting 3 different fallacies. Because think about how goofy you have to be to hit 2 of the same fallacy in a single statement. Not different fallacies, but the same fallacy. I mean, Craig's clearly up to the challenge, but Matari, the triple is for different types of fallacies. Because I actually can't even think of a situation where you could hit a triple false premise. Because the context would have to have 3 layers. Because right here, there's 2 layers. Because Craig thinks that if something matches a prediction, that's following the scientific method. So that's a false premise in and of itself. And then he's also saying specifically in relation to Eddington's experiment, the predictions matched, which they didn't. So that's a double false premise. The triple minimum, the hat trick, is for different fallacies because it's not that hard to do like a circular reasoning, begging the question, hasty generalization, or false premise, or red herring. You could spin 5 or more fallacies in a single statement. I mean, Craig does it pretty often. That's not rare. But to hit the same exact fallacy twice in a single statement, I think that's rare enough to warrant a super fallacy. Because the context where you could hit 3 of the same exact fallacy in a single statement, I don't think that would ever even happen. correct, Mr. One-to-One. 2 if it's the same fallacy, but 3 or more for different fallacies. Okay, so everybody's on the same page here. Baseline keeps the rules succinct. Yeah. Well, regardless of baseline, so the baseline only comes into effect whether or not a single fallacy will be counted as a super fallacy. Because the single fallacy has to be so astoundingly dumb and goofy to make you spit your drink out. So a triple fallacy or more, regardless of how basic it is or what the baseline is, hat trick fallacy automatically qualifies as super fallacy, and now we're establishing that a double fallacy automatically qualifies. So in the case of a single fallacy qualifying for super fallacy, we would have to resort to baseline for that one. Okay, it seems like we're all on the same page here. And then for dingers, we also have to keep in mind the baseline. So there'll be 3 different ways to get a super fallacy. And the Heracles rule only applies when there's only one fallacy that can hit a super fallacy. All right, let's continue. We're making great progress here. You guys started behaving. Just don't bring out the Batman jokes just yet. Or the nunchucking woodchuck Chuck Norris fan watching Chucky movies. Okay, at Chuck E. Cheese. All right, so let's continue here.
Threw out everything that didn't, and even the result that was left.
Oh, wait, did I actually add the fallacy after saying that? No, I didn't. So he's at 9, right? Caleb's at work. I actually invited him for the stream. He was bummed he couldn't make it. I did want his feedback as well, because this debate is actually what is making us refine the system. So I didn't add the 9th fallacy, right? No, I didn't. Okay, so we're going to add the 9th fallacy. This is a historic moment. This super fallacy is the first double fallacy. It was a double false premise. Making history here. Yeah, Mr. One-to-One. Mr. One-to-One, were you the one who said Craig's just built different?
Was over 400% error from the follow-up observation.
Actually, and just to further, come on, Dave, just to further drive the point home, the false premise wasn't based on a slight error. So it was over 400% error. So we have to keep that in mind for the false premise as well. Glitch, you do realize we talk over each other on the same podcast, right?
I mean, this is just so painful. I have to say, this is probably the most painful one. I don't know if Craig's going to get more fallacies than Sartain.
Oh, did I still forget to give him the 9th? Oh, yeah, I forgot to add the 9th super fallacy.
Or even that Brian Myers goof. But this is definitely the most painful.
They analyzed the results and they found they failed to falsify their hypothesis, the scientific method.
Well, hold on a second. If he hadn't announced the scientific method there, I wouldn't be asking if this should be another super fallacy. Because they failed to falsify, which is obviously a false premise. But the level of conviction that he just randomly stated the scientific method, I think I'm going to say that qualifies for super fallacy status. I mean, because he upped the ante in his level of conviction, even according to his own baseline. I mean, the confidence with which he just randomly said the scientific method, even though this has nothing to do with the scientific method. So, false premise, but just the confidence level. Yes, Dave Scott, I'm going to do like a pre-recorded one where I just go over the rules with all the graphics and everything. Kind of like, I don't know, when you watch any sport, I don't know if they do this for most sports. They still do it with the UFC, I think, at the beginning of the event where they say you can win by submission or knockout, and then the scoring is based on a 10-point system, etc., etc. I'm going to do something like that, just like a little 30-second pre-recorded video explaining the rules of the scoring system. Come on, Mr. CCTV, the scientific. Okay, hold on a second, but let's go back to the level of conviction. Just the confidence with which Craig just said that all of failure to falsify is the scientific method. Oh, should we actually have a graphical representation of baselines? Wow, that would be taking it to next level. The whole screen would be covered. Unless it was transparent, I guess. But I don't know. Almost like a health bar in a fighting video game. Okay, hold on, though. Hold on. Does anybody else think he should hit super fallacy even though that was only... Well, theoretically, hold on a second. Did he hit the hat trick? Because we have false premise. It's also a non sequitur because the scientific method has nothing to do with what he just said. And you could also say that's a vagueness fallacy because he didn't explicitly reference how that's the scientific method. So did he just hit the hat trick? So would that be another super fallacy? Let's get these votes in here. Because just randomly saying the scientific method, I mean, a baseline health bar is actually needed. Well, it'd be a little tricky because the dumber whatever they say, if it's that dumb, their baseline would actually, depending on how it's represented on the screen, would the baseline, because if the baseline drops, that means the next dumbest thing would have to be dumber than the previous dumber statement to qualify for a dinger. Only for Craig. No, I honestly don't know if I could. I don't even know how many parts it's going to take to finish this Craig analysis, but I don't know if I could handle any other Craig debates if they're anything like this. So, what does everybody think of? Should he hit another super fallacy for just randomly saying the scientific method? So, theoretically, you could say that that's vagueness fallacy, non sequitur, red herring, false premise if we're still considering the context of what he said prior. You get maximum combos, combo fallacies. Man. What does everybody think, though? Is the level of conviction with which he just randomly said the scientific method, even though what he just described is not the scientific method, does that qualify for super fallacy? Based on his own baseline, it does not qualify for dinger status. But we could argue that that's a hat trick fallacy. I'm not 100% sure simply because was there a period at the end of failure to fall? I guess there was because he paused and then he just randomly said the scientific method, which would have been a false premise to what he just previously explained. It would have also technically been a non sequitur because it has nothing to do with what he just said. Could also be a red herring and a vagueness fallacy. So would that be enough for super fallacy status? I guess yes, right? Especially the context of this particular debate, like on the previous stream, if we were discussing Britney Spears versus Michael Jackson, who's the better pop star, not knowing the scientific method wouldn't be as relevant in that debate versus this debate. So Zetetic sounds like it's enough. Yeah, I think so too. So we'll go 10. So he's got 10 of each.
Okay, so you would agree.
He just dropped scientific method out of nowhere as if it meant something. Because clearly it clearly is not in alignment with any of it, and he doesn't even know what it is. And then he says you only have to follow 2 steps. in order for it to be valid, and he just says scientific method. He just says those two words without knowing what they are, like a little 4-year-old or 3-year-old. I don't want to insult, 3-year-olds. I'm sure there's a lot of 3-year-olds out there that are smarter than Craig.
With my hypothesis of unicorns, it would be just as valid if the assumptions that I make for the tending of the light towards the sun, it would be just as valid as the bending and warping of spacetime, right? If all the math worked out and we tested and over, the math worked out with the unicorns pulling the light towards the sun, it'd be just as valid as yours, correct?
And just to clarify here, if not for Craig's baseline, I would have given Caleb another zinger there, just exposing the ludicrous nature of what Craig is hallucinating here. But since he already did it previously, I didn't add the zinger. I think I did give him the zinger the first time he asked a similar question like that, though.
And another point here, the math didn't work out with Eddington. Like, I don't know how many times I have to reiterate that, because Craig is just pretending and hallucinating it did. Again, I have multiple sources here, one of which is Harvard Labs. Over 400% error rates. Eddington admitted to throwing out the data that didn't match, which is why so many real scientists were skeptical about relativity, because it actually didn't match. Like, that's the main point. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't even get there, but Craig's mental disability.
I have a question. Should we redo the Sartain debate with super fallacies and dingers? That would probably take like 40 hours minimum.
On full display here. Anyway, I mean, I don't know if Caleb's just humoring the poor guy for the sake of the audience. I'm guessing he is.
You can call it unicorns whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you call the thing.
So again, not a super fallacy or dinger because of Craig's baseline. So for someone else, they would qualify, because clearly calling has nothing to do with the subject here. I mean, we're going around in a circle.
Again, we're not talking about calling it. We're talking about the reason for it. So Craig is just this level of mentally disabled. He doesn't understand that Eddington, if gravity and relativity are at play here, that's the cause. If it's unicorns, that's the cause. It's not about calling a unicorn a Pegasus or whatever, and the name doesn't matter. It's or calling gravity whatever, some kind of magic pull instead of using the word gravity.
Yeah, well, Mr. 1-to-1, you guys aren't helping, because if you count up how many times I had to pause to laugh and I couldn't stop laughing, that probably added at least like 30% to the running time.
That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the cause, not the name. But notice how Craig is too mentally disabled to even be on again, like we're talking preschool, kindergarten level English here. We're not talking about label. We're talking about reason.
The fact is, the experiment is something is warping the path of light.
Well, no. No, it isn't. Again, that's what you...
Okay, hold on a second. Something is warping the path of light. So, wow. So, false premise if the path of light isn't even being warped in the first place. So, if it's not warped in the first place, how can you say something is warping it? Hold on a second. Would that be a super fallacy? It's like a begging the question circular reasoning fallacy, because if it's not even being warped in the first place, and you're trying to assert what is warping it, mailbox, Bigfoot mailbox fallacy. Okay, hold on. Is that enough for a super fallacy? Because it's not necessarily a false premise, because if the light is being warped, it wouldn't be a false premise. It would still be a circular reasoning logical fallacy because of the presupposition that it's being warped. And it's not a red herring, because it is related here. I mean, is it related enough? But that still wouldn't be a hat trick unless I missed another one. It's not that vague. It's not a vagueness fallacy. So yeah, I guess that's not a super fallacy. Oh, Sphinx Bear's back. What's up, man? So there's no hat trick there. So it's just whether or not that circular reasoning fallacy is dumb enough to qualify for super fallacy. So if we have to default to the Heracles rule, which we might, because it's not a double fallacy of a single fallacy, and it's not a hat trick of 3 different fallacies, I only counted 2. So we'd have to default to the Heracles rule, which according to Craig's own baseline, it is no longer surprising. It is not going to make you spit your drink out that he doesn't know what Caleb is talking about. So I'm going to have to lean no on the super fallacy. Does anybody think it should be a super fallacy? I mean, obviously for anybody else it would be, but for Craig, should it be a super fallacy? So I'm going to lean no. So let's continue.
You would have to prove, presupposing it is, and in building this house of cards, again, as Caleb called out earlier, begging the question fallacy, and obviously it's also a false cause, circular reasoning, logical fallacy as well. And Craig, again, he just can't muster even toddler level brain power. He just can't muster it. And notice how many times he uses the word fact incorrectly, because none of this is a fact.
Well, actually, that's a good point. He did say fact with such conviction. Would that be enough to elevate to super fallacy alone? Quiet, Mr. One-to-One. We're doing our best. I mean, we're dealing with Craig here. Like, what do you expect? Is saying fact with that level of inflection, because in previous explanations, he just kind of glossed, he was just like, oh yeah, this is a fact, that's a fact. But he said, it is a fact, like putting so much emphasis on fact. Is that enough? It's somewhat subjective, but we're comparing to the previous times he said fact, where he didn't say them with this much inflection on the word. Not far enough from baseline from Dave. It might not be. I don't know here, because it just if he said fact without that level of conviction, 100% not enough from baseline. But this brings it kind of close to the base. It brings it close. So I don't know. I don't know. It might be. It's a shame Heracles isn't in here, the inventor of the Heracles rule. If the other rule is when we're really not quite sure, we can give him the benefit of the doubt, right? And we know Craig deserves as many of those as possible. So I guess we'll say no unless somebody... Because he could have added even more conviction. Like, if he's having a total meltdown screaming fact, then we would put it as a super fallacy, I guess, or danger. So we'll leave it alone for now. Let's try to make our way through this.
It's like that's his only cope at being exposed, completely decimated and exposed. He says fact almost like his blankie, like he's trying to soothe himself from getting destroyed on this level. He just says fact almost like some kind of soothing mechanism, like a safety blanket, because clearly he doesn't know what the word fact is. Clearly the word doesn't apply here. Clearly I'm not arbitrarily dinging him with the fallacy counter, because that's a fallacy. In order for me to be objective, I have to count every one.
I like how this went from counting fallacies to trying to figure out if they're super fallacies. Only Craig could have brought us to this point. So we have to give this man credit. If he's a man, I don't know how he identifies, but we have to give this individual credit. Well, unless he identifies as they. Is that more than one individual? Can you identify as more than a single individual? Okay, we have to give Craig credit, regardless of how many or what kind of individuals he identifies as. We have to give Craig credit here because he's really pushing the evolution of this scoring system.
Not give him breaks, because then I wouldn't be objective.
You can call it unicorns. We call it space-time. If you want to do an experiment based on the predictions of unicorns, then that's great. Then we can analyze those results. But you tell me, what would the predictions of unicorns be? How
Obviously, it's a hypothetical. It's obviously a hypothetical. So all I'm trying to show to the audience is
Well, it's not obvious to Craig.
that my reference frame and my assumption of why the light tends towards the sun would be equally as valid as long as the math works out.
So he doesn't even understand the parallel. Like, Craig can't even follow the parallel. Or he's pretending to, not being able to, because he knows he doesn't even understand the basics of the scientific method or first grade English even. Am I being too kind there? Preschool English? Also, some people pointed out, it looks like Craig might have some kind of earpiece. I don't know if that's a headphone or an additional earpiece. Commenters have said he was trying to get help from somebody, because, I mean, just this level of decimation. I mean, who's Craig trying to fool here, pretending he knows something about something? I mean, a first grader can give a better, would have put up a better, I mean, possibly even a kindergartner or a preschooler. I don't want to insult them. They could have put up a better defense than Craig here. I mean, this is just downright pathetic. I mean, there's no way around it.
Craig, do you think math is descriptive or explanatory?
Well, before we get there, we talk about what you just said. Again, you need to have a hypothesis and a prediction and an experiment. If you've got that, you're doing science.
Notice how he never mentioned dependent variable, independent variables, or controls, or the manipulation of variables. So clearly you're not doing science. To do science with no understanding of variables. Oh, man. Again, just props to Caleb. Oh, man. I really didn't know what to expect.
How did Caleb keep a straight face here? Like, I still don't get it. I don't get it. Like, how is he so composed? Like, is one of his jobs actually dealing with, like, mentally disabled children or something? Like, how is he so composed here? Like, I don't know if I could have done this. Oh, man, Mr. Wonder. Like, how is Caleb keeping a straight face here? Should we add another category for people who can maintain poker faces against super fallacies and dingers? Because that's an incredible skill, to be confronted with this level of goofery and not simply burst out laughing or run for the hills. I mean, that's impressive. How do you keep a straight face going against Craig? I mean, this is crazy.
Like I said, I've talked to him a few times in messages here and there. I really appreciated how passionate he was about logic itself. I mean, flat earth, globe earth aside, who cares about that stuff? Just he was passionate about logic itself, and it shows here. Because he's trying to have a logical discussion. But the problem is, it's kind of like having a discussion with a coma patient. I mean, yes, they might be able to recognize, even though when they're in a coma, they might be able to recognize words. They've done brain scans where there might be evidence that coma patients can understand to a certain level people that talk to them. So it's not that Craig is not responding to the stimuli of Caleb's words. The problem is he's not comprehending any. But again, props to Caleb here. I mean, he's trying hard to have a logical conversation. But how can you have a logical conversation with someone who's a borderline vegetable? I mean, I don't know. I don't have the answer there.
Right. But if you're just saying unicorns did it. In what way did unicorns did it? Just saying unicorns did it isn't a hypothesis.
They bent the ether towards the sun. The unicorns were grabbing the ether and bending it towards the sun. Is that better? Does that help?
That was actually kind of funny. Let's see if Craig has a mental breakdown, because I'm assuming Craig doesn't believe that ether exists. But that was actually a very good parallel, because you'd have to prove the ether first, right? Whereas Craig is hallucinating the gravity's already proven, and you're just measuring the results of it. So that's a great point from Caleb. Props to Caleb there.
And do you have a prediction based on a mathematical model for this to happen?
I could come up with it using the law of gravitation, which is just a math model, sure.
Right. So
you're saying it's interchangeable. So you admitting that you can interchangeably put space-time or unicorns in the equation.
And you could see it on his face. So we know he's not a complete vegetable. You could see when Craig was laughing at himself, he knows he got exposed there. And he has no answer for it. I mean, or we'll see what the answer is. But we know, so this is good. This is good. We know Craig is not a complete 100% vegetable.
He kind of reminds me of a devious criminal who just got caught, and that's the look on his face. Because why would he be laughing and smiling if he didn't have some kind of brain function to understand that Caleb just exposed him there? Not that that's a super fallacy or a dinger, that was just an observation.
Because now, whether this is evidence that he's being dishonest and not arguing in good faith, you can take it as, I mean, clearly he's still probably mentally disabled unless he's the best actor ever. But it appears there is some cognitive function. There's some.
Shows that you have no evidence for space-time. That's all I'm trying to. That's all I'm trying to get across to the audience.
Whatever you want. You can name space-time whatever you want. From now on, I'm going to call it Felicia. All right.
Okay, hold on. Is this enough to elevate to super fallacy or dinger? Because of the increased animation, the introduction of the word Felicia. I think people were calling him Fallacious Felicia, right? I mean, or is Felicia one of his alters? I don't know, but he's saying you can call it whatever you want, but that's not what's being discussed. We're talking about having valid controls and variables so that you don't fall for the false cause logical fallacy or the reductive logical fallacy where you pretend all these other variables don't exist simply because something matched a prediction, which it didn't even match if he's talking about Eddington. So all of this is built on false premises anyway. So is that enough to elevate to super fallacy or dinger? Is Felicia enough? Because we also have to keep in mind the surrounding context where he's continuing to not comprehend that what is being discussed isn't what you're calling it, but the methodology behind it. Is that enough to elevate? Now, if he hadn't brought out Felicia, the Heracles rule would say no. But since he brought out Felicia, does that elevate to super fallacy or dinger? Because the super, let's see if he's got a hat trick. So he's got false premise. I mean, not comprehending that this would avoid fallacies, is that a fallacy of itself? Because technically that is a false cause fallacy. He's like he's doubling down on his false cause fallacy. It's not a double false cause, though. He's just reiterating, backing up the previous false cause. Sphinx Bear, exactly. It's not just the moronic statements, it's the delivery of them. That is a great point, Sphinx Bear. That's why we're discussing this, because the fact that he brought out Felicia, because he's continuing to not comprehend, although he did laugh about it. So was that a Freudian slip in terms of the laugh where he realized he got exposed and then he went back in character? Or his Felicia alter or whatever. So that's a false premise roping in the previous false cause and reductive logical fallacy. Also, you could argue it's a circular reasoning fallacy if he's already presupposed that it could only be gravity that's warping the space-time, and here he's actually technically, is he also committing a red herring by pretending it's about what you call it instead of establishing the cause itself? Because technically that's a quintuple fallacy. I'm giving him a super fallacy for that. I think that's a quintuple fallacy. And then we add on top the Felicia. That's without even the Felicia. So he's getting a super fallacy for me unless people in the chat can give a case on why that shouldn't be a super fallacy. I mean, I guess you could also argue for dinger. And if that's, I don't know. You could even argue that that's a super fallacy and a dinger because it's so silly. Because he's failed to comprehend that the subject is the cause and not the name. Dave Scott, Zetetic, what do you guys think? It's a shame Heracles isn't here. I could make the case for that being both a super fallacy and a dinger. Because how many times does Caleb have to explain the same thing? A quintuple Felicia. So you guys agree that it's a super fallacy. I don't know. Felicia's kind of a pathetic cope. So I'm arguing for a super fallacy and a dinger. And I think we need a special name for that. I think we need a name for something that's both a super fallacy and a dinger. A super dinger? A super dinger. I think Felicia's enough to qualify for a super dinger. I'm giving him both, unless somebody could make a case against it. He's getting a super dinger. Dave Scott. Just call it a Felicia. We could also call it a Craig when you commit a super fallacy and a dinger at the same time. So he's up to 11 on both.
The ping of Felicia is what causes.
And now with the reestablished baseline, we're not going to count it every time he says Felicia, because now he has to say something even dumber for the readjusted baseline.
The gravitational effects.
So again, here he's falling for the appeal to humor logical fallacy. He thinks it sounds more...
Actually, I forgot that one. It would also be appeal to humor if he thinks Felicia is a funny name. Otherwise, I mean, is that the number one name somebody goes to? Unless, again, it's a Freudian slip, because he's got a fallaciousness on his mind. He knows he's being fallacious. So that's the first name that came out. Felicia. Fallacious Felicia. So technically, it would have been a sextuple fallacy. That was 6 fallacies in one if we're going to add appeal to humor by using Felicia.
Ridiculous to call it Felicia while missing the point completely, the reason behind what's happening, which is the whole purpose of science. If you could just call a phenomena or whatever, if it's just about switching labels, that doesn't mean anything. Like, what is the mechanism causing it? That's why you need those dependent independent variables and controls and manipulate them, so that way you can figure out whether something is actually causing something else or not. What you call it has absolutely nothing to do with this entire conversation. And I mean, this is roping in. I mean, I'm kind of hesitant to call it a red herring logical fallacy, because that would imply that Craig already kind of knows what he's doing here. I think his mental disability is too severe to intentionally red herring. But here, again, he's going etymological logical fallacy, appeal to humor logical fallacy, and red herring logical fallacy, because this isn't the point that Caleb is making. So he either doesn't understand the point, he's too much of a vegetable to understand the point, or he does have the cognitive function to understand the point, and he knows he can't refute it. So in bad faith, he's just deflecting and going red herring and pretending it's about switching labels because he can't actually address the real argument.
There we go. How's that? I predict that the warping of Felicia will bend the path of the light. Will bend the light path of the star towards our sun. So I'm going to make a prediction based on the maths of Felicia and do an experiment. Oh, look, the warping of Felicia has done exactly what I said it to do. Happens that all of the maths and everything around Felicia is also the same as the maths for space-time.
Okay. Oh, man. So the maths. Okay. So we're not talking about the maths, we're talking about the reason why, not the calculation of. So if Bigfoot's delivering the mail, he wants to get all caught up in how fast Bigfoot is walking to deliver the mail. Like he wants to quantify that Bigfoot's delivering the mail at like 8 miles per hour or 11 miles per hour. So if the maths work and the mail shows up in the mailbox, not only could it have only been Bigfoot, but the prediction would have had to included how many miles per hour Bigfoot was walking to deliver the mail. That would prove that it was Bigfoot and not Chupacabra or Mothman. Because if Chupacabra or Mothman would have different mile per hour speeds, it proves that it's Bigfoot, just based on the prediction of the maths. Now, is that enough to elevate to super fallacy? Because let's see. I mean, this would be, well, it could be false. It's not necessarily false premise, because what if it really is a false premise? It would have to be definitively false, because maybe Bigfoot does deliver Craig's mail. I mean, maybe Craig's mom is Bigfoot and she delivers mail. I mean, we don't know any of this information, so it could be true. A false premise is only something that's definitively false. So, okay. That could be a circular reasoning logical fallacy, because you're not allowing for anything outside of that circular logic. It would also be post hoc false cause, so that's already a hat trick fallacy there. Not to mention, if you could also say that it's a red herring. I wouldn't call it a non sequitur, because a red herring is somewhat related but not directly. A non sequitur is completely unrelated. But that would still be, at minimum, a triple fallacy, possibly a quadruple fallacy. So does he get another super fallacy for talking about the maths of Felicia? Not a super dinger because of the reestablished baseline, because now that he reestablished his baseline post Felicia. Yeah, Dave, only Bigfoot delivers mail, therefore Bigfoot exists. Mrs. Bigfoot. Okay. I'm giving him another super fallacy for the maths of Felicia, because that was, at minimum, a triple or quadruple fallacy.
Doesn't matter. I've just the name of the thing.
Again, we're not talking about the name. We're talking about what's causing it. So he's hallucinating that the basis of space-time, or that there's any warping at all, is going up, and then just switching the label of it. He's stuck on that, again, either because he's just that mentally disabled, or he understands that Caleb completely demolished him, and the only thing he can do is red herring here to cope.
Changing the name of something doesn't matter. You can call it what you want, but the mathematical model shows that this thing, unicorns, space-time, Felicia, whatever, is warping based on the interaction of large masses. That's what it shows.
Wow. I mean, that was an impressive stream, was it not? That was a lot of fallacies in rapid succession. Now, what are we going to do with that? Because I don't know if that should count as a super fallacy, even though that was a false premise, false cause, circular reasoning fallacy stack. It was kind of almost a run-on sentence, so I don't know. I don't know. What does everybody think about that one? Should a super fallacy also be a fallacy combo? Like, yes, he said the mathematical model shows that. Star Trek. It's more like Star Trek math proves Star Wars. I mean, this isn't really coherent. Or Star Trek math proves Bigfoot. Star Trek math proves Batman. Star Trek math proves Batman got pregnant. Are we going to give him a super fallacy for that? Or should we add a new category? Or should a super fallacy also include a fallacy combo? Because he just spewed so many fallacies in rapid succession. Come on, Dave Scott, what's your input? It's a shame Heracles isn't in here, but Sphinx Bear, you were here last night. Should there be yet another way to get a super fallacy? I don't know if you missed this, Sphinx Bear, but we added another way to get a super fallacy. If you commit a double fallacy of a single like the same fallacy twice, because Craig hit a double false premise, that also is a super fallacy, or 3 or more different types of fallacies, or 1 or 2 fallacies that are just so astoundingly dumb based on baseline. Now, should there be another way to get a fallacy where if you hit so many fallacies in a row, like Craig just did, like a fighting game counter where like if a combo gets to a certain level, it starts to have bonus? Or should it be a separate category like fallacy combo? What do you guys think? We're trying to refine the system here. Should there be fallacy combos? I mean, I think there should, because if we're giving weight to so many single fallacies or fallacies that are double or triple or more upped, then shouldn't we also give credit for streaming fallacies? Like so many fallacies in rapid succession, even if it's only one fallacy at a time and not a stacked fallacy. Just all these single fallacies so fast in a row. Because, a Dunning-Kruger champ can have several different skill sets. Mr. One-to-One wants a chart. Dave, what do you think? Sartain is also incredibly skilled. He's even better than Craig at streaming at combo fallacies. He would be setting records for combo fallacies. But Craig's not bad either. I think if we introduced health bars, it would make it too complicated. Because dingers deplete your own health. Zingers might deplete your opponent's health. Or should there be 2 different bars? Are we going to get like really into some of these advanced fighting games? Because some of the fighting games, they have your standard health bar. Then they also have an energy bar which can recharge. And some of them even have like a 3rd health bar for, I don't know, for special moves or whatever. Or some kind of special metric bar. Like, these are the important questions. Like, we're trying to figure out this system. Should there be fallacy combos? Mr. What? Come on, it's not that complicated. We just added super fallacies and dingers, and there's 3 different ways to get a super fallacy. It's not that bad. And we just invoke the Heracles rule whenever things get hard to judge. Pretty simple. I think the health bars would make it more complicated. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but I think fallacy combos, I think that should still be on the table. Like, what is everybody thinking? Fubar temp. That's a great question. I don't know. Craig and Sarge. I think Destiny would be in that category too. I mean, that goof is almost as bad as Sartain. I mean, he might be worse than Sartain. I don't know. And well, with Destiny, it's not just mental disability. He's clearly being dishonest as well. Heracles, finally in the house. We need your help. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube's weird with the notifications. Oh, and CF's back. Okay. So Mr. One, or simple for people with a brain. Okay, so Heracles. The only thing we changed since yesterday is there's now an additional way to get a fallacy. When you commit the same fallacy twice, you can also get a super fallacy. So Craig did a um, double false premise. Basically, since he doesn't know what the scientific method is and he claimed Eddington's experiment matched predictions, he double false premised. So it was the same fallacy but twice. So that's just an additional way to hit a super fallacy. So the Heracles rule only applies for super fallacies that are single or double, not of the same fallacy, if they deviate from baseline, and for dingers. But if you automatically commit a double fallacy, that's a super fallacy, or a triple or greater fallacy of different types of fallacies. So now we're debating whether or not fallacy combos should enter the equation. And some of these guys want health bars too. But if we do health bars, that's going to get complicated, because if we have two different bars, like for example, if we have a mental capacity bar and that gets depleted the more fallacies you commit, and then we have another health bar where dingers deplete your own health bar and zingers deplete your opponent's health bar. But then I don't know if we should do that. That might be too complicated. But I'm thinking fallacy combos should be a thing, where if you maybe hit 5 or more fallacies in rapid succession, not with a single statement, because that would be a super fallacy, so like a fallacy stack, but a fallacy combo would just be rapid succession fallacies. I think Craig just hit a combo, and we got to figure this out. Heracles, you can go brain dead. I don't know if that's a possibility. I think that ship has sailed for Craig, but are you talking about us trying to analyze all this? I don't know about the health bars. I think that might be too crazy. But the fallacy combos, I think that should be a thing. So 5 or more fallacies, single or more, in rapid succession, even if it's only one at a time, even if they don't qualify for super fallacies, unless if you string 10 or more fallacies together, should that also be an automatic super fallacy bonus? Because Craig only hit, like, I think 7 or 8 with that sentence. I don't think he hit 10. An aggression bar. Or should that be a triggered bar? Oh, that would be too complicated. But what do you guys think of fallacy combos? I mean, I don't know about the aggression bar, because you can be really aggressive and still be correct without committing fallacies while getting zingers on your opponent. So I'm not sure what the purpose of the aggression bar would be. Not yet, CF. It's on the list, though. Like, I want to get the system dialed in, and then I'll finish the Craig debate under this new system. And then all debates after that will be under this new system. So, Heracles, you think a combo should just count as a super fallacy? I mean, I'm not sure, just because what if it's a really basic fallacy and they just keep spamming it? So it's mostly just like an exercise of verbal diarrhea skill. Would that negate what super fallacies are all about? Because super fallacies are about making a fallacy that's either so incredibly dumb or a stack that's real high. Succession is different. It's kind of like doing a 10-punch combo versus a massive uppercut to take out your opponent. I mean, they're almost different skill sets. I mean, they are different skill sets. So I don't know if we should put fallacy combos in with super fallacies. Dave, I don't think you chimed in yet on this issue. CF, does that mean, so you like this, you want fallacy combos as a new category. And that opens the door to, let's say you hit 10 fallacies in a combo. Should that give you a super fallacy bonus? I mean, I was just thinking in terms of fighting video games, because in certain games, if you hit a certain combo after a certain point, you start getting double damage or whatever. Super fallacy has to be a special move. I kind of want Dave's input on this. He came up with dingers, so I want to hear what he thinks about fallacy combos and combo bonuses. I'm not sure about the bonus, but I think we really should do fallacy combos, unless it's just enough to just have the comedic value of him just racking up the fallacies on the count. But I don't know. I don't know. Here, let's do a poll. Maybe all the other people in here who aren't talking will be more comfortable with a poll. So far, everybody's voting yes for fallacy combos. Will closing arguments include fatalities? I mean, no, but in your closing argument, I mean, you still have the option of zingers, dingers, and super fallacies. So, unless, wow, Food Bar Temp, you're opening the door to a lot of different possibilities here. Unless closing arguments, everything counts double. Well, Sphinx Bear, the high fallacy count wouldn't be interrupted. In a fallacy combo, that wouldn't remove all the fallacies from, that would just be like a bonus category for hitting so many fallacies in a row. Like we could also say, like, you need 10 regular fallacies for fallacy combo bonus, and you need at least 3 super fallacies. If you combo super fallacies, if you combo at least 3 super fallacies, you get fallacy combo bonus. Does that sound fair to everybody? And Sphinx Bear, that wouldn't affect the high fallacy count. Neil's not sure. Everybody else voted yes. So far, nobody is opposed. So either some people didn't vote. Nobody's opposed to fallacy combos being a category. They could be kind of like a secret category where it's not going to be on the screen for metrics unless somebody gets it. Because it's not guaranteed someone's going to get a fallacy combo. It's practically guaranteed everybody's going to get at least one fallacy. There'll be at least one dinger or zinger or super fallacy. So fallacy combo could be like a super category that comes up whenever anybody hits it. So it won't be on the way in the screen unless it happens. Mr. 1-to-1, when you hit 3 in a row, do you get a double score count? What should a super fallacy combo count for? So if you hit 3 super fallacies in a row, you get fallacy combo. But what if you hit 10 super fallacies in a row? Do you just see the debate at that point? Is it just over there? Is that a fatality? CF voted yes purely for the comedic value. But it's not just comedic. I mean, again, we're trying to parallel this to like a boxing or kickboxing match where we're trying to be as accurate as possible with the metrics. Heracles says, I think opening and closing fallacies should count as more or be less baseline based. So I definitely think they should be less. So the Heracles rule is not in effect for opening and closing fallacies or opening and closing arguments. Should opening and closing fallacies count as double? I don't know. Because they had time to prepare. Is that what you're getting at? As opposed to just free flow conversation in the middle? Sphinx Bear, there'll be different records though. So at the end of this, we'll kind of determine how they're going to be weighted. So who's going to be crowned Dunning-Kruger champ. And even if you're not Dunning-Kruger champ, you could still hold, like, for example, someone who's not the boxing champion, they could still have the most knockouts. Or in MMA, they could have the most submissions, but not be a champion. So it's kind of like the same thing with dingers or super fallacies. There could be, like, Craig might be the dinger champion and not the Dunning-Kruger champion of the whole organization of logical analysis of debates. You got to have a special sound effect from Street Fighter for super fallacies. I'll look into it. Maybe we'll do. Okay, after this is all done, maybe I'll do another short live where we can get everybody's opinion on sound effects. Heracles, is what even possible? Fubartem, did we talk about what it is you use a super fallacy to counter a simple fallacy? What do you mean by counter? CF, yeah, it makes sense since they had time to prepare. 10 super fallacies in a row. Wait, what do you mean, Heracles? Yeah, we gotta continue this, but we're trying to figure out for fallacy combos because if we're gonna add the fallacy combo category, we have to make the decision now so I can add it because that's the first super long stream of fallacies I think Craig had. That might have been 7 or 8 in a row. So Fubar Temp, a fallacy is like a negative against yourself. So if you say something even dumber than your opponent, like, what do you mean about that? Like, should you get penalized even further? I mean, it's kind of already built in because if somebody uses a regular fallacy and you use a super fallacy, it is going to count against you more than a regular fallacy. But we actually haven't determined how many fallacies super fallacies are worth. We're going to do it at the end. We talked about it a little bit on the first and second stream yesterday when we were just refining the system. Because if somebody gets 100 fallacies and someone else gets 100 fallacies, the person who got the most super fallacies is obviously going to win. But what if somebody only got 5 regular fallacies, 50 super fallacies, and the opponent got 500 regular fallacies but no super fallacies? I mean, I'm not saying that's gonna happen in a debate. It's probably not because if somebody's really goofy, they're probably gonna be hitting super fallacies and fallacies. And then if dingers and zingers can only cancel each other out, then they're not going to be used in accounting for or against regular fallacies. So everybody 100% voted to include combo fallacies. So I'll include them. Now, this is a rough draft. Oh, Dave, how long were you out? Okay, So we're talking we're talking fallacy combos about adding a new category. Fallacy combos. So that's basically more than 5 or 6 or 7. I mean, I think Craig just committed 8, but if you do a lot of fallacies in an extremely short period of time, you get a fallacy combo. So it's like a bonus category. And you need to get, and if you do at least 3 super fallacies in rapid succession, you'll also hit a fallacy combo. So everybody voted, I did a poll, everybody voted for fallacy combos to be introduced as a new category. Just like in boxing or kickboxing, someone could maybe not do high power shots, but they do, if they land 10 or 20 jabs in a row, that, I mean, they need credit for that. That's a long combo. But it's not necessarily a super fallacy. It's not a power shot. So what do you think about that, Dave? Oh, okay. So you did vote yes. Okay, so I'm adding the combo fallacy combo category. Oh man, this is crazy. I don't even know where to put it on the screen because this is rough. Yeah, I don't think we should do health bars because that would take it just, that would make this impossible. For a super fallacy combo, if you string, so for a regular fallacy combo, I didn't actually, like, what should the metric be? Maybe there shouldn't be one. It's based on speed. So if you hit 5 regular non-stacked fallacies in like 1.5 seconds, you get a combo. But if you string 20 non-stacked, non-super fallacies in a row, even if it takes you like 20 seconds, you'll still get that fallacy combo point. It's almost like an uninterrupted combo. So it could take longer as long as it's uninterrupted. So we don't necessarily have to have a decided number. But for super fallacies, since super fallacies are much more difficult because they're stacked fallacies, so like a single statement with 3 or more stacked fallacies, if you do 3 or more of those in a row, you'll also get a fallacy combo point. So there's only 2 ways to get that fallacy combo. Let's say maybe 6 in a row regular fallacies or 3 in a row super fallacies. Mr. One-to-One. I mean, we're trying to be accurate here. I mean, Dunning-Kruger Champion's no joke. I mean, this is the Dunning-Kruger Championship of the world. We're talking world championships here. We have to take it seriously. This isn't just some meaningless title. I mean, this is prestigious. Michael Sartain is the current reigning, defending, undisputed Dunning-Kruger champion. But Craig's coming for him hard. So we have to figure this out. Matari, does that make sense with the super fallacy combo? Because if we have a fallacy combo category, if you're just doing regular garden variety fallacy stream, you have to hit like at least, let's say, 6 to 8. But for super fallacies, since they're so much more, they're stacked, they're multiple fallacies in single statements, if you get maybe 3 in a row, you'll get that fallacy combo bonus. Because I don't think even Craig didn't get 3 in a row super fallacies. Okay, Matari's on board. Everybody's all set. So let's continue. Now, this is a rough draft, so we can make adjustments. But 3 in a row kicks in the combo bonus. 10 jumps it to super status. Wait. Are you talking about fallacy super combos? so regular fallacy combos are, let's say, 5 in a row and up, and you want to add another category for fallacy super combos where if you hit 10 or more in a row? I'm not, what do you mean, Heracles? Oh, are you saying that 10 in a row regular fallacies you'll get the fallacy combo, and you also get credit for a super fallacy if you hit 10 in a row. I'm not sure about that, because in the equivalent to the boxing kickboxing analogy, if you string together like even, well, actually it could make sense, because if you get hit with 10 in a row low power shots or 20 in a row low power shots, it might knock you out. Dave, we need Dave's opinion on this. Dave, what do you think? Mr. Wonder, only Craig will ever. Actually, do not underestimate Sartain. If we redo Sartain's podcast, I think he could hit these as well. Do not sleep on Sartain. Matari, are you on board with 10 plus also getting a super fallacy? I mean, it could make sense, but for the sake of simplicity, should we not do that? Dave Scott, what do you think? I know you got a storm going through your area, so your internet might be spotty. Yeah, Sartain would say, hold my beer. But, I mean, both of these guys are no slouches when it comes to Dunning-Kruger championships. They're both in the running. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they unseat each other going back and forth. I wouldn't sleep on Destiny either. I mean, Zerka absolutely decimated him. Bryant. I think Bryant will never be the cream of the crop, because he doesn't stack the fallacies as often as all these other guys. Like, he timidly goes mostly one fallacy at a time. And his verbal diarrhea is not good enough. His verbal diarrhea game just can't compare to Craig and Sartain. He's like he'll always be a gatekeeper. Maybe a step above journeyman in the Dunning-Kruger championships, but I don't think he'll ever touch gold. Could be wrong, though. Sphinx, it shouldn't be a topic of discussion for someone to string 10 in a row. That's a good point, because I don't think Craig got 10. I think he only hit 8. I don't want to replay it because it's going to jump back like 3 minutes, but all right. So we'll I guess we can revisit that, Heracles, on whether or not 10 in a row also gets you a super fallacy point. I'm actually leaning to no, because I want it mostly to represent like big power shots, whereas fallacy combos could be those power shots in a row. Like, for example, 3. Oh yeah, I'm aware of Leo. Leo's tough. He probably could give these guys a run for their money as well. You're probably right, Matari.
No, it doesn't, because again, notice how there's not a single reference. Dependent, independent variables, controls, manipulating variables. Notice how there's none of that, because that's what proves scientific legitimacy. And he avoids that like the plague, because he either doesn't know about it or he's just some kind of actor showing. Because he knows if he has to go to those variables and controls, then everything completely falls apart and he has absolutely nothing to stand on. Not that this is much anyway. I mean, this really isn't much either. This is probably the worst debate I've ever seen. Craig's performance here is the worst I have ever seen in any debate. I don't know if he's going to break Sartain's record in terms of quantity, but in terms of dumbest arguments, I mean, he's there. He's there. And I do have a question for all the MindShock listeners. Should we make an adjustment here? When there are fallacies that are so astounding, when the level of stupidity is just historic.
I mean, I actually forgot I said that. I thought I only came up with these ideas after the end of this one, but apparently in the middle of it, I was already seeing it at the depths. Like Craig had the floor drop out on Dunning-Kruger so many times. Like I'm already kind of thinking we need to redo the entire system just because of Craig.
Like with Craig here.
What is energy, Craig?
Math work done. Well, mathematically, what do you want it to mean? What do you want it to mean? What do you want it to mean? What do you want it to mean?
Should we have a fallacy, like a super fallacy? Like when he says energy, well, what do you want it to be? When he gives those kinds of OC answers, should that count as like 100 fallacies? Because if it's so astoundingly dumb.
What is energy? Craig?
Math work done. Well, mathematically, what do you want it to mean? What do you want it to mean? What do you want it to mean? What do you want it to mean?
Should it count as 100 fallacies? I think it should. I think we should have super fallacies added to the list. Even if I don't know how to quantify them. Should they be 50? Should they count as 50, 100, 500? I mean, I don't know. Like that level of goofery, I mean, that was interesting. I was not, even from a mentally disabled goof like Craig, I was not expecting that level of goofery.
What do you want it to mean?
So I don't know. I mean, I'll let the MindShock listeners decide that. And for follow-up podcasts, for follow-up analyses, we'll see if there should be like a super fallacy, because that was definitely one of them.
So you're admitting that the framework of Felicia warping the light to go towards the sun is just as valid as space-time, right?
I've just changed the name of space-time. All of the maths, everything about Felicia is exactly the same as Einstein described space-time. It's exactly the same.
Let me ask.
Hold on. The only thing I've done, the one single thing I've done, is I've changed the name space-time to Felicia.
That's another fallacy combo right there. Wow, impressive stream. That was like another 8 or 9 fallacies. And he actually, Caleb would have actually prevented him from getting that fallacy combo, but he basically just ramped it up and just continued filibustering to make sure he got his fallacy combo bonus.
I don't know. It looks like he's being genuine here. It really does look like that he's just this mentally disabled. He can't comprehend that. Again, unless he's the best actor ever. I mean, he just really seems like he's being genuine. Because clearly, again, doesn't understand the scientific method, doesn't understand what science is or variables, controls, any of this stuff. He does not even on a basic preschool, kindergarten level. But he thinks he is. I mean, look, the
Matari. Yeah, well, that's why I postulated the theory. He might have a fetish for humiliating himself, because that's the only thing I could think of where he just keeps doing these streams where he's having these mental health meltdowns, actively proving he's not even on like a preschool English level. So if he doesn't have, well, even if he does have a mental disability, he might also have just this fetish for humiliating himself.
the confidence in his voice. I mean, can you truly fake that level of stupid? I mean, again, if he's just this phenomenal actor, I mean, maybe he can. But I'm gonna appeal to incredulity. Like, it's hard to believe he's this good of an actor. He's just fundamentally not comprehending that changing the name is not the subject of what we're talking about here.
Now, change anything apart from the name. All of the maths is exactly the same.
So if it's interchangeable, all the things that you said about the observations does not substantiate that a fourth dimensional fabric of space-time exists and warps light. Massless light, where gravitation's only supposed to act on mass. So you've substantiated nothing. I asked for evidence of space-time warping, a fourth dimensional fabric, and you said that it's completely interchangeable, whether you call it unicorns or whatever you call it. So would you admit you have no evidence that space-time is a physical thing?
I mean, is he laughing at himself there? I mean, I don't know. Like, it's rough. If he wasn't laughing, I think I might have to take actor completely off the table. Or, actually, no, there's probably another explanation here. Does he have some kind of mental condition, a mental disability, where it's kind of like, people with, I forgot the name of the disease. There's some disease, like some kind of nervous system disease where there's like jolts, like it feels like you're being electrocuted intermittently, but not always. Is he almost a complete vegetable and there are just these glimmers of cognitive function?
Like, I was being serious here. I was seriously trying to figure out what Craig's deal is. Like, I wasn't saying that for comedic purposes, because it does seem like he has glimmers of cognitive function occasionally.
And they're kind of intermittent. Is that what's going on here? Where, like, he can comprehend his complete and utter decimation, which is what those little laughs were about, but then when it comes time to really think about it, just those electric signals just aren't there in the brain. That might be my new theory when it comes to Craig. Because, I mean, Caleb has indulged him every step of the way, and he's still not grasping it. I mean, Caleb has lowered this to literally preschool levels. And Craig still thinks it's just about switching labels.
That warps in the presence of mass, and it could be anything.
Absolutely not. It's the Eddington experiment in 1919 and experiments similar to it demonstrate exactly what we had asked, expect.
Wrong again, because again, they didn't. The predictions were all wrong by astronomical numbers, according to follow-up.
We have another dilemma here, because obviously, with the reestablished baseline, repeating the same thing is not going to get you a super fallacy. But what if you repeat it 50 times, 100, even with the reestablished baseline? At a certain point, when you repeat your illiteracy, evidence of your illiteracy and incomprehension so many times, like how many times does he have to repeat the same nonsense to get another super fallacy or dinger? What does everybody think about that? Like Heracles, the Heracles rule. So I wouldn't say he's there yet, but if he repeats this, like how many more times does he have to repeat the same fallacy stack here with the readjusted baseline in order to get another super fallacy? Well, Mr. One-to-One, someone that actually feels the need to post video evidence of tying their shoes. I mean, I don't know, like, what else can you really say about Craig? But Heracles, what do you think? How many times would he have to repeat this to get another super fallacy? Just this constant evidence of incomprehension. Because in order to deviate from the baseline, like, you'd have to add way more emphasis. Sphinx Bear. I mean, yes, but I want to know what Heracles thinks about this, because Heracles brought us the Heracles rule. So without Heracles, we wouldn't even be considering baselines. Because if you're that dumb and all you can do is repeat. Hey, Cassidy. Welcome. Heracles, 5 different attempts. Because he's on... Is this the 5th, actually? I don't know. It's the 3rd or 4th for sure. He's been circling the drain with this for a while. And how would we keep track of that? Because it's almost... There's slightly different context. I mean, I wouldn't give it to him yet. I guess if he goes another 1 or 2 times like this, we'll have to do it. We might have to have Heracles Rule 1 and Heracles Rule 2. Because the context with the attempts, 5 without adjusting, so 5 in a row. Okay, so he's only on the 2nd or 3rd one now. But that seems pretty reasonable, I guess. Or is it 5 for Craig, 3 for everybody else, based on baseline? Because even 3 in a row without changing the argument, it's kind of pathetic. Mr. One-to-One, yeah. I mean, it's wild. Wild. Because argument by repetition is a fallacy in and of itself. I don't usually talk about it because people usually don't spiral like Craig is here. Like, he just keeps going fallacy by repetition. I mean, all stacked on these false premises, post hoc circular reasoning fallacies. I mean, this is insane. I mean, I've never seen a debate as fallacious as this. I mean, this guy, I mean, he puts Sartain to shame in level of stupidity, which is why we are reevaluating the entire system, because even Sartain didn't spiral like this. Yes, Cassidy, his baseline's constantly, we have to adjust it almost every sentence, actually. Okay, so Heracles, so is the baseline in effect for the second Heracles rule as well? So is it 5 attempts for people like Craig, like bottom of the barrel goofs? Or should it be 3 for everybody else? I'm thinking it should be 3 for everybody else, because 2 you can kind of be like, okay, maybe they don't get it. But if they're going 3 repeated circular arguments of fallacies, that should automatically qualify for a super fallacy. Mr. One to One. I really, it never even occurred to me, like, even if somebody as disabled as Craig, I never actually thought he would post the video. Like, whether he could or he couldn't do it. Heracles, 3 is fair, 2 is for champs. Oh, now we're getting crazy. So the reigning defending champion. Okay, that might be a little too complicated. So let's go 3 as a rule of thumb. But but according to Craig's baseline, he'd have to do it 5 times. Okay, that's fair enough. So he'd have to go 1 or 2 more times before we give it to him.
Tests and observations, not scientific experiments, obviously. And he's like a child. Like, when he doesn't get what he wants, he kind of cries, but he doesn't have the mental capacity to cry in a different way. So he can only regurgitate, oh, Eddington, 1919, Eddington, without even understanding the Eddington's alleged experiment and why it's not an experiment and why the predictions didn't match. Which is why they had to throw out so many observations. And even the observations that they left had over 400% error rates versus subsequent tests. And that's being generous, because it could be far more. But those are the admitted numbers that we're going to go with, according to Harvard.
Not only that, but we can move to modern times and look at the LIGO experiments, which also match 100.
Oh, wow, he went to LIGO. Okay, hold on. What are we going to do here? Because he's claiming they match. I think he's going to say 100%. He said 100. I'm guessing he was going to say percent after that. So, I mean, wow. I mean, that's crazy. Because obviously that's a false premise. Now, is that false premise, I believe, has deviated from the baseline enough for a super fallacy, because we're talking about fake injection signals. Like, if they were, like, for example, for Eddington, I don't know if they actually fudged the results. I haven't seen evidence of that. Here, there's admitted injection. So this is a big difference between Sphinx Fair. Come on, man. I'm trying to focus here, man. What are you doing? Not to mention, over time, things happen. Okay, hold on. So there's a difference between inaccuracies and outright fraud of blind injections. Heracles, is that enough of a deviation for you to hit super fallacy? Or is it a dinger? Because, I mean, it might... Is pure ignorance maybe shouldn't be a dinger? I don't know, because obviously he doesn't know about the blind injections. So is that just a super fallacy because it's just a false premise on steroids? Oh, you want to go super dinger? You want to go super dinger, Heracles? Maybe. I'm not opposed. So should super dingers be their own category? Because we might lose track. Because so far, Craig only has 1 super dinger. That was a super fallacy and a dinger simultaneously. Is everybody following here? It's just getting too complicated. A super dinger counts as both a super fallacy and a dinger. Now, bringing up LIGO, I'm not sure it should be a dinger. I think a dinger would require more than ignorance. So Heracles votes yes on the super dinger. What does everybody else think? I think it should just be a super fallacy because that was a false premise on steroids. Well, hold on a second. Not only was that that was a double false premise again. Because even if it did match 100% predictions, that's still not the scientific method. So that's a double false premise. So that would qualify for super fallacy in either way. Now, super dingers are already a thing. Did you not, were you not here for that? Oh yeah, you're right, Heracles. Yeah. Not just it matched, but he added the 100. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Heracles. Adding the 100% and with the conviction, because he didn't say that with a neutral tone. So I think, yeah, we might have to give him the, yeah, okay, I see your point. I see your point. So that'll be a super dinger. Can you imagine if somebody hits a fallacy combo that finishes with a super dinger? Or there's a super dinger in the middle of a fallacy combo. Should that make everything count double if they hit that? Heracles, what do you think? There is no super dinger counter because the super dinger adds one fallacy and one dinger simultaneously. So since he just hit a super dinger, his super fallacies go to 13 and his dingers go to 12. Heracles, is Craig good enough to do a fallacy combo incorporating a super dinger? Hold on. So Heracles, are you saying? Wait, hold on, Heracles. Are you saying if somebody can hit a fallacy combo that includes a super dinger, it should add plus 50 regular fallacies to their count? Is that what you're saying? Should there be super zingers? Oh man.
Not surprising. I don't know if somebody in his earpiece just told him to mention LIGO. So let's do it. Let's do the LIGO excerpt. And I covered this on another podcast as well. I will throw that in here. So now we're going to go to the goofs that claim that LIGO discovered gravitational waves that somehow prove relativity. Let's address this common argument by the scientism cultists. So telling the analysts. So those that think and hallucinate and strawman that all the scientists would have to be in on it, it was all fake.
I'm just skipping through this because this isn't helping us develop our system.
Obviously not. They self-admit or retardation? Or was it the alleged gravity waves and these repeated injected data experiments and tests where they admit to the fraud of injecting the data without even telling the analysts who get this data, then they're all happy? I mean, this is almost emotional abuse here. I mean, you're tricking people into thinking that they've discovered these great proofs of physics and science and made these leaps in human knowledge when you're just faking them out. I mean, that's low, but typical for the scientism cult. So LIGO was admittedly injecting data without telling the so-called scientists. So LIGO clearly not providing evidence of gravitational waves. And of course, we do have other very, very intelligent individuals demonstrating what could easily explain gravitational waves without hallucinating that injected data is legitimate. And let's see if Caleb brings up the injected data here.
the predictions of the warping of space-time. Or
How much is the fringe shift? How much is the fringe shift? How much is the fringe shift at LIGO?
Of what? Of the fringe shift in LIGO within the
Of
margin
the
of error.
lasers?
Yeah.
How much is it?
Within the
No,
margin of error.
that's not an answer.
Okay, hold on. Within the margin of error, without stating what the margin of error is or how the margin of error was determined. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do we need a hallucination category? Like, this is weird. Within the margin of error, yeah, based on his baseline. Now, when you have such an unsupported statement of that level, like it's magic. Whatever the margin of error is, it's magically within it, no matter what, while not backing that up with any evidence. What do you think about that, Heracles? It's not necessarily a false premise, because if he doesn't know what the margin of error is, it could be within the margin of error, but we don't know that. So, I mean, yeah, Mr. One, it was what they said it would be, basically, yeah. It's par for the course for Craig, but just that level of goofery, is that enough to elevate to super fallacy status? Because not only is that, so that would be a fallacy of vagueness, a circular reasoning fallacy, presupposing that they can't make any mistakes on the margin of error. I mean, he's also got false cause in there, because even if it was within the margin of error, that doesn't mean what was measured, what caused what they measured within the margin of error was what they thought it was, gravitational waves. So that's a hat trick no matter what. What's up, Riz? You missed a lot of laughs so far. And post hoc. Yeah, that's true, Cassidy. So that's a quadruple fallacy. So that's a super fallacy automatically, because that's more than 3. So Craig is up to 14 super fallacies. Riz, you missed a new category we had to start just for Craig. Fallacy combos. So if you hit at least, let's say, 5 to 8 regular fallacies in rapid succession. Well, yeah, if it was just one fallacy, like for example, saying it was within the margin, like if Craig knew what the scientific method was, saying it was within the margin for error, I mean, that would, well, no, because if he did know what the scientific method was and he wasn't claiming it proved what he's saying it proved, he's only claiming that the quantifiable result came in was within the, I mean, that's, well, still, because it was injected data. So how is injected data within the margin for error? So it would be a super fallacy regardless of any baseline. Okay. Hold on a second. Yeah, Riz, he got a combo, a fallacy combo. So it depends on how quick you make them. So if, let's say you hit 5 fallacies in a row, regular non-stacked super fallacies, you'd get a fallacy combo if you did it in 2 or 3 seconds. If you talk really slow, but you hit 20 fallacies in a row uninterrupted, even if it takes you a minute, that would also be a fallacy combo. And in order to get fallacy combo points for super fallacies, if you string 3 super fallacies or more in a row, you also get a fallacy combo bonus point. And then Riz, you also missed super dingers. Craig actually, I think we talked about him yesterday, but Craig actually hit 2 so far. He had 2 super dingers, so that's a simultaneous super fallacy and dinger at the same time. Well, I'm still holding back on doing the health bars, but I mean, if it comes to it, maybe we'll have to do it.
Can you give me like a size? Like, can you give me a measurement of how much the laser changes?
And notice how Craig can never, ever provide any sources. I mean, even fake sources. He doesn't even have fake sources. He's got nothing. He's got absolutely nothing here other than his vegetative rambling.
The injected data was within the margin of error. I just realized how funny that is. The fake data was within the margin of error for measuring real data. Oh, man. I just realized how funny that is. The injected data was within the margin for error. I have to say, out of all Craig's one-liners, out of all his gems, I think my favorite are "What do you want it to be" for energy, and "Over time things happen." I mean, just that level of genius, just those revolutionary concepts of this intellectual powerhouse known as Craig. I mean, they got to put statues up at this guy at all these Ivy League universities. I mean, over time things happen. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, just think about how astute and aware of the universe like you would have to be to figure that out. That over time things happen.
How much?
I'm not sure the exact amount off by hand, but I remember it's within the margin of error of the machine.
So he doesn't even remember anything. Like, what is he doing here?
What would you say you do here?
Like, seriously, what is he doing in a flat earth debate? I mean, this guy's bringing wet sponges to tank fights. What is going on here? I mean, this is why I have my theory that the flat earth psyop, again, it doesn't mean flat earth is true or untrue. The psyop is to defend the globe earth intentionally so poorly. So here's my next question. Was he a recruited shill because he has a mental disability, not because he's actually a good actor? So they wanted to get real mentally disabled people for these so-called public debates, whatever, this social media presence. They intentionally went after the mentally disabled. So that way it would guarantee that they would put on these showings that are so poor as to recruit greater amounts of flat earthers to destabilize society, faith in institutions, etc. Not that anybody should have those, but obviously that would be destabilizing. So I mean, I have to congratulate Craig here. I have a new theory thanks to him. Are they intentionally recruiting mentally disabled borderline vegetables? Because they can't risk that actors might not be good enough. That's my new theory. So thanks, Craig. We might be getting closer to the truth thanks to Craig here.
So you don't know the amount that the fringe shift happens, but you just believe that it.
No, again, I don't believe anything. I've looked this up and researched this before.
Then why
I don't. So he doesn't know what it means to believe something. So that's 4 fallacies in 1.5 seconds. What do you think, Heracles? Should he get a fallacy combo for that? Or is that a super fallacy? I don't believe anything. I looked it up and researched it. So he looked it up and researched it. Is he saying he doesn't believe what he looked up and researched? I mean, that might be a super dinger. What does everybody think? I mean, I don't think I could let that one slide. Even with Craig's metrics of his baseline. I mean, saying he doesn't believe anything, I mean, not only is that a flat-out lie, but, I mean, is that a super dinger combo? Is that our first super dinger combo? Because he did hit those 4 fallacies in literally 1.5 seconds. That was about 1.5 seconds he hit 4 fallacies. Blinkers. Is that our first super dinger fallacy combo? What does everybody think? I don't believe anything. I looked it up and researched it. Just a dinger? Or are we going to say that's a super dinger fallacy? Because he's lying about what he believes, unless he doesn't even know what the word believe means. Heracles, what do you think? I think that's the first instance of a possible super dinger combo. Matari says combo. Super dinger combo or just regular combo? Yeah, multiply. Whoa, Cassidy, if we had multipliers, I mean, this is going to be insane. Oh, man. Hold on, hold on. Well, Heracles, what do you think? Heracles said combo, but regular combo or super dinger combo? Or theoretically, it could just be a regular dinger combo as well. Like, because he got the dinger in the combo. So he doesn't have to hit a super fallacy for it. Actually, I think I'd be okay with that. Just a regular dinger combo instead of a super dinger combo. Because a super dinger combo, he would get a super fallacy, a dinger, and a super and a fallacy combo point. So it's so close, but it's Craig. Regular. Well, there's 3 different combos you can hit. You can hit super dinger combo, and you could hit dinger combo. And I guess you could also hit a super fallacy combo is already a thing because if you get 3 in a row. So Heracles agrees to regular dinger combo, not super dinger combo. Okay, I think I guess yeah, because of his baseline. Because of his baseline, he doesn't get the super dinger. Sphinx Bear agrees. Regular dinger combo. All right. Oh man, and this is historic. This is the first dinger combo in MINDSHOCK analysis history. These are gonna take forever. On all of the new analysis, this is the format we're gonna use if we completely decide on it at the end of this. If we ever get to the end of this.
Don't you know?
No, again,
So he looked it up and he believed what he read. He believed the headlines. Gravitational waves discovered, and he actually didn't research it because otherwise he would know about the injected data. And furthermore, he's saying it's within the margin of error. How does he know the margin of error is accurate? Like seriously, how does this goof or any other scientism cultist, they just believe the margin of error is what they were told it was by the scientism priests and lab coats? How do we truly know what the margin of error is? With this fallible human technology and fallible human interpretation of technology. And injected data. Admitted injected data. I mean, here's the thing, too. Like, if they're willing to admit that the data was injected, I mean, just the level of goofery of coincidence theorists, I mean, just think about it for a second. If they're willing to openly admit that they injected.
That's actually a good point, Matari. There should be zinger combos. Because if there are fallacy combos. But what about, yeah, so, yeah, there should be zinger combos. I don't know if anybody ever really hit those. Jeranism, or actually, you know what? Witsit might have hit a couple. Are we going to add zinger combos as well?
The data and that they really weren't detected. What are they not admitting? I mean, goofs like Craig, they don't have the mental capacity to even consider that.
Because I don't have an eidetic memory. I don't remember every single thing I ever look at ever.
Okay, hold on. So for anybody else, this would definitely be a super fallacy because that it's such an appeal to extremes. So either because he can't because Caleb asked him what the margin, he couldn't remember margin of error, so he extrapolates that to only people with perfect memories who can remember everything in their entire life can remember the margin of error for one particular thing. Something that he brought up himself. Caleb's not the one who brought up LIGO. So if Craig's the one that brought up LIGO, shouldn't Craig know what the margin? Because he's attempting to say that this proves his point about gravitational waves and their existence. But if he doesn't even know the margin of error, like he doesn't even know what he's talking about. So for anybody else, it would clearly be a super fallacy that appealed to extremes. Now, for Craig, is it not a super fallacy? Let's defer to Heracles for the Heracles rule. I mean, the baseline's been adjusted so many times. I mean, you got to factor in the inflection, too. He didn't say that plainly. He kind of drew it out. Just because I don't have an eidetic memory and I don't remember everything about everything. You don't think it's enough of a deviation? So not being able to defend your own statement must mean you have to have a perfect memory about everything, according to Craig. What does everybody think? Is that enough of a deviation from Craig's baseline to qualify for super fallacy? It's iffy. It's iffy because, I don't know. Heracles, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I mean, yes, that's why we're discussing this. That's why it's iffy. For anybody else, it wouldn't be iffy. Yes, Riz, I mentioned that. I'm going to do a pre-recorded, like, 30-second video explaining all the rules. Kind of like, I think they used to do it in most sports, but I mean, I don't really watch sports. I don't know if they still do this. Like, at the beginning of an NBA game, do they explain like the time periods, 2-point shots versus 3-point shots, free throws? They used to. I think in the UFC they still do. Like you can win by submission or knockout and decision, and the decisions are based on a 10-point must system with all these factors. I think they still do that in the UFC. Sphinx Bear says it's a hard one. It is a hard one. For anybody else, this is a clear super fallacy. Hallucinating that you have to have an eidetic memory simply to back up a basic statement of a point you brought up yourself. I mean, come on, Heracles, come on. If Caleb had been the one to bring up LIGO, then this would not necessarily be a super fallacy for Craig. For anybody else, it would still be because it's silly. But Craig's the one that brought up LIGO. Riz, what do you mean? Oh, that LIGO. Well, genetic would be that LIGO is correct because they're LIGO. They're specifically discussing what the margin of error is. Craig is saying he doesn't remember. The problem with that, Mr. One-to-One, is that there are literally dozens and dozens and dozens of fallacies. I did probably close to an hour, if not more, before the debate between so-called Professor Dave and Flat Earth Dave, where I went over the common ones, but there's just so many. Cassidy, you're talking about regular sports? Because I saw the UFC do that maybe a few months ago, as recent as a few months ago. I think the UFC does that with the rules. Other sports that I used to watch, maybe in the 90s, early 2000s, they did that, but I don't know if they still do that. But I think the UFC still does that. And I think boxing still does that, as of even a year ago. Okay, so we're undecided on whether or not it's a super fallacy for Craig to think you need an eidetic memory to know the margin of error for the point that he brought up himself, not Caleb, because Caleb's not the one that brought up LIGO. Yeah, Cassidy. Okay, yeah, because I know years and years ago they did, but I guess, well, UFC is, I guess, a newer sport. Well, boxing's not new, and I think they still do that in boxing. Yeah, I guess Mr. One to One, I can probably put up just like a basic one. Yeah, that's a good idea. In the pre-recorded intro with all the rules for counting super fallacies and dingers and fallacy combos. I could also do that just so people can get a general idea. Captain thinks it's a super fallacy for thinking you need an eidetic memory just to defend a basic point that you yourself brought up. Yeah, no problem, Sphinx Bear. I mean, yeah, logic is important. It could still qualify within the three fallacy rule. Eidetic memory. I mean, that would be, I guess it could qualify as a red herring, non sequitur, possibly an appeal to humor. I'm not sure though, because was he trying to be funny there? I'm not sure. I couldn't tell that that was definitively a joke. Cassidy, I think they only mentioned the rules at the beginning of the entire show. And then if there's a championship fight or a 5-round main event, then they would mention that's the difference with rounds. Not sure if they also mention all of that at the beginning. They might, but not all events would have championship rounds or more rounds. But yes. I'm not sure if that qualifies for the hat trick fallacy because saying you need an eidetic memory to back up your own statement, to just remember one thing of your own point that you're trying to prove. Red herring, non sequitur, maybe appeal to humor. I mean, I guess you can call it, I guess we could also say it's a diversion fallacy, but I'm not 100% sure because a diversion fallacy built into the fallacy, like for example, if I don't think Craig has the mental capacity to commit a diversion fallacy, because for example, if he wants to lure Caleb into talking about eidetic memories, then that would have been a diversion fallacy because he brought up eidetic memories, even though it has nothing to do with anything. But that's only if he wanted Caleb to start discussing eidetic memories, uh, memories instead of LIGO, because it seems like he still wants to stay on LIGO and pretend that everything was within the margin of error. If he wanted to get Caleb to switch the subject to eidetic memories instead of LIGO and gravitational waves, that would be a diversion fallacy. So I'm not sure that's a hat trick fallacy, Heracles. So really what this comes down to is, see, according to Craig's baseline, I would say if Caleb was the one who brought up LIGO and Craig couldn't remember what the margin of error is, that wouldn't be a super fallacy. But since Craig's the one that brought up LIGO, that might elevate it to enough of a deviation from the baseline to qualify as a super fallacy. I'm going to give him a super fallacy. Anybody have a problem with that? Yeah, Captain, it didn't really sound like a joke. Like Felicia was obviously an appeal to humor. Mr. One to One, I use the diversion trick in everyday life. I mean, a lot of people do, but you'd have to have the mental capacity to do it. Because it seems like Craig thought that that was a good defense by simply saying that he doesn't have an eidetic memory. That's why he can't remember us just this one detail about a point that he brought up himself. Like he would have to have an eidetic memory in order to back up any of his own points. Like there's no other. Actually, whoa. Heracles, it is actually. I wouldn't say it was shifting the burden of proof. It's a false dichotomy. So you're right. It does hit the hat trick because we have red herring, non sequitur, and false dichotomy. Because he's insinuating either you have an eidetic memory and you can back up all points, or if you don't have an eidetic memory, you're not going to be able to remember anything and back up any of your own points. So I guess it is that hat trick fallacy under the false dichotomy. All right, finally got that sorted. So now we don't even have to determine whether it was deviating enough from the baseline because it automatically qualified for super fallacy under the hat trick fallacy.
If you're going to provide it as evidence, you should probably remember it. Don't you agree?
I mean, it's like talking to a preschooler. Like, he knew he was going on a flat Earth debate. So obviously he knew he could bring up Eddington, right? So he knew he could bring up LIGO too, otherwise why pull that out? I mean, he's only really referenced, what, 2 things, 3 things? Like Foucault's pendulum, Coriolis, Eddington, and LIGO. So there's like 4 things. I mean, you can fit that like on a tiny little notepad.
What would you say you do here?
Like, I mean, he could easily have put the source there. I mean, literally, even some of the dumbest debaters on any subject, even they have some kind of sources, but he's got nothing. He had to look up the definition of energy. I mean, this is the most embarrassing, pathetic showing I have ever seen of anybody on any subject in any debate at any grade level. I mean, you could probably go to an elementary school and find a better debate than this because Craig, I mean, this really is like dealing with a borderline vegetable. I don't know how Caleb is doing this. I really don't. I mean, this guy needs a medal.
Well, no, because I've got the internet and I can just look it up and show and get that information for you. Having an eidetic memory and remembering every little detail of everything is irrelevant.
Now look.
Wow. Who said it was relevant? You don't need an eidetic memory because nobody's talking about remembering every little detail of everything. Just one simple point of something he brought up himself. He says he has the internet and he can look it up, yet instead of looking it up, he just did another combo fallacy. Was that a combo fallacy? I mean, he just did 4 in a row. I wouldn't elevate it to super fallacy or dinger just because of the readjusted baseline that we just had to readjust again. But I would put that as a fallacy combo. Anybody else think that's a combo? I mean, he just did 4 in a row in like a second and a half.
Like now he's spamming appeal to extremes logical fallacy. So he's and red herring logical fallacies. Nobody's saying you have an eidetic memory would mean you would literally remember every single thing you ever read ever. But having 4 sources for 4 points obviously doesn't require an eidetic memory. I mean, we're talking about he only brought up like 4 things. It's not like he brought up 100 things and he can't remember one of them. I mean, just the level of goofery on display here.
To a conversation like this, just because you can spout off a bunch of stuff proves nothing.
Exactly, Craig. Exactly. Just because you can spout off a bunch of stuff about Eddington, alleged stuff, which is all completely wrong, obviously, and spout off a bunch of alleged stuff about what Foucault's pendulum allegedly proves because he doesn't understand how the scientific method works. Yes. So Craig is not a 100% brain dead vegetable. We have established that. His subconscious works at least a little bit.
That can be presented is the important thing, not memorizing a list of things.
I'll give you your answer. It was the width of a proton.
So the guy who didn't bring it up could remember it, or at least have the wherewithal to have it on a screen or a piece of paper next to his desk, because he's coming prepared for a debate that's going to include these subjects. Again, Craig's baseline, so I'm not going to hit him for anything on that unless somebody thinks that he should be hit. But I mean, the baseline's been readjusted so many times that according to the current one, I'm not gonna hit him for any super fallacies or dingers there, unless people in the chat thinks he deserves it. You can make your case.
And notice how Caleb is prepared. So he either memorized it or he has it either on his screen or whatever. He's more prepared for the arguments that Craig is making. So he's prepared for his own arguments and Craig's arguments more than Craig is. Although, is that really a feat when you're dealing with a mentally disabled guy?
What would you say you do here?
Which was within the margin of error of the machine.
So how do we know that that laser moved because of the gravity?
Wait, how does he know it was within the margin of error if he doesn't know what the margin of error is? And again, no evidence for how that's determined in any way. But again, based on his baseline, I guess we're not going to give him a super fallacy or dinger there, because I guess he'd have to repeat it a couple more times, according to Heracles' Rule 2.
Gravitational waves affecting it from black holes and not something like magnetism. How do we isolate gravity in that apparatus? How do we do that, Craig?
Again, we make a prediction. This is what we're doing.
Whoa. Okay, call me crazy. I think I'm going to have to go super dinger on that. You isolate gravity by making a prediction. Oh, man. You can't make this stuff up, even with Craig's baseline. Look at Caleb's face. He's finally getting a little fed up with this goofery. Okay, hold on. You isolate by making predictions. So, if you need to isolate a prisoner from Gen Pop to the hole, you're going to make a prediction. You're going to simply predict. And then the prisoner is going to end up in the hole, isolated from Gen Pop. All you have to do to isolate the prisoner is make a prediction. Oh, man. Okay, I'm voting super dinger here. Heracles, even considering his baseline, I believe that's still a super dinger. Heracles is getting a headache. I think we're almost done, actually. I don't think we have that much more here. I think we can finish this up within another maybe 20 minutes. So hang in there. I think we're almost done. Because if we don't finish in like 20 minutes, we'll have to part for it. So you're saying super dinger, yes? What does everybody else think? Even considering Craig's, that would still make me spit my drink out, even for Craig. Like, how do you isolate? You make a prediction. Somehow, predictions isolate magically. Oh man, this is rough.
Here we're
Man, look at Caleb's face. Wait, making a prediction is not isolating gravity or isolating a variable.
Wait, hold on a second. It wasn't just isolating anything. You isolate gravity by predicting. So you don't need any kind of vacuum chambers or anything. You just have to predict.
I don't know if I could do this. I'm sorry, listeners. I don't know how much longer I could last here.
predicting that if something happens, then we will be able to detect that this thing has happened.
if something happens, magically you're able to detect it. Wow. Wow. So nothing ever happens without the ability to detect it. I think that's another super dinger. I mean, that's bad. I mean, I know we have to think about the Heracles rule because we don't really know Craig's true baseline. We could only assume. We can only guess. But if something happens, so Heracles is laughing again. So he votes super dinger because that would probably make me spit my drink out back to back because anything that happens automatically is able to be detected. So let's say someone predicted the existence, and supposedly this did happen, of let's say atoms or subatomic particles before the technology existed to detect it. Or let's say demons. Let's say demons were supposed to be responsible for disease. So if someone is predicting that a demon is going to make someone sick or die, and that person gets sick and dies, so the prediction came true. According to Craig, the ability to detect the demon is built into the prediction happening. I mean, I can't, like, I'm totally with Heracles. Like, this, I go back and forth between headache and laughing because I just, how is something happening as predicted synonymous or guaranteeing the ability to detect what was predicted? Can anybody figure out what Craig is talking about here? This is a super dinger. This is a super fallacy and a dinger. No, Mr. One to One. Unfortunately, I think it's far lower than that. Heracles, he just hit two super dingers in a row. If he hits one more, he gets a super dinger fallacy combo. Not just a super fallacy combo. Hold on, we didn't talk about this. We never considered super dinger fallacy combo. What should happen if somebody hits a super dinger fallacy combo? We could say yeah, if Craig hits another super dinger right now with no interruption, he just got three super dingers in a row. This is actually the first time anybody even got two super dingers in a row. So he just went back to back super dingers. So if he gets one more, he's also getting a fallacy combo point. Should the fallacy combo point count double or even 10x bonus for hitting three super dingers in a row? If you combo three super dingers, do you get a multiplier? This might be. I'm not a fan of multipliers, but this might be the exception. I think a multiplier might be warranted if someone actually combos three super dingers in a row. Like he just went back to back super dingers, which is impressive enough. But if he hits another super dinger right here, what should happen? Fatality. Well, let's see if he is first, because if he isn't, then we don't have to spend time on it.
Okay, so it'd be just as valid for me to say.
Okay, he didn't because it was interrupted.
It'd be just as valid for me to say that because electromagnetism is a form, light is a spectrum on the electromagnetic, wavelength, right? It's essentially electromagnetic radiation, right? You would agree.
That's what light is, yes.
Okay, so how do we know it's not from the perturbation of the magnetic field that's coming from the Earth changing and moving the light? How do we, if we can't decipher that it's gravitational waves or magnetism or electrostatics or some other phenomena of the ether causing the fringe shift, you cannot ad hocly assume that it's gravitational waves from black holes. Do you see the problem here? If we can just make predictions and say, oh shit, well, actually, the gravitational waves do this amount of fringe shift. And I could say, okay, well, actually, the difference in the magnetic field relative to the perturbation source would be different, causing this exact same fringe shift. Either claims are equally as valid, is exactly what you're saying. So there's no way to prove that the fringe shifts that
I don't think Craig even knows what he's saying, let alone what Caleb is saying. Mr. One-to-One, if you get 3 super dingers in a row, you should get a free brain scan. Are we gonna take bets? Does anybody think Craig can actually hit 3 super dingers in a row? Oh man. Or a fallacy combo including a super fallacy.
happen at LIGO are caused by gravitational waves.
Wow. Should we have super zingers too? Because that was.
Oh, I came up with super zingers on this one. Okay. Well, wait. Caleb just comboed. How many zingers did Caleb just combo? Was it 2 or 3? Who was paying attention? He got at least 2. Was anybody paying attention? I don't want to scroll it back because it's going to jump a couple minutes. Did Caleb just get 3 zingers in a row, or was it only 2? Riz missed it. Did anybody not miss it? Was that 2 or 3 zingers for Caleb? Everybody missed it. We were all still laughing. Okay, I'll review this. I'm not on YouTube. I mean, I'm streaming it not through YouTube. Okay, so he was interrupted. Maybe. I'll go back and review it later then. All right, let's try to finish this up as quickly as possible.
It's a good one. Wow, that was actually very impressive by Caleb. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed here. Because he broke that down in simple terms while still addressing the critical factors, like without glossing over. So,
you know what's crazy though? If people on modern day debate or whatever, they start watching these, they're going to start setting up zinger combos on purpose to try to get higher scores in these debates.
He kept it simple, but addressed the main factors there, and he's just getting this fluoride stare from Craig. I mean, this is tough. But Caleb definitely deserves a medal. I mean, I don't know how anybody could handle Craig for longer than 2 minutes. I mean, unless they're trained. I mean, unless there's some kind of social workers with all this training and how to deal with mentally disabled people.
Right.
Oh, so you're talking about the actual fringe shifts of it detecting, not the the normal fringe shifts of it for within the margin of error. Okay, sorry, I was confused by what you meant, the way you phrased it. Yeah.
He was confused by first grade phrasing. Again, I mean, can you find a more wrong guy for this type of debate?
What would you say you do here?
So the actual detection of the gravitational waves comes from a prediction. When we see something happen, we predict something will happen, and then we test to see if that thing will happen. For you to say, oh, well, it's just as valid as saying it's the perturbations in the Earth's magnetic field, well, that would be something you would have to substantiate by measuring the perturbations of the magnetic field of Earth and seeing if they happen at the same time as the measurements of the gravitational waves from black holes colliding.
Wow. Just when you think this guy can't sink any lower. Wow. I mean,
again, if it was someone else, we could start hitting super fallacies and dingers, but for Craig, I'm hesitant to rack up his count there because it's the same fundamental misunderstanding as before. Like that didn't make me spit my drink out, even though that was complete goofery. I mean, it's pretty much false cause recycled due to not understanding the scientific method. So, Mr. One to One, I believe he was referring to the order. So, for example, something was predicted, then they built all this technology to see if it would measure what was predicted. At least he didn't say you can isolate something by predicting this time, because over time things happen.
Is there any point this guy hasn't missed so far? Because, okay, so let's say, obviously, gravity is not uniform. It's not a uniform 9.8 meters per second squared. But you can average it out, because in certain areas of the world, there's variations. But if you want to say on average from all the points. So what's the reason behind it? Is it because mass attracts mass? Or are they electric forces? So your predictions and measurements would be identical. And he completely missed that point. I mean, his just...
Riz, come on, you're killing me, man. He's like an end game boss, really. We have to navigate how to do this. Oh, man. I mean, he really is unique. He's just built different.
His redirection, deflection, and just copes due to not understanding the basics of the scientific method. Again, I'm sorry, I don't know how much I'm...
That might actually be a super fallacy. The problem is I think he kind of spread the statement out as opposed to a single statement. So, but it wasn't, I'm not going to put it for a fallacy combo because it was too slow. It wasn't rapid enough succession. Does everybody agree with that? Activision needs to recruit him. Imagine if debate is gonna be made into some kind of video game. I don't think they have debating video games. If they did, maybe more people would know how to debate.
How long I can handle this? I don't think I'm going to make this in one more part. We're going to have to go part 3 on this. Because this guy is, I mean, there's just no brain activity here.
How do you measure gravitational waves?
Well, LIGO's doing that.
How do you measure it? LIGO is doing it. Wow. Okay, now we have another decision to make. Is that a super fallacy or a dinger? How do you do it? LIGO is doing it. He didn't ask who was doing it. So Craig doesn't know the difference between who and how. That's pretty fundamental. I mean, 4-year-olds know the difference between who and how. So, debate hero. Okay, Heracles, what do you think? I know your brain is frying, so is mine. We're trying to finish this up. But not knowing the difference between who and how, is that a super dinger? I think that might be a super dinger. Because he's asking how it's done. Craig responds with, which is also a false premise, potentially. Because if they're not real, well, circular reasoning, because we don't know if they are or they aren't measuring gravitational waves. Although the injection data is admitted, so you could argue for false premise in addition to circular reasoning, logical fallacy, and false cause. So he's got a fallacy stack going while also not knowing the difference between who and how. In my opinion, that's a super dinger. What does everybody else think? Heracles says dinger. I say super dinger because he hit the hat trick on the fallacy as well. And not knowing the difference between how and who is quite pathetic, even for someone like Craig. I'm arguing even with his baseline. Not knowing the difference between how and who, that's a super dinger in my opinion. What does everybody else think? Get some feedback here. Come on, you guys got to get quicker with the responses. We got to finish this up. We really got to try to finish this up. Heracles agrees. Okay. So now we have another issue though, because should there be an award for super dingers? Because this is even though I don't have it on the screen, I'm keeping track. This is Craig's sixth super dinger. So should it have more weight to hit a super dinger versus super fallacies and dingers separate? What does everybody think? I promise this will be the last major system question I'm going to ask before we finish this up. Should super dingers be some kind of secret category, and once you hit, let's say, 10, it comes up? Yes, Captain, because Caleb asked him, how do you measure? And Craig responded, LIGO is measuring, which that's not answering Caleb's question. Oh, you already knew that. Super dinger. Yeah, I think so too. So now the question is, should super dingers weigh more than individual super fallacies and dingers on their own, even if the total count ends up the same? I think Dave Scott would say no because he wants to keep dingers separate from fallacies. Or should the amount of super dingers only be used in the event of a tie break situation? I think that might be the best. Super dinger, yeah. There's a little bit of lag here if you guys type that in right away from what I'm seeing, but well, in a situation where let's say they were not in the same debate, like let's say analyzing this debate versus the Sartain debate, if they both have the same number of fallacies, super fallacies, and dingers and combos, whoever had the most super dingers would win the Dunning Kruger championship. We should ask Batman. Okay, so Heracles, are you still here? Do you have an opinion on that? Heracles is not sure. Okay, well, let's continue.
How is it doing that? How's it doing it?
Notice how he just spent, Caleb just spent all this time asking how it's doing that. And
Yannick, yeah, I think that's why we're developing this new system, because it shouldn't be based on volume alone. Craig definitely had the more illiterate moments of just pure goofery, so that's why we're redoing the system.
notice how Caleb, again, this is why he's a mentally disabled goof. That's not an ad hom because we just went over the arguments why. Because if we did it without the arguments, if we just said, oh, Caleb's an idiot and wrong about everything because he's brain dead and he's mentally disabled, that's an ad hom because that's used instead of the argument. We're going over the actual argument, which is the methodology of the scientific method, identifying variables, having controls, etc. So the question is, how did LIGO do that? And his response is, oh, well, LIGO did that. I mean, again, I don't know. I don't know how much longer I could last here. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Measuring the space warping from the gravitational waves which are traveling out at the speed of light from the large collision of two masses.
Is 4 enough for a fallacy combo? I'm not sure. I'm on the fence on that one because he didn't. It took like 2 to 3 seconds for 4. If he had done the 4 fallacies in like 1.5 seconds, that would definitely be a combo. This was a little bit more slow and drawn out. I'm not sure that's enough for a fallacy combo.
Wow, talk about going over something going over somebody's head. He just keeps regurgitating the religious dogma.
They were somewhat quick, but there was only 4. If there were like 1 or 2 extra ones, I would have given it to him at that speed.
He's asking, how does it show that? And all Craig can offer, oh, it shows that because he memorized a religious scroll. And ignoring the injected data, because that's not even real data. So again, it's like, is it possible for Craig to be more wrong or dumber about literally everything he brings up? Because he's bringing up Eddington as if the predictions were valid. They weren't. They threw out all of the observations that didn't match the prediction, and over 400% error rates when further observations were done later. So none of the predictions matched there anyway. Now with LIGO, he's hallucinating and pretending the data was legitimate. So it wasn't even legitimate. It was injected data. But even if it was legitimate, it still doesn't prove what's causing that. And he just can't muster the basic mental capacity required to comprehend that.
How is it measuring the gravitational waves that are coming at the speed of light? How does a laser do that, Craig? How does it do it?
Those gravitational waves warp the actual that the light travels down the LIGO arms.
And you could see, like, he's sputtering and stuttering. He doesn't know how any of this is done. So all he can do is regurgitate what he took on blind faith while ignoring the fact that it was all injected data anyway. I mean, you could see it on his face. You could hear it in his vocal intonations. He's just trying to save face any way he can here. But obviously, I mean, he's so mentally disabled. He doesn't seem to have the awareness of how he's humiliating himself.
I mean, I know this is getting exhausting, but how is it measured? Because it's traveling down the LIGO arm? What? Like, let's try to dumb this down. Let's say you're in a rowboat and there was some waves that splashed into the boat. And you ask, well, how do you measure how much water is collected on the bottom of the rowboat? Craig's answer would be the water splashed into the boat. Like, is that a super dinger? I don't know. Like, I mean, think about it. He's asking how it's measured. And Craig's answer is that these theoretical waves travel down the LIGO arm. So if we're trying to measure, let's say, a substance, maybe it's not water, maybe it's an unknown substance at the bottom of a rowboat. And so if we ask, how do we measure the amount at the bottom of the rowboat? Craig's answer would be that the water splashed into the boat. It traveled down the line of the boat or whatever, down over the edge of the boat. I mean, I don't know. Heracles, are you still with us mentally? Like, this is so difficult. I've never seen a debate like this. I mean, just the lack of comprehension of literally everything. We have to revamp the entire system just because of Craig. So how do you measure gravitational waves? They travel down the LIGO arm. Heracles says super dinger, and I'm getting really exhausted with this. I guess I'd have to agree. That's a super dinger. My new question is, does anybody think anybody's going to beat Craig in the amount of super dingers?
Self here. I mean, I don't know, unless he was intentionally trying to be the dumbest guy to ever participate in a flat earth debate. In which case, congratulations, Craig. You did accomplish that.
Well, the main issue, Mr. One-to-One, is well, first of all, you still, even if the measurement was accurate, which is a huge question mark regarding whether that technology to measure that is infallible or not. But it still wouldn't tell you what would cause that, which is the whole thing Caleb is getting at.
So
How do you?
when the light goes and comes back, well, we know it takes to get there and back because light travels at a certain speed in a vacuum, and when that changes, we know what speed light travels in the vacuum. It's
Have we measured the one-way speed of light?
We know the speed that light travels in a vacuum. That's such a can of worms because there's so much arguing in physics on whether or not the speed of light is even constant. So I don't even know how to dissect that. I'm hesitant to go super fallacy dinger or super dinger just because a lot of this stuff is unknown, even though he's claiming it's all definitively known and there's no dissent within the physics community. I mean, I don't even know, like, what are we going to do with that argument? Heracles, do you have an opinion on this? Claiming something is known when there's literal dissent within the scientific community about it. Because as technology improves, like, what is the real speed of light? Like, let's say 500 years from now, if humanity isn't wiped out, they're going to have more accurate tech to measure. Not to mention, if they figure out that ether actually is real and light is traveling through ether, what does that mean for any of those measurements? So would this be a super dinger? I don't know. I'm hesitant to call it a super dinger. I guess we could just leave it as regular fallacies, unless someone has an objection.
Oh man, I mean, Caleb's absolutely decimating this fool. I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with him calling him out on the speed of light. I mean, that's just a whole different argument. I guess he wants to have it now, which is fine, but I mean, Craig just completely missed the point. Like, he's hallucinating that the prediction or whatever, the measurement, proves the reason behind it. Obviously, false cosmological fallacy, and ignoring the scientific method, variables, and controls, of course. Because Caleb's question was simple. How do you know that how do you know that what the light is doing isn't being affected by electromagnetism versus gravity, the bending and warping of space-time? Because the result of it, what you're measuring, you can only measure what's going on. You can't measure what's causing it. That's why you need the scientific methods, variables, manipulating the variables, and controls. Because otherwise, how do you know what's causing what you're measuring? I mean, this cannot be broken down any simpler, and yet Craig still doesn't get it.
Well, based on the Heracles rule, it wouldn't be a dinger just because of Craig's baseline. But I'm getting pretty fried here. We're going to have to go part 4 on this, actually. I don't think I can make this. There's not a lot left from the part 2 of the original analysis of mine. But yeah, my brain's fried here. I want to keep this as accurate as possible. And so we added the new fallacy combo today, as well as another way to get a super fallacy by basically committing a double fallacy. So that'll be it for now. We're going to have to finish this up. I'm not sure we're going to finish this tomorrow. I have a few true crime streams I have to do. I might even jump on a true crime one later tonight. My brain usually only gets exhausted per subject, so regarding counting fallacies and creating a new fallacy system. It's getting fried. I might jump on later for a true crime stream, or if I do a few true crime streams tomorrow, then we'll be back at this maybe on Tuesday. But I'll post updates in the community tab so everybody can keep up. So that's it for now. We had a lot of laughs as always whenever Craig's on the docket. Yeah, I hope you guys don't blame me, but I mean, this is just insane, man. I've never seen this level of deficiency and goofery. So I mean, it's rough. It's really rough. So I hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the refinement of the system. Part 4, hopefully, the final part. I put final, so we're dug in. So we really have to try to finish this up. But it is Craig we're dealing with here, but I think we'll be able to do it. We are refining the entire logical analysis system for analyzing debates of any kind. So the previous system, I think the very first one was fallacies only. Then I added zingers for more entertainment value. Now Craig has dropped the floor out on fallacies so many times over that we had to add super fallacies, dingers, and now fallacy combos. Although, in all fairness, some of the previous debates might have also had super fallacies, dingers, and fallacy combos, but Craig has just made it so painfully obvious that these need to be added to refine the system further. So this is kind of like the 3-point line being added to basketball, or simply in decisions in combat sports, you're not going to count basic light jabs or love taps the same way as you would high power shots or significant strikes in combat sports scoring. So that's pretty much what we're doing here in trying to objectively, logically, neutrally analyze logical fallacies with empirically verifiable definitions. So we can limit the subjectivity as much as possible, if not outright eliminated, if that's possible. As always, if you enjoy the MindShock podcast, want to help support the podcast, want to help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you're still not getting them, just like and comment on more videos. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. But just to be safe, you can just check youtube.com/MindShock to manually peruse our ever-growing back catalog, as well as check for updates manually in the community tab. I post heads up for streams and all of that in there. It should be sending out notifications for community updates as well, but YouTube rarely sends them out. So you can check them yourself. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So I'll wait a few minutes. Hopefully people will find the stream, even if the update or the notification didn't go out. We made a lot of progress the last 2 days in refining the system. As soon as a couple more people get in here, I'll go over what we did so far, and then we'll try to finish this up. We don't have too much longer. I'm just going over my own analysis, part 1 and part 2, of the debate between the one and only Craig of Fight the Flat Earth and Caleb, KCD Industry. So this debate, obvious so-called debate, I don't know, I mean, I don't know under what criteria this would even qualify as a debate, but it made it painfully obvious that the system needed to be refined. There were even suggestions to add maybe health bars, like a fighting video game. Health bars, energy bars, possibly fallacy combos, increasing some kind of specialty bar. Special move bar. We're also probably going to add zinger combos and maybe super zingers, although they might be rare. I can't recall what I would have wanted. Like, basically, the other criteria I use, if you're drinking something and what someone says causes you to spit your drink out, that could elevate to super fallacy or dinger status. I think the same rule could apply for zingers. Something that really, really gets your attention. Or just drops the floor out on just pure stupidity, whatever the case may be. So I think we're almost done. Not too much more. The one and only Heracles, what I called now the Heracles rule, we will consider baselines. So, for example, if you're scoring a Mike Tyson boxing match, his light jab might be a scrawny fighter's heavy power shot or significant strike. So we have to factor in the baseline of the individual when deciding on either super fallacies or dingers. I'm hoping we at least get some of the usual suspects in here that helped develop this new system. This is obviously just a rough draft overlay I have on here. So far, Craig, under the new system, committed 19 super fallacies. So they would be subtracted from his regular fallacies. Dingers are 17 dingers, and he actually got several super dingers. A super dinger is something stated that is just so astoundingly dumb. It qualifies simultaneously as a super fallacy and dinger. So Craig got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 super dingers. So 19 super fallacies, 17 dingers, 8 super dingers, and 4 fallacy combos. So fallacy combos are simply uninterrupted streams of fallacies. Like in a fighting game, you get off all these blows without the opponent getting any blows in the interim or you yourself taking a long pause. So fallacy combo is just a rapid succession of combinations of fallacies. So either 3 or 4 fallacies in 1 to 2 seconds, or maybe 10 fallacies or more, and you can take longer as long as they're just delivered uninterrupted. Because we have to give credit where credit is due. Not anyone can just stream fallacies uninterrupted. I mean, Craig's good at it. Obviously, the one and only Michael Sartain, the as of yet undisputed, undefeated, reigning, defending Dunning-Kruger champ. I mean, Michael Sartain is the current champ. But now that we have the new system, the next part of the analysis of the Craig versus Caleb MindShock debate, the MindShock analysis of the debate, part 3 will be utilizing the new system with the adjusted metrics. So, for example, if this is the final count, which it probably won't be, we have a little bit left to go, that would mean so if Craig had 19 super fallacies, his regular fallacy count would be lowered to 304 instead of 323. And then the dingers it would be 17 dingers, and fallacy combos, he would still have 4. We were discussing whether or not if you incorporate a super dinger in your fallacy combo, whether or not that could elevate or or initiate a multiplier, activate a multiplier where maybe if you're using super fallacies or super dingers in your fallacy combo, maybe the fallacy combo should have a multiplier. We haven't made a decision on that yet, but that's all on the table. It's on the table. We got to figure that out. So far, Craig has not used a super dinger within a fallacy combo, but he did get, I think, did he get 2 super dingers back to back? I don't know. I kind of forgot. This was last night. I wonder if, was it 2 super fallacies back to back? Or 2 super dingers back to back? Did we talk about it? If you do 2 super fallacies back to back, does that automatically qualify for a fallacy combo? Or should it be 3 back to back super fallacies? 3 consecutive super fallacies? Would that automatically qualify for a fallacy combo? These are the important questions. We got to figure this stuff out for the new system. This is what we need to figure out. Ultimate TV 9000. Caleb's got a NASA hat. You know what's funny? I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice that. Heracles just got it. You didn't miss anything, Heracles. I was just setting the stage for new listeners. So I didn't actually play the video yet. We're still where we left off. I just summarized everything that happened so far. So Heracles is in the house. So the Heracles rule is baseline, and then Heracles also has a second rule, which also is baseline dependent. Let's say someone says something incredibly dumb and fallacious. So they either hit a super fallacy or a dinger or a super dinger. So if you were drinking something, you... Ultimate TV 9000, that's funny. So you spit out your drink, and then they say the same super fallacy or dinger again. It's not going to make you spit your drink out again because you just heard it. So now you're aware of what kind of goof is talking. So now the baseline has adjusted. So now, in order for you to spit your drink out again, they'd have to say something even dumber. So that's an automatic baseline adjustment. Baseline is always adjusted in real time. So if somebody, let's say they're hitting a fallacy combo, for the first 1 or 2 of the fallacies in the combo, if it's a super fallacy or a dinger, the baseline is automatically adjusted. So throughout the end of the sentence, they would have to up the ante on a fallacy in order to hit another super fallacy or dinger within the combo. And of course, not within the combo, but it's all real time. So even if it's within the combo, that's Heracles' rule too. They would have to repeat something incredibly dumb 3 to 5 times in a row. Because even if they're not upping the ante, if they make it clear there's no mental processing going on, like Craig likes to do, they would have to repeat something, let's say, 3 to 5 times in a row. Because then you might spit your drink out, even though they didn't up the ante. They repeated the same stupidity. Not once, not twice, not thrice, but at least quadrice or quintice. So, yeah, that would, according to the Heracles rule, they could still get a super fallacy or dinger for repeating the same thing if they meet a certain threshold for repeating the same thing X amount of times in a row without making any kind of progress or adjustment in the argument. And Heracles, feel free to dispute that if if I didn't get that accurate or if you meant something else. But that's what we were talking about the last few days. So we're really going to try to make this the absolute last part and get the system really dialed in here. And if anybody has any questions or suggestions for further categories, we might be adding super zingers as well. But so far, nothing's been a super zinger. Caleb's gotten 18 regular zingers, but nothing that would elevate above and beyond the other zingers. Like, it needs to be separated head and shoulders above, whether we're talking dingers or zingers. If you want to get a super dinger or a super zinger, you got to really up the ante substantially from to separate from the others. All right, none of the usual, other than Heracles, the other usual suspects aren't in here. I don't know, we'll give it another couple minutes and then I'm going to have to get started on this just so we can guarantee that we can finish it up. Ultimate TV 9000, any thoughts on any of this? Anybody else in here with thoughts? Bueller. What is this, Monday? Our Monday's just slow. Alright, Heracles is all caught up. Where's everybody else at? Is it just a slow Monday? I was hoping we'd get some of the usual suspects from the past couple days in here for input and feedback. But I guess we'll start rolling and see what happens.
I mean, this is so tough.
Well, no, we can measure the return speed of light. It's fine. That's absolutely
Yeah, so
valid.
if it's going
Wait. The return speed is fine. Oh, man. So if you're doing a rigorous scientific experiment, not just rigorous, but groundbreaking. I mean, this is well above and beyond some kind of an experiment that could be measuring how long it might take you to travel, let's say, 100 miles back and forth somewhere. So if you only measure the return leg and not the initial leg of the journey, and then you're just going to assume and round the initial leg, is that a rigorous scientific test? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that would elevate to super The fact that he said it's fine, like, he just said it's fine. We don't need to actually have rigorous measurements in both directions of anything. Or if you do a race, it's there and back. You only need to measure the back. Heracles says dinger. It's fine. If he hadn't added the it's fine, like it's totally fine to only do half of the measurements and assume that they would suffice for not just a rigorous, but a rigorous and revolutionary test of gravitational waves or whatever. Heracles says dinger. I'm thinking super dinger. It's fine, really? It's fine. Oh man. I mean, that could hit compositional logical fallacy. For example, it would be in the same category because you only have half of information. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but if you see someone drive down if someone claims they're going to Los Angeles and you're in New York, if you see them pull out of their driveway and head down the road, because you saw them leave, does that mean they got to Los Angeles? So compositional logical fallacies are parts to a whole. You have a certain part and you attribute it to the whole. And also false premise, obviously. You could also go hasty generalization where just you're generalizing that because you don't need to get into super specifics of measuring everything. I'm leaning super dinger for that one. I mean, I don't know. Heracles says regular dinger. I'm leaning super dinger. What do you think, Heracles? What about everybody else in here? Ultimate TV now. Heracles seems to have been swayed. Super dinger. I mean, just it's fine. Just like he's rationalizing to himself that scientism is just as good as science. That you don't need to actually be rigorous. I mean, even in sports, which are obviously much less consequential than revolutionary concepts like the speed of light or gravitational waves, even in sports, they time each lap. They don't just time the total, whatever the distance race is. They don't just look at the total time. I mean, they have each lap time. So yeah, I mean, I'm going super dinger on this one. All right, so let's continue here.
Going in one direction and coming another direction. How do we know it didn't go 75% and 25% in the way back? How do we know? How do we decide that?
Mechanism for that to be the case, and it doesn't match any other observational data. But excuse me.
It doesn't match any other observational data. Well, first of all, what other observational data? Because is this a red herring or a non sequitur? I mean, I don't know if it's a non sequitur. There's some relation. So if that's a red herring. Now, keeping Heracles' rule in mind with the baseline, I mean, just because of Craig's baseline, I don't know if that would qualify just for super fallacy or dinger. What? What is he talking about? What did Craig say? I mean, I don't know. He's like, how do you know something because it matches other things? I mean, that's tough. I mean, if we use the example of, let's say, track athletes running a race, I mean, you could say, oh, look at all the other athletes. They run the first lap slower than the last lap, or vice versa. That must mean that that any new information, it has to be in line with that. It's just the sheer impossibility for a runner to deviate too much from what every other runner does. Eric, but he doesn't even know if it yeah. Well, he doesn't know anything about anything, does he? So, well, let's keep that baseline in mind. So, so yeah, I think based on the Heracles rule, this would not elevate to super fallacy or dinger. For anybody else, I would say it would. Does that sound good, Heracles? Just because of his base, anybody else saying that would be astoundingly dumb. But for him, it's kind of within the average of his statements. It's not enough of a deviation, yeah. So let's continue.
How could it match observational data if that observational data wasn't made, as he just admitted it was a return speed? And again, he's hallucinating all of the equipment used to measure this is somehow magically infallible. I mean, again, I don't know how Caleb does this.
We know the time, the total time for it to take to get there and back, right? The total time is what's important here, not the one-way time.
Okay, I don't know what to do with this. So he's saying the one-way time is not only not important. I mean, this could be a multi-stacked false premise, because how would you know? See, again, or is he also assuming ether's not real? Is he also assuming the technology used to measure the time is absolutely accurate? And when you're dealing in very, very precise, I mean, we're talking the speed of light. Like, let's go back to my running example. So let's say 200-300 years ago, they didn't have the digital time tools to measure to whatever, 100th or 1,000th of a second. They didn't have those precise time. They were using stopwatches or whatever. And of course, each human operating the stopwatch, the fraction of a second could be off. If it's a much older person operating the stopwatch or a non-elite athlete with fast reflexes, they're going to hit the stopwatch a little bit slower. And we're talking just about humans running a lap. We're not talking about the speed of light here. Now, when we're talking about the speed of light and the precision required, the hallucination stack of infallible technology and the circular reasoning fallacy stack of there's no ether or something else that could be affecting the measurements. Because if the speed of light isn't even constant, what does that mean? So I think this is enough for a super dinger. I mean, it's iffy though. It's iffy because of his baseline. It's iffy. Just the fact that he's hallucinating one-way time is not important, while stacking the circular reasoning logical fallacies on everything from the technology can't be fallible to there can't be ether to the speed of light is constant in the first place. I mean, look at this huge stack of fallacies. This is super dinger in my opinion. Yeah. He didn't even cite what the measurements were. That's a good point, Heracles. He didn't even back up his statement in the first place. But even if he did, I'm kind of steel manning him. Let's say he did say what the measurements were. It would still be a super dinger because he's hallucinating that the technology is infallible. He's hallucinating that the ether can't be real. He's hallucinating that the speed of light is even constant. So yeah, that's super. I mean, there's just the stack of these circular reasoning fallacies. I don't want to say false premise because it might not be false, but the circular reasoning, that's like a triple circular reasoning fallacy. so yeah, he just got another super dinger. I mean, he's on a roll. That's 2 back-to-back super dingers. Or did Caleb say something in between that? So what happens if he combos 3 super dingers, Heracles? If he combos 3 super dingers, What are we gonna do with that? Is that a fallacy combo with a multiplier, with a super dinger multiplier? So should that fallacy combo count? Should that be a 10x fallacy combo? Should that count as 10 fallacy combos? I mean, I know nobody else would probably. You missed something big, Sphinx Bear. Craig just comboed 2 super dingers in a row. And his previous super dinger, he actually did a triple circular reasoning stack. So that would only a double qualify as a super fallacy, but he got a triple within the super dinger. Yes, Heracles, it does need to be constant. This might be a once in a lifetime occurrence. I mean, other than him and Sartain, like I don't think anybody else could even combo super dingers. Ethan says it should be cubed, a cube multiplier. Sphinx Spear, what do you think? If someone actually combos 3, he just comboed 2 super dingers. If someone combos 3 super dingers, should that have a multiplier for fallacy combo bonus? Or should it be something else? Did anybody think we would actually be discussing the fact that like Craig was getting 3 back to back super dingers? Like I didn't even think that would be possible. Because for the people that just got in here, he triple circular reasoning fallacy because he's saying that the return speed of light, you only need that. You don't need to measure everything. My parallel example was even as something as inconsequential as a track meet, they're still going to time every lap. They're not just going to take the ultimate time. And he's also basically engaging in a circular reasoning fallacy by assuming the technology to measure is infallible. He's also committing a reductive logical fallacy in not even considering that ether could be a factor as well as the speed of light not actually being constant as assumed. So he just did a triple circular reasoning fallacy with a reductive fallacy stacked on it. That's 4 fallacies in a row for his latest super dinger. The super dinger before that was saying that it's fine that you don't even need it. You only need to know the speed one way and not the other way in general. I mean, we're talking about very, very precise, rigorous scientific experiments and measurements here. And he just hand waves it away. Oh, it's fine. So he just went back to back super dinger. So Sphinx Bear says multiplier makes sense. I think so too. I wish all the other usual suspects from the past few days were in here so we could really get everybody's opinion. Now, if he doesn't do another super dinger here, it doesn't really matter, I guess. But if he does hit it, what's going to happen? Ethan said, Craig went Super Saiyan logical fallacy. Power up like a Dragon Ball Z character. Well, that's the thing. So, of his fans, I think a large percentage don't really believe that. I think they're just really, really scummy people that are cheerleading Craig's meltdown. I think they just get some kind of sick pleasure about watching a mentally disabled, mentally ill person spiral and combust, and they cheerlead it. I mean, who could be dumb enough to think, that Craig actually knows what he's talking about here? And I mean, obviously, a certain percentage might also be mentally disabled, mentally ill people who find someone similar like themselves in Craig, so they are honestly supporting him. But I wouldn't assume that's the majority of his base. Heracles says that's wishful thinking. But I mean, like I said, I don't know who they are. But, I mean, there are obviously some very, very scummy people out there that do cheerlead mentally ill and mentally disabled people. I don't know the numbers. I was just throwing out different possibilities. I mean, just based on the way they're I mean, one guy was roasting, one of Craig's supporters was roasting him in the chat in his first meltdown video about the mind shock analysis because he kept saying that it was appealing to the stone or poisoning the well. And this one of his supporters, I forgot his username, he's a major anti-flat earther. And he was roasting Craig saying, it's clearly that's not the fallacy because I wasn't claiming that what he was saying was wrong. And Craig just couldn't comprehend it. Ethan says his fans are just people who start bum fights in back alleys. Craig is the champion of the bums. Ethan, where have you been for the last few the last few episodes I did on this, on refining the system? I don't know if you were in here. I don't remember. All right, so let's find out. We're waiting with bated breath. I'm going to hit play, and if Craig commits another super dinger right now, then he's going to get the multiply, and we'll figure what that is. We'll figure out what that is.
Actually, that's exactly what Caleb asked about. So pretending something's not important. I mean, that's actually really important. This might be a super fallacy as well. If it takes you a certain amount of time to drive from whatever, New York to LA and back, and you broke the speed limit a whole bunch of times one way, not the other way, and your total time was the same as somebody else who did it in a different vehicle or whatever, it's kind of important to know how long it took to go one way versus the other way, especially if you're trying to be extremely accurate. For example, gas mileage at different speeds, because obviously, the gas mileage is gonna differ based on how fast you're going. So to just look at the total round trip time and say it's inconsequential, I mean, what kind of level of gophery is this? I mean, it's almost like Craig is intentionally trying to provide the dumbest arguments while appearing.
It's funny, just the surprise in my voice when I was doing the analysis the first time. Like, the fact that Craig was just continually able to just drop the floor out on goofery. Like, he just kept, like, you would think it would be impossible to make dumber statements, but Craig is up to the challenge. Like, it's crazy. No worries, Ethan. Okay, cool, Sphinx Bear.
To be the most mentally disabled individual to ever participate in a flat earth debate. Again, if that's his goal, congratulations, Craig. Congratulations. Because I don't think anybody can argue that he accomplished that. I've never seen anybody argue worse than this. I mean, there's no cognitive function here. I mean, there's practically none at all. And then, of course, even again, he's not even on a kindergarten English level. Even a kindergartner knows. Like, if there's two groups of people, if the class is split into two groups, one group's going to recess, one group's having nap time, saying, we know. Well, who knows what? If the nap time group, if they're playing kickball and they scored an X amount of points, and the kid, you can't just say, we know that. Who knows? He's speaking for somebody else. He can only speak for himself. Because even among scientists, there's dissent on basically
I think I assumed gender there. My bad.
Everything. So this collective narcissism of, we know, we went to the moon. No. Individuals might think they know, which is completely different. But if he's not even on a preschool first grade English level, I mean, there's really nothing substantive to be had here.
Time there and back, and when that total time changes, matching the predictions of what we expect to happen from a collision of large masses like black holes, then that's what it's detecting based on our predictions. If you are saying it is from something else, like the perturbations of the magnetic field of Earth, then you would have to substantiate that, like I said, by measuring the perturbations of the magnetic field of Earth and seeing if that coincides with the fringe shift detected in LIGO, which matches the predictions of gravitational waves.
Wow. Was that 2 extra super dingers or just 1? Because he just had a 12 fallacy stream, including at minimum 2 back-to-back super dingers. I'm thinking to give him 2 additional super zingers there because, first of all, he roped in again his misunderstanding of the scientific method and the matching of predictions. So he just went false cause, reductive logical fallacies, post hoc logical fallacy and circular reasoning logical fallacy and false dichotomy in the middle of that stream. While not just that, not only that, but while misunderstanding Caleb's question in the first place. Oh man. No, that's 4 super fallacies in a row, so we're going to have to decide on the multiplier. So while you guys are discussing what the multiplier should be, let me just add the additional 2 super zingers. So Craig just streamed 4 back-to-back super dingers and sprinkling in other fallacies as well. Because I think that was a stream of approximately 12 fallacies in a row with 4 back-to-back super dingers. Even like I'm still shocked. Like even when I was thinking of the new system, I didn't actually think we would be going all the way to multipliers. I mean, yeah, you guys are all witnessing history. Not only did we have to elevate to super fallacies and dingers for Craig, not only did we have to elevate to super dingers, but now we have to make multipliers for super dinger fallacy combination. Oh man, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. So Craig just went 4 back-to-back super dingers. Oh man, this is crazy. So Sphinx Bear says 10x multiplier, but that seems kind of harsh. I'm not sure if that seems harsh because he earned it. I mean, do we honestly think like one of the things Dave Scott said too with dingers, because he kind of invented the dinger, is he doesn't want it to be too common. I don't think the 10x multiplier might never happen again in any other on non-Craig debate. It might never happen ever. So the 10x multiplier, I don't think that's too harsh at all. What does everybody else think? Yes, Heracles. It does need to be because we might not ever see a stream of 3 or 4 or even 2 super dingers in a row. I think we might see 2 super dingers in a row. So I don't want to activate the multiplier just for 2. It needs to be activated at 3. So if he gets 3 in a row, I think that should 10x. And should it 10x for each one after that? So should he get 10 fallacy combo points for the 3 and then 100 for the 4th one? What do you guys think about that? Because as soon as you hit 3 super dingers in a row, you should enable the 10x multiplier. So then if he gets a 4th one, so that automatically gets 10 fallacy combo points. And then he got a 4th one, so that should be another 10x multiplier. So he should get 100 fallacy combo points. And then if he does a 5th one, should that be 1,000 fallacy I mean, even Craig, like actually, if Craig keeps rolling, I think Caleb's going to say something. If Caleb doesn't say anything and Craig keeps rolling for another super dinger and he gets a 5th one, I think he was done speaking there. But let's say if he did go for another super dinger, should it 10x every time exponentially? I mean, I can't say it's going to be rare in Craig debates, but in non-Craig debates, because I really don't remember, like even Sartain, he didn't go, he was just kind of spamming standard fallacies the whole time. I mean, there were definitely a couple of supers in there, but most of the time he was just going 10, 15 standard ones in a row. Ethan says full send. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it then. So this will be the rule. 3 super dingers in a row enables a 10x multiplier on fallacy combo points. This is going to be tough at the end when we summarize this on how fallacy combo points are going to be weighted against regular fallacies and super fallacies, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Enables, okay, the 10x multiplier. So now on the third fallacy combo in a row, that would elevate him to 14 because that counted as 10. So on the fourth one, that got 100. So now he's at 114 on the fallacy combo counter. I wonder if anybody foresaw this. So Riz, yeah. Well, Riz got here. I see his comment from even like 10 minutes ago. So you heard all that, Riz, right? With the multiplier? No, I think Riz was here. Scroll up. His comment, hi, Bruce, hi, chat, hi, Craig, was from about, I think, 10 minutes ago. So, Riz, did you get all that? Craig just hit 4 super dingers in a row for a 10x multiplier. So he has 114 fallacy combo points. Oh man, this is crazy. Did anybody envision this? I don't think any of us were prepared for this. All right, so let's continue.
Wow. So completely didn't understand anything. How does he know that's not what LIGO is measuring already? Not to mention it was all injected data anyway.
Okay, so how?
Oh, the streak ended there. That would have been crazy if he kept rolling. Now, he did also, I didn't even count the circular reasoning of LIGO even doing what they were purporting to do in counting those super dingers. But yeah, I'm going to leave that alone because if we have to go review that, he might have hit a 5th super dinger, but I don't know. We're going to leave it alone. Let's just try to get through this.
How do we isolate that gravitational waves are causing the fringe shift in the interferometry equipment at LIGO? How do we isolate it? You can't just say, like, I hope you realize you saying that, oh, we make a prediction and that prediction is substantiated in reality, so that means my theory is right. If I make the same predictions with electromagnetism or the ether or anything else, and the predictions match the math that I create for the observation, my theory is equally as valid as yours.
I mean, I don't understand how Craig is just this dumb. I don't think he can tie his own shoes. I really don't at this point. Like, let's get this even dumber. Let's boil this down. If you believe Bigfoot drops off your mail in the morning, so you predict that Bigfoot is going to drop off the mail. So if the mail is in the mailbox at the time that you predict, and then you make the observation,
should using a Bigfoot mailbox fallacy have a multiplier? I mean, maybe for science debate where you're expected to know the scientific method. For non-scientific debates, it shouldn't have a multiplier. But should the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy have a multiplier?
oh look, you went and
Bigfoot might be real, but if Bigfoot is real, it's not because someone predicted that their mail would be brought by Bigfoot if it happens to show up in the mailbox when they check the mailbox.
checked your mail and the mail was there. That must mean Bigfoot delivered it because that was your prediction. It couldn't have been the mailman. It couldn't have been it couldn't have been Chupacabra or Mothman. It could only have been Bigfoot because it matched the prediction at the time. According to Craig, I mean, think about how dumb that is. And that's all Craig has.
What would you say you do here?
You have to isolate. You have to isolate the independent variable.
What do you guys think of that sound effect for a dinger? Or is just that not radical enough? We need something more radical. Super fallacy, I might use like a Street Fighter sound effect or something for a super fallacy. And then fallacy combo, same thing. I forgot what that Fatal Instinct had, like a lot of crazy combinations. Anybody here play Fatal Instinct? Was it was it Fatal Fury or Fatal Instinct? Or were they were both fighting games, right? One might have been a knockoff of the other. I'll have to see what fighting game has the craziest sound effects for combinations. The clown horn for super dingy.
To show that gravitational waves are affecting laser equipment in LIGO. You have not done that, so you cannot say that that's proof of the bending and warping of space-time.
I mean, that should end it right there. I mean, I don't think Craig knows what an independent variable is, dependent variable is, or what controls are. But yes, you have to isolate the variables in order to know that it wasn't Mothman or the mailman. It could only have been Bigfoot. And even then, you'd have to manipulate variables to really prove that in the sense of the word prove. But yeah, I mean, good job, Caleb. I mean, if he can't grasp that, there's just... I mean, I know Caleb is doing this for the audience, but still, we have to applaud him. We have to applaud him for this.
I think we need to explore opening and closing arguments, because was that you, Heracles, who said that they should be weighted more? We'll talk about that at the end again, but should everything just count double in opening and closing arguments? Or at least in closing arguments? Or should everything count double in the opening and count triple for the closing? No, because you did have a good point, or whoever brought that up, because they had time to prepare the opening at least, and probably the close. But the close, now they have all the information that was just brought forth throughout the entire so-called debate. So they could add information they might not have previously had on the fly if they have the intellectual capacity to do so. So the closing arguments should definitely weigh more than the opening arguments, but by the same token, the opening arguments should weigh more than the middle of the debate, theoretically, if we're weighing it that way. So should opening be counted double and closing triple? And what would that do for multipliers? Wow. I mean, we're almost done here, so let's finish this up and then we could discuss all that.
Okay, so again, you just said a bunch of things saying, oh, it's equally as valid if I have this mass. But the thing is, the mathematical model that you are suggesting doesn't exist.
Oh, man. Well, first of all, it does exist if we're talking electric universe and electromagnetic forces. Second of all, it doesn't need to exist because that wasn't Caleb's point. So if that's not a super dinger, I don't know what is. Because even with Craig's baseline, Caleb, first, like that's a double false premise right there. Well, technically, you could say that's a triple false premise since he doesn't know what the scientific method is. That's a triple false premise, so that's automatically a super fallacy. Now, is it also a dinger? I would say yes, because it's just such a dumb thing to say. Actually, you know what? Here's a good question. Should all super fallacies be a dinger, but not all dingers are super fallacies? Because if you just say something dumb, like, for example, attempt to insult your opponent, but it falls flat, that might not have nothing to do with fallacies, but it's a dinger. But so far, we haven't counted all super fallacies as dingers Now, I guess they shouldn't be because there might be innocent super fallacies, just basic ignorance that aren't that humiliating to qualify as a dinger. So I guess it's fine. We can keep them separate. So this is definitely a super fallacy because he just went triple false premise, which so he upped the ante because he's only been able to hit a double false premise before. He just hit a triple false premise. So that's a super fallacy. I was going to say, if you hit a triple of the same fallacy within a fallacy stack, should that automatically qualify for a fallacy combo? But I'm saying no, because a combination implies more than one. So it's simultaneous. You think it should be a super dinger? I think it's based on pure ignorance, so I don't think it's as humiliating as if, for example, like when he asked Caleb to prove what Caleb said doesn't he asked Caleb to prove a point that Caleb didn't make. Like that's dinger territory because that's just pure stupidity. Here, it's a triple false premise based on his ignorance if he's not acting, like if he has a genuine mental disability. So I'm not 100% sure that should qualify as dinger. Does anybody else have input here? It's definitely a super fallacy. Is it a super dinger though? Riz, what do you think? Or any of the other listeners. Heracles votes super dinger, and Heracles is the one who created the Heracles rule, which is based on baseline. So Ethan says yes because he thinks he's doing it intentionally. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough because we don't know for sure whether he's mentally disabled or not. And if he is mentally disabled, we still don't know whether he's doing it for sure or not. So he might be doing it for sure, but can we say that that's objective 100% truth? I mean, look at his face. I'm not willing to say with certainty. I don't make any claims, and I'm not willing to make the claim that he's acting for. It's for sure that he's acting. What's the super finger idea, Sphinx Bear? Or super dinger? It's definitely a super fallacy because he just stacked a triple false premise. Super dingers should be rare, but I mean, I don't know. On the basis of rarity, I would say I would hold off. Should we always give the benefit of the doubt to each debater? If so, then that's just a super fallacy and not a super dinger. Riz says he's brain dead, but it's still intentional, so yes. I'm not 100% sure it's intentional, though. I'm really not. I'm not. Oh, super. So Sphinx Bear and Heracles vote Super Dinger. Oh, and Ethan votes. Everybody votes Super Dinger except for me. Is there anybody else who's on my side who thinks this might not be a Super Dinger and just a super fallacy? I don't know. This is hard. This is hard. This is so difficult because of his baseline. I think factoring the baseline, it shouldn't be a Super Dinger. For anybody else, no question. This is a super dinger. Even then, though, Ethan, just based on his own stupidity and his baseline, even if he's doing it intentionally, he's got to say something even dumber to qualify for a super dinger, just because of the established baseline. So even if he's acting and doing it on purpose, we still require that deviation. And I hope you guys aren't mad at me, but I think I'm leaning to just super fallacy. Am I the only one on Craig's side here? It's so funny. People think like I'm against Craig. Like I'm trying to help him out as much as possible here. He should be thanking me for sticking up for him.
What? So he's going to flat out denial? That's interesting. Okay.
Okay, once again, we have some idiot scientists seeking publicity for more
Ken Wheeler, so hilarious.
funding. So instead of tool, but two, but this is the exact same thing. If you're actually to block out
The reason I brought up this clip is because Craig was saying the model doesn't exist.
either pair of these on either side, block out this pair, block out that pair. This is the exact same thing that they report as
Can you imagine if Ken debated Craig?
having seen, and it's nothing other than simplex EM phase shift retardation. But this is the exact same thing they report in their own video as seeing. You actually see a vortex of binary objects rotating around a point, a null point of maximum acceleration and inertia. Is this any proof of Einstein's gravity waves? No, it's simplex electromagnetic theory. It's very, very simplex electromagnetic theory. This doesn't prove Einstein at all. It actually, all it does is it reinforces Tesla, reinforces James Clerk Maxwell.
Okay, so obviously this is fallacious. We can go into a bunch of different fallacies for this. I'm just trying to keep this as simple as possible. This is simply a false cause logical fallacy, which is, of course, one of Craig's favorite go-to fallacies, which he's been spamming for hours. Now, obviously, it's...
Okay, I don't mean to make this more complicated. So technically that was a triple false premise, but it also was false cause and reductive and circular reasoning fallacy. So that was 6 fallacies at once. So 3 fallacies make a super fallacy. What if you hit like 10 fallacies with a single statement? Well, what is that? What would that do? Is there a multiplier? Because he just stacked 6, 3 of which were the same fallacy, which is impressive in and of itself. He just stacked a triple false premise on top of a circular reasoning and a false cause and a false dichotomy, because he also argues it can't be anything else. And technically, wouldn't that also be a post hoc in there as well? Wait, so how many fallacies is that? I mean, I haven't talked about this fallacy. It could also be the invincible ignorance fallacy, where because technically, hold on a second here. Mr. 1-to-1 in the house. Welcome. Okay, hold on. In this same statement, though, Craig just did a triple false premise, a false cause, a circular reasoning, a false dichotomy, and a fallacy which I haven't talked about yet, invincible ignorance fallacy, also known as an argument by pigheadedness, because he just refused to even acknowledge that there's any other model that accounts for this. Obviously, electromagnetic does. So if 3 fallacies automatically qualifies as a super fallacy, so let's go over it again. He went triple false premise, circular reasoning, false dichotomy, false cause, reductive logical fallacy, false dichotomy, and invincible ignorance. That's 9 fallacies. He stacked 9 fallacies in a single statement. I might have even missed another one. He just stacked 9, not 6, Sphinx Bear. It's 9. 3 of them it was a triple false premise as well. He just stacked 9. I've never seen this before. This is historic. Like, I actually thought it would be borderline impossible to stack 3, which is why we have the super fallacy. He just stacked 9. And I might have missed one. I mean, there's literally like there's dozens and dozens of fallacies. There might even be 100. He stacked at least 9 with that one. Actually, he might have also strawman, because not an intentional strawman, but he didn't even understand what Caleb was saying. No, that's technically, I think that's a strawman too. That would be 10, because he was saying the model doesn't exist, which wasn't even the point of what Caleb was saying. That's 10 fallacies. He just stacked 10 fallacies. Ethan, you're right. That's why we're redoing the entire system, because I don't believe Sartain should be the champion just because he can verbal diarrhea more basic fallacies than Craig. Because Craig can stack 10 fallacies in a single statement. I don't think Sartain can do that. Maybe he can. Let's not underestimate Sartain. He's the champ for a reason. But I don't think he can stack 10, 3 of which being the same fallacy for different issues. Heracles, I need your help here. He just stacked 10 fallacies in a single statement. And we gave him the super fallacy for that. But I'm just saying, if you stack 3 and you stack 10, why does that only count as one super fallacy? There should be a multiplier. If we use the same rule of the 10x multiplier, like if you get, so chaining 3 super dingers gets you a 10x multiplier for fallacy combo, should stacking more than 3, so 4 or more, because 3 fallacies qualifies as a super fallacy. So if you stack, so Heracles says, if you stack 6, it triples 9, 10x, 12, 100. Well, he just stacked 10 fallacies in a single statement. I really didn't think that was possible. Like, I've been studying logic for a long time, people. I'm not going to claim to have taught it, although I might have. I'm not going to claim to have several different degrees, although I might. I would never use them. But I've never seen something like this before. I've been doing this for many, many years. I've never seen anything like Craig before. I don't know what this thing that Craig is, but I've never seen this before. To stack 10 fallacies in a single statement, like all these other analyses I did, like these people made huge stacks of fallacies, but not in a single statement. You know, throughout the course of an hour, they're going to fallacy stack a house of cards. Craig's doing it with single statements. This is incredible. Ethan said Craig is laying down fallacies in her dimension. Timelines were merging. I mean, I can't believe this. This guy stacked 10 fallacies with a single statement. And that's coming on, this is coming off of chaining super dingers and double and triple fallacies. He just stacked 10. That's why I had to stop it. I was like, wait a second. He committed way more fallacies than usual with that one. And I counted 10. I might have even missed 1 or 2, but he definitely, I think I counted reductive. Yeah, so he got 10 in a single statement. This is the most I think this is the most impressive fallacy stack I've ever seen in my entire life. To stack 10 fallacies, but not only that, he stacked 10 while not even understanding what Caleb said. So it's not a regular 10. So it's not like he understood what Caleb said, unless you guys think he's faking. But if he didn't understand what Caleb said, it was a 10 fallacy stack without understanding what Caleb said, which is different than a 10 fallacy stack while understanding what Caleb said. Does this break the counter, Heracles? The whole counter's gonna break. I can't believe this. I'm in shock and awe right now. Okay, so let's figure out the multiplier. So Heracles suggests, I mean, I'm not sure though, because stacking 3 is impressive, so it gets you an automatic super fallacy. Now, stacking 4 and 5 is also incredibly impressive. You're saying it should, yeah, I mean, on the other hand, we don't really want to have to count like 4 or 5, because there's so many ones that could be in between. Because even 6 is iffy. Should we have just the 10? Should it just go 3 is a regular super fallacy and 10 is a 100x multiplier? Because this might never ever happen again. Even for Craig, like this whole debate, this is the only time he stacked 10. Most of the time he didn't even stack 3 that often. I mean, look, he got 340 regular fallacies, although it would be whatever, it would be 24 less because we counted some as super fallacies. But he only got 24 super fallacies. Out of the 24, this is the only time he stacked 10. Yes, Mr. 1-to-1. I know that. This is a rough draft. I can make it a little bigger for you. The problem is there's so many colors on the screen. If I make it white, you won't see it. If I make it black, it'll still be tough because some of the text is black. Maybe yellow. Let's see if you can see yellow. Nah, that's not great either. Is that a little better? Is that a little better? This is just a rough draft. When we finalize the system, I'll try green. There's still a little bit of green around, but maybe. It's not letting me. Oh, hold on. Let's see. What color outline you want? Maybe. I wonder if red. Oh, a darker green. I think the white might have been maybe black. Okay, I tried to make it a lot darker black. Is that easier? That should be better. Okay. I mean, this was all rough, so this isn't how it's gonna look in final at all. This is all just super rough. Okay, so let's do. Okay, so the multiplier. Should the multiplier kick in at? I think 6 might be too tough, a little too subjective over how many simultaneous fallacies. Whereas with 10, I mean, 10 is just legendary to be able to stack 10. Although stacking 8, 9 is tough, but I don't know. Should we just make it 10? And then it'll be a 10x multiplier. So should he get 100? Wait, the 10x multiplier is a lot too. Like, should he really get 100? So Or if you stack 10 fallacies, do you get 10 super fallacies and 100 regular fallacies? 10x the internet should break. Heracles, what do you think? Because I guess 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fallacies. I mean, I guess they should be getting something, but it's almost like it's too much work. I mean, I could leave it this size. It's fine. I mean, this is all rough anyway. What about hot pink? Would hot pink stand out? Craig probably likes that color, right? Sphinx Bear says, yeah, keep it simple. 10 fallacies, 10x multiplier. But, so you're saying he should get 100 super fallacies, Sphinx Bear? Or should he get 100 regular fallacies and 10 super fallacies? Because 100 super fallacies, that might cause too much damage in the final count, because super fallacies need to count a lot more than... Riz thinks this is too many rules. No, come on. You can't let him get away with stacking 10 fallacies in a single statement and not have it count extra. This might be the only time anybody's ever going to stack 10, though, Riz. I mean, I can't believe we're even discussing it. Like, I never thought we would even discuss this. I thought stacking 3 would be so rare that apparently it's not. Yeah, so the 10 should count extra, but how should we count it? Because I'm hesitant. Yeah, 100 regular seems better than 100 super, because supers need to count for so much that if someone does a 10x, if someone stacks 10, they basically won the Dunning-Kruger championship right there. You shouldn't be allowed to win just because you stack 10 and nobody else can do it. However, it should still have a lot of weight. So either 100, maybe 100 regular and 10 supers. So it's kind of like a 10x multiplier on the super and a 100x multiplier on the regular. Does that sound fair to everybody? Heracles, what do you think about that? Sphinx Bear, don't make this too crazy. The same stack after being corrected. Okay, that might be too much too much. That might be too much because yeah, I think just the Heracles rule should apply, whereas if he keeps repeating it like another 5 times, then he'll auto qualify for another super dinger. Especially considering his baseline. So for somebody else repeatedly committing the same ones, it would be weighted more than for someone like Craig as per the Heracles rule to the baseline. So what does everybody think? A 10x, if you stack 10 fallacies in a single statement, you get 100 regular fallacies and 10 super fallacies. So it's a 10x on the super multiplier, and it's 100x on the regular fallacy multiplier. I wish Dave Scott was here. I really would want to know what he thinks about this. I mean, we can change it later, and we can do a review. Maybe we can do one more stream, maybe later in the week when more people... Yeah, let's do this. Maybe Friday or later in the week, we could do another stream where we confirm all the rules before I set them in stone to be the new system, because I know a lot of people are missing this stream right now. So let's do that. So for now, we'll do, if you do a 10x, if you stack 10 fallacies, single statement, you get 100 regular, it counts as 100 regular fallacies and 10 super fallacies. So that was the previous one I already gave him. So that would, and so it was previously at 23. So now his super fallacies is going to be 33 instead of 24. So this is tentative. So I just put that down tentative. The intro is gonna. No, I think I could do the intro in probably 2 minutes. Just I mean, I already did it at the beginning of this stream when I summarized everything. I did it in like 2 or 3 minutes. Basically, the only thing I would add to that is also if you stack 10 fallacies in a single statement, you get 100 regular fallacies added and 10 super fallacies added. That's it. Extra 20 seconds. As long as we don't change anything else. Or that we still haven't figured out what happened. So, hold on. We had the so yeah, the combo oh yeah, I forgot about the combo multiplier. Yeah, you're right, Riz. It's going to be like another minute to explain the combo multiplier. Because as soon as you hit 3 super dingers in a row, you activate a 10x multiplier on fallacy combos. All right, is everybody still with us? All right, so let's continue.
Not just this fallacy, because it's also kind of a tu quoque, because he's asking him for proof. Caleb's asking for proof on how he knows it's one, not the other. Craig is just outright denying. No, you provide the proof, because he didn't provide his own proof.
Hold on a second. Would that have been a tu quoque logical fallacy as well? Would that have been 11? Okay, hold on. So if it's 10 or more stacked, okay, let's do this. Every 10, it activates a 10x multiplier. So whether it's fair or not, if you hit 3 fallacies in a row, you only get 1 super fallacy no matter what. And then you have, you have to stack at least 10 to activate the multiplier to get the 100 regular and the 10 supers added. Then you'll have to hit, should it be 15 or 20 to hit the next level activator, or to activate the next multiplier? Like, because he might have stacked 11 on that one. It was either 10 or, because I didn't count the tu quoque. What does everybody think? Should it be 100 multiplier? So, like, if you stack 20 fallacies in a single statement, I don't think this is possible for anyone other than Craig. But let's say Craig stacked 20 in a single statement. Should he get 1,000 regular fallacies added and 100 super fallacies added? What do you guys think? Heracles, are you still here? Just to be clear, like, let's say, because Craig either stacked 10 or 11 that time. It might have been 11. Yeah, but Ethan, we're trying to figure this out here. Should you have to hit 20 fallacies in a single statement to activate the next level multiplier? Like, if you can do 20 fallacies in a single statement, you should be able to get an additional 1,000 regular fallacies and 100 super fallacies, right? Does that sound fair to everybody? Or should it be 15? Or should it just go by tens? So let's say somebody stacks 30 fallacies in a single statement. Should they get 10,000 regular fallacies and 1,000 super fallacies? I think that's fair. I think we could just leave it in tens. So, other than the 3 stack, which gets you 1 super, then a 10 stack gets you 100 fallacies and 10 super fallacies. Sphinx Bear. You never know with Craig. With other people, yeah, I don't think most people can even dream of hitting 10. I know Sartain's definitely hit 3, 4, 5, 6 a whole bunch of times. I don't know if he's ever hit 10 though. All right, let's continue. I don't know where Heracles went. Maybe there should be a third Heracles rule for the situation. He's pretty good at thinking of stuff.
It's also a whole bunch of other fallacies, but I don't want to, spend like 10 minutes going over every single fallacy because these are
We actually just spent 30 minutes doing just that, but
all overlapping fallacies. But it's also just flat out denial because clearly this not only does a model exist, but there's actual real experiments you can do. I've already played it before, but I'll just play it again just for goofs like Craig to comprehend that not only equally valid, it's much more valid because you can have your dependent variables, independent variables, and controls and clearly demonstrate this with basic magnets instead of relying on fancy equipment from scientists and priests who inject data to tell you that gravitational waves were detected when they obviously weren't.
The mathematical model that LIGO uses that shows that it's gravitational waves does exist.
Again, both models exist. Just because a mathematical model exists.
Look at Craig there. I think he only stacked 2 fallacies there. It's actually kind of impressive when he's not doing massive stacks.
Doesn't make it true.
And the predictions that we can make from that happen to match the experimental data that we get from LIGO.
Does he mean the injected data? The fraudulent data?
Heracles, at what point are we going to meet the Heracles rule 2 for repetition? Because he just did it again. Should that be a super fallacy? But in all fairness, you know what's kind of crazy? When regular people make fallacies, it's like, oh, you did a fallacy. With Craig, he's usually stacking so many at the same time. It's like we got to give him props when he only commits 1 or 2 at the same time. Yes, CF, I know. I listened to a few clips of that just to know what I was going to get myself into. I'm doing the Sartain versus Zerka. I think Sartain versus Zerka is the next one I'm doing after I finish this one. And then I also set up Witsit versus Myers, their one-on-one follow-up. I'm actually almost done compiling that one. So, and then PhD Tony versus Witsit will be the one after that. I don't know if my brain can handle it, though. Yes, CF, that's why I'm refining the system, too, because also Leo, whatever his name is, that guy's rough. That guy's rough. I mean, we definitely need the new system in play for Leo as well.
And the way that you isolate the gravitational waves is by making a prediction.
Wait, okay. So we have to. Okay, I don't care that he said it before. You don't isolate by predicting. Like, that's not how it works. Like, I brought up the prison example. You don't isolate a prisoner and put him in the hole by predicting. You don't isolate him from from Gen Pop by making predictions. Isolation is an active process. Like, you would need, again, the variables clearly delineated and the controls, and you manipulate your variable while having controls. That way you can verify the isolation instead of just making guesses or predictions like a palm reader or a psychic. Nothing is isolated by reading a palm. So, is that a super dinger? Even though I think he already got a super dinger from that before. But how many times does he have to repeat the same thing to get hit with another super dinger? According to Heracles, I think he said 3 to 5 times. I think it's been 3 to 5 times now because it's definitely been at least 3. This is the 4th or 5th time he went around the same circle. Did he say, I don't want to talk to Austin anymore? Mr. One-to-One. Oh, Bryant Myers was so hilarious in that one. But even Bryant Myers, he wasn't stacking 10 fallacies at a time. I remember it was like 3, 4 maybe. He wasn't going 10 stacks like Craig here. Where'd Heracles go? I think Craig might have just met the burden for just repeating so many times. We might have to go Super Dinger here. What does everybody think? I'm leaning to Super Dinger because this is like the 5th time he refuted it. Or used the same, or alleged he attempted to refute it with the same circle of nonsense. With the same fallacious circle. He didn't make a new one. He just repeated the same thing for the 5th time, demonstrating that he doesn't understand the scientific method. Is it enough to spit your drink out? I'm not sure. It's just he keeps doing it. Heracles' rule 2 was that you have to repeat quite a few times to get hit for it again. But now that has actually happened. Ethan says Super Dinger. Mr. One, Jim was hitting multiple combos constantly. But you got here a little early, so you weren't here. Craig went 4 Super Dingers back to back. So not just regular combos, he went 4 Super Dingers. That's why he got that fallacy combo score all the way up to 114. I want this system to be the most refined, accurate system for determining Dunning-Kruger championships. So Ethan votes Super Dinger because he repeated the same thing so many times. What's everybody else voting? Riz, CF, Sphinx Bear, Heracles, what do you think? Do you think he repeated it enough times to get another Super Dinger? I don't know if it was the 4th or 5th time. 5th time should definitely be Super Dinger, but I'm not sure it was the 4th or 5th. I mean, we were laughing so hard. I mean, how is it even possible to keep track accurately? Craig's rolling, let that man cook. Okay, Sphinx Bear's going Super Dinger. That's good enough for me. Let's give him another Super Dinger. Was that also a combo though? I wasn't paying attention to how many of those he rolled. I think it was only 3 or 4 and they were relatively slow. So I'm not sure that stream could qualify for a combo. This is tough. This is not easy stuff.
Of the thing the gravitational waves will do.
Okay, that's a combo. Because he was just streaming, like, he was, like, yeah, it was rolling. Craig's pretty impressive if you think about it. I mean, he even caused us to make a whole new revolutionary system. I mean, nobody else has dropped the floor out on fallacy so many times. Like, no. We got to give Craig his props. I mean, again, like, we have to give this individual, however he identifies as, his props.
Wow, this is definitely a super fallacy. You don't isolate Bigfoot from Mothman or the mailman by predicting that the mail will be in the mailbox. That's not, see, this guy just, he doesn't grasp the absolute basics of what these variables even are. There's nowhere to go. I mean, this guy's just too much of a vegetable.
If gravitational waves are real and happening, then they will do this.
If Bigfoot is real, if the mail is dropped off by Bigfoot, the mail will end up in the mailbox at this time. If you check the mailbox and the mail is there, that...
All right, we have another conundrum. After he says it the 5th time or the 7th, whatever, is there a reset on it? Or do we have to wait for him to say it like again, like a 10th time or a 15th time? I mean, this is the next question. Yeah, Heracles, we invoked your second rule because Craig said the same thing about the prediction proving. It's already been like the 4th or 5th or 6th time that he said the same thing, so we gave him another super dinger as per your second rule. But Heracles, now we're in a new conundrum because now that he said it again and got hit for the super dinger, and he also got a fallacy combo because he streamed like 8 regular fallacies in a row there, but not super dingers in a row. I don't know if that'll ever happen again. So now, does it reset, or because if he just says the same thing again after being refuted so many times, does he have to say it 10 times in a row now to hit another super dinger? Because obviously, if he repeats it again right now, I mean, that's just regular fallacy. Sphinx Bear, I keep laughing to myself, thinking about how triggered all those anti-flat Earth goofs are going to be by this. I don't think they even dared to address the previous 3. And the little clip I did earlier, I posted that all over Twitter, where I had on the screen all the empirically verifiable definitions of the fallacy appealing to the stone and poisoning the well that Craig and all those goofs were hallucinating I was committing while counting their own moments of illiteracy. Nobody's refuted a single point, and they didn't even address that video. Heracles, the baseline prevents supers for repeats. Well, you said yesterday, because I said, well, what if they repeated X amount of times? Because that might cause you to spit your drink. Because if they keep going with it, and you said, I believe you said the 5th time maybe, then they would get hit for the super dinger again, which is what just happened. And now the question is, should it reset again? Because he's going again, technically the 6th time. Obviously, he shouldn't get a super dinger. But is it every 5? So if he repeats it 10 times, is he going to get his 3rd super dinger? So he got the first super dinger. Then after 4 or 5 more repetitions, he got his 2nd. In another 4 or 5, can he get his 3rd super dinger if he just continues repeating the same thing? Sphinx Bear, you know what's funny? I call them out on their psychological projection, but since they don't know what psychological projection is, the responses are just hilarious with that. Yeah, Heracles, it is tough, especially with a guy like Craig. Because Bryant Myers did a lot of repeating, too. I don't think Sartain did, though. I think Sartain was fairly diverse with his fallacy streams. Yeah, Myers did a lot of repeating, but I don't know if he would have been repeating super dingers, though. He was repeating, like, just standard fallacies. Craig's obviously, I mean, Craig's on another level here. He can repeat super dingers and stack fallacies over 10 at a time. I mean, this is a talented individual here. We gotta give this guy his props. So what's everybody's vote? Is it you have to repeat 5 times to get the 2nd super dinger for the same goofery? And then another 5. So once you get to 10 times for the same goofery, then you can get hit with the super dinger for the same statement. Because we can't just let them get away with saying the same super dinger without being called for it. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but like in a game, like a basketball game, if you keep fouling, you're not gonna not count fouls. Like those are fouls. You can get fouled out of the whole game. Sphinx Bear, yeah. So what's everybody's vote here? I mean, it doesn't matter now because he only repeated it once. But if he repeats it 4 more times, I guess we're gonna have to hit him with. I like the rule: you have to repeat 5 times, and then you're eligible for a super dinger on the same thing you said before if you repeat it 5 times. Does that sound fair to everybody? Or how about this? 5 repetitions of previous dingers or super dingers make you eligible to receive an additional dinger or super dinger, and it'll be a case by case basis. So 5 repetitions simply qualifies eligibility. Okay, so let's continue.
Your prediction is proven, and it turns out that it can only be Bigfoot that dropped it off.
To the interferometer experiment. That's what you do to see if that happens based on your prediction. You isolate other things
So he just said it 2 more times, so he'll be eligible in another 2.
like electromagnetism by measuring to see if there's electromagnetic interference. You isolate atmospheric interference by putting the LIGO in massive vacuum chambers.
Wait, what did he just say? You isolate by putting LIGO in a vacuum chamber. Wow. Wow. So what does everybody make of that? You putting LIGO in a vacuum chamber isolates electromagnetism? What? What? I mean, even the scientism cult, I mean, they're doing experiments with magnets in space as well. So, I mean, not to mention, why would ether not exist in space or in a vacuum chamber? So let's see. What would that be? That would be false premise because he doesn't understand the scientific method. False cause, circular reasoning, false dichotomy, reductive logical. So that's a 5 stack right there. So that's a super fallacy. I mean, I don't think it's 10, but I don't want to spend hours on this. So we'll give him another super fallacy for that one.
Well, they actually didn't. They didn't do that, and I think I'm gonna have to end it here because I don't know how much more of this I can handle. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to go part 3 on this. This goob is so utterly clueless. He thinks that magnets do not. They somehow wouldn't have any of their forces if they were in a vacuum chamber. I mean, anybody, even people with mental disabilities. I mean, you could just do a quick Google. This guy doesn't even know how to do a 2-second Google search. I mean, come on. Just look it up. IOP spark. Magnets will attract and repel just as well through a vacuum as in air. Physics.stackexchange.com. Magnets work perfectly in a vacuum and in the absence of a gravitational field. They don't depend on any environment or media. I mean, you could just find this endless.
Well, I've never done this before where I went over my original responses. I had no idea they were this hilarious. Because I'm honestly just trying to give objective commentary. I'm just calling it how I see it. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's actually pretty hilarious.
Endlessly. I mean, middle school level, high school level. So how is it isolating by putting them in a vacuum when magnets work just not work just as well, according to all of the available scientific literature, that even all of the scientism literature that Craig is a religious follower of, even his own religious dogma. Any source you
The inflection's pretty hilarious. Like, I'm in such disbelief that he could have said something so dumb. Like, I was honestly in just complete disbelief.
want will clearly show that magnets work just as well in a vacuum. So how is doing this in a vacuum isolating electromagnetism? So that's it for me. I mean, I just can't handle any more of this. I'm really going to...
Okay, so we finally finished the previous two, and the count stands as it is right now. So the last thing we need to figure out is how do we do the final count? Because how does super fallacies count against fallacies? So for example, let's say Sartain has over 1,500 regular fallacies, but let's say he has only one super fallacy. So how are we gonna do this? Because super fallacies they have so much more weight, or should there be an equivocation here? Should one super fallacy equal 100 regular fallacies? Because I don't want to give awards for verbal diarrhea, because it's the championship of Dunning-Kruger. It's not the championship of verbal diarrhea. So just because someone can talk really fast like Sartain and spew more fallacies, that doesn't mean that the fallacies that he spewed were dumber than super fallacies from Craig, even though Craig couldn't spew as fast. Okay, so Heracles votes 25. What is everybody thinking? Because, well, a triple fallacy is already a fallacy stack of 3 or more is automatically one super fallacy. So it can't be worth less than 3. I don't think it should be worth less than 10. I'm thinking 100. Or, I don't know, is 25 enough? Because super fallacies are rare. Because look, even Craig, he only got 353, and it's actually going to be minus 26. Because you don't get regular fallacies and super fallacies. So Craig would have 327. I forgot he got that multiplier. So he's at 427 fallacies right now. But if he didn't get the multiplier, he would have only hit 327 fallacies, but 26 super fallacies. So let's say Sartain hit 1,500 regular, but he only got, let's say, 2 supers. How do we compare that? Like, that's the real question here. Because if this is all finished with, let's say, 1 or 2 more parts, Craig might not hit more than, let's say, 600 regulars. Oh, I see what you're saying, Heracles. That would be kind of hard, though, because if we're iffy on the amount, like, for example, he could have stacked 4 or 5, and I've never done that in previous fallacies. I've only counted one at a time, even if they doubled up. That's why we introduced the super fallacy category. I think it would just be too complicated to do that. Riz's brain hurts. But we're only going like 5 more minutes. We just have to figure out how they count against each other, and that's it. And then this stream is over. We'll give everybody a couple days to kind of catch up and watch this, and then we'll kind of try to set it in stone maybe Friday or Saturday. Yeah, but I ding each one I count as one. So for example, I don't ding them double for the same one. So when someone stacks 2 and 3, I only counted 1. I never double counted. Yeah, Sphinx Bear, that's too little though. Like that's the bare minimum because they already count as that. Riz needs electrolytes. Yeah, no, I've never. If I ding each one individually, I don't ding it like if they make 3 statements that are fallacies, I give them 3 dings. If each fallacy was stacked 3, 4, 5, 6 high, I still only gave them the 1. Multiply them, then divide by the total time of the debate to a fallacy per minute, right? That's brilliant, Ethan. We need that as an additional category. That's brilliant. Yes, yes, because that's excellent because Sartain did that extra segment. Like he did an extra 30, 40-minute segment after the debate where he racked up the fallacies. So fallacy per minute rate is absolutely critical. That's very important. Nice job, Ethan. Ethan W. That's a W for Ethan W. Okay, the other way we can score this. So fallacy per minute rate, I'm thinking that's massive. That should be at least 50% of the total score. So how are we going to weight this? The other way we can do this is we can count regular fallacies for, let's say, 20. If we count that for 25%, and then we count super fallacies for 20% of the total score, and fallacy per minute rate is 50% of the score. Or let's say well, but then what about fallacy combos? Okay, so if fallacy per minute, like that's actually got to be the top metric. That's a brilliant metric. So if fallacy per minute is, let's say, 40% of the score, and then we do 20 and 20. If we do regular fallacies maybe should be 20. Super fallacies should be 25% of this total score, and then 5% for fallacy combos. Like, how are we going to do this? This is what we need to figure out. But the fallacy per minute rate, and the other thing brilliant about that is that doesn't need to be on the screen until the very end, so it doesn't take up the real estate. So it's perfect because it doesn't take up real estate, and it's only going to be calculated at the end. So now we just have to figure out how everything is weighed. But I think fallacy per minute should be weighed a lot. And super fallacies need to weigh way more than regular fallacies. And fallacy combos, I don't even know what to do with that. Dingers and zingers are kind of just for fun. And what we discussed earlier, like dingers and zingers can cancel each other out. And then how much are super dingers worth? Because hitting a super dinger is not easy. No, zingers will never take away fallacies. Zingers and dingers are independent of fallacies. So zingers can take away dingers. So if you had one zinger, one dinger, then they're equaled out. Well, I don't know if there's going to be an app for this. It's just going to be the metric system we use. Because I don't know how you could make it an app, because, like, how would software understand whether something's a fallacy or not, because it's missing all the context? Okay, Heracles, do you have any idea how to weigh this? So we have regular fallacies, super fallacies, fallacy per minute rate, and fallacy combos. All else being equal, like if there's ever a tie situation, then I guess we can look at dingers and zingers. But those are mostly just for fun. So you know what? I'm going to do a poll in the community tab to see how everybody wants this weighted. But just the last thing we're going to go over, just like the last minute here, I just want to get an idea of what everybody thinks it should be weighed. Should fallacies have the most weight, or should fallacies be, I think fallacies should have equal weight with fallacy per minute. And then super fallacies should have the most weight. Because again, what if Craig talks that slow and he only hits, let's say, 700 fallacies, and Sartain has 1,500 fallacies, but Craig has way more super fallacies? Ethan, you mean egregious by category? Like super fallacies count 4 times as, I mean, there's 2 ways to do it. We could either say super fallacies count as a certain amount of regular fallacies, or we can say the super fallacy category counts for 60% of the total score. So there's 2 different ways to do it. I guess the simpler way to do it would just be okay, here's the simplest way. Super fallacies count, let's say, either one super fallacy counts as, let's say, 50 regular fallacies, and then the fallacy count and the fallacy per minute rate are counted equally. And then you average that out. Well, actually, there's another problem with the fallacy per minute rate. Because what if a guy barely talks the entire debate? Like that jet fighter pilot guy? It's a shame Dave Scott's not in here. He's always got good ideas. You know what? I'm gonna make a poll in the community tab, and we'll discuss it there. So it'll also give us some time to recharge our brains after dealing with Craig, because technically the system has nothing to do with him. So we'll just weigh how many fallacies versus super fallacies versus fallacies per minute rates, and we'll figure out how they all should be weighed. But I think super fallacies need to have a lot of weight, because that way, because if someone's Dunning-Kruger's off the charts, but they're just a really dumb, slow speaker, they shouldn't lose just because they talk slower. That doesn't make someone dumber or smarter based on how fast they talk. So you guys are kind of just in favor of a single number at the end. And how do fallacy combos factor into this? Actually, that's the last thing we'll discuss. What are we going to do with fallacy combos? Because it is impressive to go back to back on fallacies. We can't not count that. Yeah, we have to figure out what to do with fallacy combos. Fallacies per second. Well, you know, it would be tough if there was a way to only count the amount of time a person talks. Like if there were timers connected to their mics. Because if we're doing the overall time of the debate, that's a little iffy, because if one guy's just filibustering, but the other guy's a complete goof, he didn't have the opportunity to spew as many fallacies or super fallacies. Well, changing a topic is kind of like a non sequitur. So that's a regular non sequitur fallacy. Avoiding the issue is actually a literal fallacy as well. Just fallacy of avoidance. Did they beat the frame rate for the fallacies per second? Craig's the only one that has a chance at that. Okay, so what are we doing with the fallacy combo? Let's figure that out, and then we'll be done with this, and then I'll just do a poll in the community tab and on Twitter, I guess. So how do we weigh fallacy combos in all of this? Should a fallacy combo simply be worth 2 fallacies? Because it's not as egregious as a super fallacy. And when you're stringing super dingers, you already got the multiplier to increase your fallacy combo points. So should fallacy combo points simply be worth double the fallacies? Or is that not quite fair? Yeah, that might not be quite fair to the verbal diarrhea masters. No, but that's the point, Heracles. Without Craig, there's no real need for a new system anyway. Because a standard system would be good. He just illustrated how dumb fallacy stacks can be. But we could always change the system as well. Once I do Sartain versus Zerka, and then Witsit versus Myers again, then we can kind of tweak the system if it needs tweaking. So fallacy combos are kind of, yeah, we need to figure out, okay, if I think we have to do weighted scores. So if regular fallacies count for, let's say, 40% of the total score, and super fallacies count for 50, and then fallacy combos count for 10. That way it could be a little bit more fair. Like, not necessarily exactly those values, but something like that, where fallacy combos are counted, but they're not gonna, they shouldn't really count more than super. Well, I don't know. It's tough. Yeah, that might work. As long as the super fallacies count for way more than regular fallacies. That way it makes it fair that just fast talkers can't dominate the Dunning-Kruger championships. Because there's plenty of dummies who talk slow that are just saying completely fallacious things that are way dumber. They just don't talk as fast. So as long as super fallacies count the most, then the fallacy combo simply counts as 2 fallacies. Yeah, I think if they count as 3, that might be too much. So fallacy combo simply might. So let's see here. Yeah, I really want Dave's opinion on this, because he kind of, he was thinking just the fallacies should really determine everything. Ethan with the baseline. One singular category to set everything against it to do a weighted score. So if they string 4 fallacies in a combo, they get the 4 and an additional points for the multiplier. Wait, hold on a second. Which multiplier? The super dinger is a 10x multiplier. Super dinger combo of 3 or more. Regular fallacy combo, like if you string 4 or 5 combos in a second, non-stacked, you get 1 fallacy combo point. They get 4 fallacy combo points plus multipliers in the fallacy combo category. Ethan, that would be really complicated. We're trying to keep this as simple. I mean, it would probably be fair, but complicated. All right, my brain's pretty fried, so I'm gonna put it in the community tab and then see what everybody thinks about it. All right, so this was pretty fun. So thanks again, everybody, for joining the MindShock podcast and helping us determine the new system. Still got a little bit of work to do, so I'll do a poll, and within the next few days, everybody can think about it, and then around the end of the week, Friday or Saturday, we could do another podcast where we just make the system definitive, and then that'll be it from now. So I hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. If you're still not getting them, like and comment on more videos, or just go to youtube.com/MindShock. You could also become a YouTube member for exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.